welcome back to Old Men Talking. I was the one who hosted last time, and I'm not letting anybody get away with it. We're kind of getting back into the routine of everything, so now we have to decide who is hosting this thing because it was my turn last time. I think Bob Dub did it before me. I think it's old John's turn. Or John.
Uh, I think it was Bob's idea, wasn't it?
No, that's not fair, John. I can't have ideas ever again if you do that to me.
Right, okay. Today's topic is about old people and technology. Is that right? Is that what we're talking about? I think we are.
Yeah.
So, I, for one, am not brilliant with phones. My partner is younger than me. She's really good at them. I'm not so good. Computers I'm all right with, but phones, no. But then I got an older neighbour who I go and help with her PC because she struggles with that. So it's because most of the older people I think are like self-taught. I know I am anyway with stuff like this. Whereas the youngsters are sort of brought up with it, aren't they? You know what I mean? So it is harder for us. I can hear Roger in the background. I don't know if it's echo or what. I don't know.
Yeah, that's why I try to mute as much as I can because I have a oxygen tank back here that I have my dad has it, so.
All right, okay. Yeah. So that's what the subject is about today. And this is the first time streaming direct onto One for the Witness. Roger streamed it in the past on a Tuesday. This time on every Tuesday. But I've recorded it and I usually release it on a Sunday. I think from now on it'll be, if you guys want to see it, will be streaming direct on Wonderful the Witness and other channels which Roger has on Tuesday at 11 o'clock. Greenwich Mean Time anyway. Yeah, excuse my voice. So this is what this topic is about. As I say, with phones, I am no good at all. I'm absolutely hopeless. Hence, it's maybe because I'm old, but PCs, yes, I have taught myself a bit how to use them. So there we go. I don't really have a lot to say starting off. I don't know if you have, Bob.
Well,
I can hear you fine, yeah. Just picking up Roger as well. It's distracting me slightly. He's got his mic turned off, but I can still pick him up.
All right.
Now, you can actually hear me. Like, let me hit mute real quick and see if you can hear me still talking. Can you hear me talking still?
Yeah, your mic is on mute, but I can hear you in the background. I don't know what's going on. I think you've got one of your streams volume turned up or something.
Yeah,
That's what I think.
Let me check it real quick.
There we are. I think that sorted it.
Okay, so you can't.
I can hear you very, very quietly, but you are there, but it's very, very quiet now.
Okay, well, keep on talking. Don't let my bad audio distract you from the show, man.
Yeah, you're very quiet now, Roger. Your mic is muted, but I can still hear you very, very quiet.
Yeah, don't let my audio distract you guys from the show. Keep talking and stuff. I'm taking care of it right now. Okay. Just keep on talking.
Just keep on talking. Okay, so my turn, right.
Right.
So yeah, I think that with me, I haven't changed my phone much over the last sort of 4 or 5 years. I got to a point where I just found that this constant updating of phones and going on to the next technology and everything was just, I didn't need it. I needed a nice, stable setup that worked for me. And so, yeah, I think that I've sort of, I don't know, I can say solved. I was going to say solved, but I've resolved my issues with phones at the moment by making sure that I stay with the phone that I have. The big problem that I have with that is that a couple of months ago, I dropped the phone on the floor and it dinged the edge of the screen, and now there's a big dead spot in the screen. So because it's an older phone, I can't get it fixed as easily. So I have to pay a whole lot of $100 take it into the place, get them to send it to Samsung, and put in an older screen. So it becomes a little bit of a minefield, because you get these sort of workarounds that you get for technology, but everything updates so quickly that you're almost outdated by the time you've got things set up. So yeah.
I found out the problem now. It was me with the volume. I got a tab open with the Wonderful World of Witness stream on, just so I could view the chat, and I realized I had the volume on as well. So that's why I was picking up like a slight delay of what we already said, and I thought, oh, it's me. Oops. Just the stuff, technical issues. We never have any technical issues in the show. It's the first time we stream on Wonderful World of Witness. It all happens, doesn't it?
You know how much stuff I just went through, John. I mean, I just went through my entire computer working on audio. I was bouncing around and everything, trying to figure out. I even went into my computer audio and muted my computer so that I could just click on the computer microphone to do it. Thanks, man. Thanks.
Yeah, moving right along. We've got some chats. Anyway, we've got some chats. This is going to be slightly different to our normal. DJ
good.
Kenny's there.
This is good.
Yeah, and Jackie, a long-time friend of the channel, Jackie. I don't want to try and pronounce her name because I'll probably get it wrong. Happy New Year to you, Kenny, and Maxi Boy Ree, and Jackie, and Dingo. Happy New Year to all of you. And Jackie says she still has a Nokia 6131. I've never heard of that one. Flip phone. I didn't even want a smartphone. You'd make it harder and harder not to have one. I bought my second Nokia revised. I think it's called. It was second hand with a new battery and things. I've never heard of a 6131. I've heard the 3330 and stuff like that.
No,
it's not that one.
I believe I remember Nokia's. My mom and dad used to have them before they went. It took them forever to go get into that. What do they call it? G4 or G5, I believe, the new flat phone. And with my problem, I despise phones. I'll tell you that straight up. I have no respect for them. I think that they're a waste of time. I look at the younger people, and they've always got their face stuck into it. So
Yeah.
when everybody wants me to get a phone and try to tell me that it'll make my life easier, I'm like, no, it won't. It's just going to turn me into a zombie like you are. You know what I mean? So I don't even use them unless I have to. Now, with that said, what I do notice, outside of me, my mom, okay, she's in her 70s now, and she gets her phone and she just completely screws it up just from the get-go. You know what I mean? All of a sudden there's viruses all over it, and I have to go in and reset the phone because she's gone in there and tapped on everything she could find. Okay, and I turn her phone on, and all of a sudden all these spam messages start popping in, and it takes 45 minutes for me to freaking clear them out just so I can get to her settings and freaking reset the phone, and then if she goes onto the computer, she does the same thing to the computer. Okay, but it's not her. Somebody's messing with her stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I understand it on that part of it. I was actually fortunate. I was able to learn about computers and stuff and everything. And I know the basics when it comes to using phones, but I don't like them. Like Mark and me had this conversation, and he has this crazy idea that phones and laptops are going to take the place of computers. And I think that's nonsense because I have this computer right here, okay, and this computer has 8 cores and its CPU. It's got a decent GPU, and I can do a lot more with this computer than what I can out of a computer from Walmart. All right. Now, I can honestly tell you that there's no laptop or telephone that can compete with this computer when it comes to getting things done. I mean, you can go and get yourself a 2 terabyte hard drive and hook it up to a external hard drive and hook it up to a laptop, but that's as close as you're going to get. You know, um, there's still going to be a need for computers when it comes to technology. And that's the issue that I have with tech, with me. I mean, but most people don't understand that stuff at all, you know. So I think that's something else that people don't understand. Like phones and stuff like that aren't going to take the place of computers. It's just not going to
No,
happen.
I don't think the cooling side of it would they'd ever be able to get close to a computer anyway for that alone. Because even laptops struggle with it, don't they? They can't cool them down like you can with PCs. They've got all like water cooling, and they've got only hundreds of fans and stuff like that. You know what I mean? How can you have that on a phone? It's just never going to happen, is it?
No.
I don't think unless they develop some liquid that just can go in a phone, which is going to keep it cool all the time. I don't know if that ever happens. Otherwise, I don't see it happening. But I do have a smartphone. But one of the grievances I've got, and with it, not with the phone so much, is with the apps. I'm on Facebook because I've got a lot of followers and friends on there, so it's difficult for me to leave there, even though I'd like to. But if you look in the terms and conditions when you update Facebook, it tells you access to your camera, access to your microphone. And I thought, well, all this. So most people just like me, just ignore it. Just don't think about it. I remember years ago going to a sports day, my son. I happened to be just talking about, I can't remember what it was, cameras or something. I think it was we were talking about, like digital cameras. Next thing, one on Facebook, adverts for digital cameras, because they'd been listening to my conversation. And it's like, you know what I mean? Yeah, even though it does tell you in the in terms and conditions that you access to, it does tell you that. It's not, they're not like being manipulative. They do say, but most people don't even look at the term T and C's, unless you're Mark. You don't listen to them. But that's one of the reasons I wish I could get off Facebook, but it's just a lot of my interviews and stuff I do are through Facebook, so it's difficult for me to really do that at the moment. But I would, in time, like to get off it totally for that reason alone, for security reasons and stuff. So.
But I've heard, John, that with Facebook is that even if you're not on Facebook, the Facebook app still tracks everywhere you go.
All right,
So once you've been on Facebook, if you get off Facebook, it doesn't matter. It still tracks everything you do.
Oh, I didn't know that. God.
Apparently, well, I mean, I don't know. You never know with these things that people say, particularly, well, I find the older I get, the more I am unable to tell the difference between what's actually happening in the world and what's just some made up story that somebody made up just for the fun of it.
Yeah.
Well, see,
No, I didn't know that.
I got sucked into all that stuff too, and I mean, don't get me wrong. I love the people on Minds, okay? I love the actual people on Minds. Like, I would have met you, Bob Dub, if it wasn't for being on Minds, you know what I'm saying? And everybody, like Robot, who just helped us get on here and take care of stuff, and Mike, or, Mark Edworthy and Tan. But they suckered me into, like, this whole thing about Facebook being horrible and YouTube being horrible and boycott PayPal and all this crap. That's what first got me in there. And it wasn't the people that did it. It was the freaking Minds administration, And, like, they promise all this great stuff, but what happens is, like, you switch from Facebook over to freaking Minds, and then you find out it's the same bullshit but a different freaking gimmick. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And I've done that with so many platforms, like Odyssey, same shit. I mean, it's just a different gimmick. They just change up the freaking words, make a different name, and they just throw the same crap at you. BitChute, same thing. So all of a sudden you go from frickin' being on Facebook to being on YouTube, and then from YouTube and Facebook you're going to Minds.com, then you're going to Rumble, then you're going to frickin' Fruit Lab, and then you're going to frickin', it's a never-ending loop. All of a sudden you're on BitChute. And mysteriously, you get uploads appearing on BitChute that you never gave them permission to do. It's like, come on, man, and all this stuff is going on, and they're trying to tell you, oh, don't go to them. I was told that Discord was a bad place because the CIA had infiltrators. Come on, seriously. So you're not gonna get on Discord because the CIA is freaking spying on you and trying to get your secret information, your top secret information that's hidden under the kitchen sink. You know what I mean? Come on.
I've heard it about Telegram as well. I think it's Telegram they call it. That the terrorists and all that, they're supposed to use that. I don't know if that's true. I've no idea because I don't use it, but stuff like that as well. I think every part of social media has got its own good points, its bad points. As you said, I met Bob through Minds as well, which is a great thing. It's happened and stuff. But I met a lot of people through Facebook as well. Most of my interviews came from Facebook I've done. So, I mean, there's going to be bad stuff in every social media. Everyone's, to be honest, all these people that create them, they're all out for themselves, So I think the way to do it is just use them like they use you, so to speak. That's what my view on it is. Try to give them as little as they can use of yourself, and don't share too much of what you're doing and stuff like that on them. Personal stuff, don't share anything. I don't anymore. But I use it for the fact that it's as a means to help progress my channels and stuff. That's what I use it for. And I just check on the chat as I'm here.
Yes.
Jackie says that Nokia 6131 is from 2006. All right.
Yeah, I sympathize with you, Jackie. Yeah, 2006 was a good year. Why update?
Because I remember I had a 3310, I think it was in the 90s I had that Nokia, and that was bulletproof. I think you could throw it at walls or anything, nothing, it was indestructible. The battery last a month. It was just better days, they're really good phones, really solid phones. But now, of course, you can't use them. You can't, they've got the apps and stuff like that, and I don't know. But they were solid phones. You couldn't beat them.
Well, the interesting thing with smartphones is that they're just not phones.
No, they are. No,
you can take calls on them.
Yeah.
But the flip phones and the original cell phones, those were phones. They were designed to be telephones, just with a different signal. But now you can use a smartphone. I mean, I have everything on my smartphone. When I watched with Mr. Robot showed me an amazing movie on Boxing Day. We watched a wonderful movie together. Leave the World Behind on Netflix. Really interesting. And it was an end of the world thing, and the power goes out and nobody can use their cell phones. They can't use the GPS, and they haven't got anybody's telephone. It just made me think, everything that I do now is on my cell phone. To still call it cell phone. But my diary's there, my notes are there, all my photos are there. All my phone numbers. If I couldn't access my cell phone, I wouldn't be able to phone anybody. I wouldn't, 10 years ago, I would still know people's numbers. If something happened to my cell phone, I'd be able to phone off another number because I would know the number. But these days, I don't even remember anybody's phone number. So it's more than just a phone. It's an everything. It's a it's a mini computer.
Yeah, it is a mini computer. Yeah, my partner lives on her phone when she's home. She's always on TikTok and stuff. But that's what she wants to do, She's looking at
that's interesting because that's the next generation Facebook, isn't it?
Yeah, it is really,
where the Facebookers are going to is TikTok.
Yeah, it is. And again, there's everyone's saying, "Oh, don't go on TikTok. The Chinese are spying on you." It's because they're using TikTok. And I think, well, everyone's spying on you anyway, so you might as well just do what you want to do. You know what I mean? Don't get paranoid about it. Just do what you want to do. If you got friends on TikTok, you got friends on Facebook, friends, you know, it's like everywhere. You just got to get the good out. There's good and bad and everything. You just focus on the good in it, and that's my view. And just live your life, because we're here to live it, aren't we? You know what I mean? Instead of like just being like almost like at times paranoid. You can say, "Oh, I can't go on Facebook. Oh no, it's going to spy on me. I can't go here. TikTok, Discord, that's going to spy me." Well, let them spy on you. If you've got anything to hide, you've got nothing to worry about anyway. You know what I mean? If you're not like hatching the next nuclear war or anything, what have you got to worry about? You know, but people do, don't they? You know, it's crazy.
Well, see, I think a lot of people, and I fell for this too when I first got on the internet. You know, I got on the internet and I fell for this idea that like I was able to freaking have free speech and what I said was important. You know what I mean? And I thought that freaking when people said stuff against the things I said that they were infringing on my freedoms. But the truth of the matter is that's not the truth. Okay, like I agreed to these terms of agreements on these platforms when I went onto them from the get go, and it took me a long time to figure that out. And
Yes.
I call it frickin' the rebellious, the rebellious phase of the internet, because I was like that too. I wanted to rebel against everybody. I wanted to take your videos and your videos and your videos, and I wanted to combine them and throw a little bit of the Simpsons in there and freaking make a really cool video, you know. And
Yeah.
come to find out that the people who make the Simpsons don't like it too much when I post that stuff on YouTube, because that's their content. You know what I mean?
Mm.
Right.
So I felt offended by that. So at the beginning, I was rebellious. Instead of me saying, okay, I'm not going to do that no more, I kept getting rebellious until I got a letter in the mail saying cease and desist. Mr. Bean apparently doesn't like it when you take his stuff and post it on YouTube. You know what I mean? So
Dude.
I tell Mark Edworthy all the time, don't fuck with Mr. Bean, dude.
Yeah.
That man's funny, don't get me wrong, but he will send letters to your house, and the internet provider that you have will tell you straight out, if you keep doing this, we will discontinue your service. I mean, and that's the only person on the internet that's ever sent me a message through the mail.
Wow.
The only person. And what I'm getting at is eventually that rebellious phase ended. I was like, you know what? I need to stop doing this stuff. So I got
Right.
rid of my old YouTube account. Well, it got suspended actually, but I started a new one, and that's where I've been. And like, I run into people on these different platforms who are pissed off because I don't want to go stick my head under the sand and run away from YouTube because people are freaking saying things that I don't want to hear. You know what I mean? Just because
Yeah.
they're against the stuff that I'm putting out doesn't mean that I need to freaking run to another platform or charge people freaking $5, $10 for a subscription so they can see my content. You know what I mean? I think that's worse than frickin' actually sticking it out and saying, look, man, I'll follow their rules, but I'm still going to frickin' say what's on my mind. You know?
It's interesting, the thing about following the rules, because one of the interesting things about the internet is how people behave as if there's no consequences. I always think, like, if you were sitting in a cafe and you were wearing a pair of really ugly blue shoes, nobody in the cafe would walk up to you and say, my goodness, I hate your shoes, they are so ugly. You would just wear your ugly blue shoes and you would go home. But you do that on the internet, and everybody needs to tell you how ugly your shoes are. And so, yeah, I agree with you, Roger. I think that sort of like humanity almost is learning how to use this new technology in a constructive way, but a lot of really destructive things have been happening. And I think when I went to Minds, I didn't go to Minds for the free speech. I think what happened to me when I left Facebook was I just couldn't bear the sort of 14-year-old mentality, is that if anything happened, somebody would jump on, and the next thing you'd know, there'd be like a teenage girls slap fist fight. No, it's not like that. No, you're so wrong. You said this. And I just couldn't cope with that. And so I went off into the sort of the unknown territory of the free speech platforms to find a sort of discourse like this sort of place where you could talk to people about having different ideas and different points of view without that like backlash against you. And then when I got to the deep dark internet and found all the other guys who believed in free speech, I found out that there was just as much of a backlash. It was just different words, different type. So yeah, I've come to sort of more the place where you're at, Roger, is that we've been through that rebellious teenage stage on the internet of growing up as a species.
And don't get me wrong either. I love each and every person I've met on all those platforms, except for Fruit Lab.
Me too, yeah. Me too.
Fruit Lab was a waste of my time. I mean, John's been on Fruit Lab too, and it's like he actually enjoyed it more than I did. I don't know if you've seen my comments towards the end of that, but I had a meltdown, John, on that platform. I did. I literally flipped out on him, you know. And
yeah, it got a potential to be really good, hasn't it?
Yeah.
But, I don't know.
They just turned it.
Yeah, people starting one thing, drawing people in, and then as soon as you're in there, oh no, we're going to move the goalposts a bit more now.
Right. Interesting.
Same as Minds
and
stuff,
experiment.
Yeah, Minds Plus exactly the same. YouTube have done it in the past, the same thing with the goalposts. It's all the same, you know. At the end of the day, all the same. Jackie's commented on the chat. She said, where is it? I've heard a couple that did a test. They did send each other a message over the smartphone about going on holiday. Next, both got all kinds of ads for hotels, plane tickets, and so on. Mm-hmm. And she says, they even know your private emails, what I feel goes way too far. I wrote to a friend and got ads for washing machines and the things I mentioned. They should stay out of our private mail.
Yep.
I speak in code if I don't want their bots to know what I'm talking about. Rumble seems to be free. You can talk about things there that YouTube or Facebook won't let me mention. I feel like I'm overcrowded in the chat. No, you're not. It's nice to hear from you.
It's nice. It is nice.
We're on Rumble as well. All of us are on Rumble. We've all got separate channels on there. There's a Wonderful World of Weirdness channel on there as well. But Minds we are on mainly as chat. So if you like Rumble, you probably will like Minds as well.
She'll like the chat. Let's
like the chat, yeah. That's pretty cool there. And there's a lot of like-minded people. Like I know that how Jackie thinks about stuff because we've emailed each other and stuff. So I know you probably would like Minds as well.
I love Minds. You know what I love about Minds is I love that, okay, like you say, it's just another social network. It's got the same issues. We're figuring it out. What I like about Minds is their attempt to use a cryptocurrency in a real world way so that a content creator can attempt to generate their own advertising. And I find that really attractive as somebody who's interested in art and interested in selling their own work, is that I am very much against the advertising agencies that I think hold us all like prisoner with these sort of mind control advertisements and campaigns that they have. Mm-hmm. Whereas like when you're in Minds and you can promote your own work with tokens that you've earned with your own content, I just like that whole idea of being in charge of my own advertising. So more than just the social network thing. And like I say, I adore the people. I just love them to bits. I don't know where I'd be without them. But more than that, I think that I'm not there for the social media as much as I'm there to try and figure out the cryptocurrency and the economy and the running your own business with an alternative type of interaction between people, not the traditional fiat system and interest and advertising and that whole commercial lark. So that's what's valuable to me about them.
No, that was what I like too, but like here recently, within the last 6 months, a lot of that's changed. Like,
A lot of that's changed.
I mean,
A lot of that's changed.
I'll be
it's
back in two, guys. Just got to get my son some milk. Okay, I'll be back in two.
okay.
Okay.
But like they've got it set up now to where the only way that you could really get anything good out of the whole setup is through an affiliate program where they want you to refer people to minds.com, and from what I'm getting, it's not really working out all that great because like I go onto that freaking Minds help on chat, and people who were supposed to get paid all the way back in September for the monetization they had and had dropped are still waiting for it. You know what I mean? So they're not even getting paid money
Yes.
that they've got, and they're stuck with it. You know, so
Yes.
um,
Yes, there's been a lot of problems since the very beginning. They haven't figured out, I mean, they've tried so many different ways of
mhm.
providing alternative monetization, and none of it's really taken off. And some of it has been really unfortunate because there've been big influxes of people into the economies, and there's been all this promise that this new thing could work. But then there were all the trolls and all the people who insisted on their right to be nasty. And so a lot of people left, not because the token system wasn't working, but because they didn't want to put up with the people who thought that free speech and nastiness was the same thing. So I kind of, my heart goes out to the Ottomans. I think that they've really, really bent over backwards to try and provide creators with a platform, and for many reasons that they've been sabotaged. But like, there's been a massive crash in the crypto market, and there's been all sorts of really weird shenanigans. So I'm not surprised that a lot of people are pulling back from it and that Minds is suffering. And who knows whether the token will even survive these latest, I don't, if it'll even, I don't know when the crypto bubble will pop.
Being
But
honest, I'm surprised freaking Minds is still there. You know what I mean? Like with all the stuff they've been through, like the fact that they're even still around. There's so many
amazing.
platforms it's fallen, and they're still here. I'm really amazed they're still here.
Well, I've got all my tokens staked in liquidity, and I am really, really, really hoping that they really make a go of it, because I think that it's a really great opportunity for us, for a little marketplace for people who want to be artists and who want to have a place where they can say to the people who buy their art, are interested in their art, interested in their podcasts, like reading their books. It's a really nice alternative, I think, to Amazon, where you call your own shots. Anyway, I think I've said this about 30 times. It's just
Well, we're
like,
talking about tech. I mean, what we think about it, and
so,
like there's there's something else I did want to bring up about that too. I think a lot of people have stereotypes about old people in tech as well. Like they think that like old people just aren't able to comprehend, you know. And my son, he learned that lesson when he moved in with me because he thought I was just this dumb old man, you know what I mean? And well, his first mistake was him playing around with his computer and thinking it was smart to overclock the CPU. And I told him, man, look, whoever gave you that advice was an idiot. You need to stop freaking doing that. So me and him built the computers on the same day, right? Pretty much, maybe a couple days apart. And I've still got this computer that I freaking built Okay, and he's got his, and so far, his freaking monitor was flicking on and off as he was moving out. You know what I mean? He's had issues with his freaking computer messing up twice so far. And I told him, I was like, that's because your buddy's telling you it's smart to go and overclock your freaking CPU when you should just leave that freaking CPU the way it is, because that's the reason why it was built the way it is.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Um, so, but all the time, he thought that freaking I was just this old dumb guy that didn't know nothing about anything. You know what I mean? I,
Sounds like Sans.
yeah, when he first moved in, he knew that I was interested in emulators, so he gave me tips. He did give me tips on starting out with emulators, but within like 3 weeks, I had them mastered. He turns around and he goes, "Man, you know more than I do now." I kept asking him for advice, and he's like, "I don't know, man. You know more than I do. Leave me alone." you know. So
I'm still learning all the time. PCs. What it was recently, I was trying to copy and paste something. So I know how to copy and paste, but like Steam keys, there's a perfect example. I copy a Steam key, try and put it into Steam, it wouldn't work. My 8-year-old son comes in. Oh, try Control V, I think he said. I said, did that, and it worked. I thought, how did you know that? He's 8. I didn't know it, and it worked. I couldn't believe it. I thought, oh my god.
I love Control V. I've also just learned it recently in the last year, and I'm like, how come I didn't know Control V all my life?
Didn't know it. No.
Control F is another one, I think.
And then print screen. I for years I looked at the print screen button. I couldn't figure out how to work, and then I suddenly found out one day it's Windows print screen, and then it works.
Yep.
And it's
Really,
like,
isn't that it? Yeah.
So
You need the cheat codes, don't you?
Mark, I keep telling him, or I told him twice. I stopped saying I keep telling him. I told him twice already. I was like, you need to freaking sit down and let me help you, and you create a tutorial for people on how to use command on the keyboards. You know what I mean?
Yes.
And he's like, why would I do that? Nobody will watch that. And I was like, dude, are you aware of how many people today don't know how to freaking actually, like, without using your mouse, could you actually use your keyboard? You know what I mean? Being honest, can you?
Me,
Yeah.
I can do Control X and Control C and Control V, and I think Control F maybe. But yeah, no, my answer is no. No, I would not. When you play a game, they give you the list, don't they? They give you the list of all the key things, so you can go check it. But like, no, I'm too much of a noob to know the keyboard shortcuts.
Like, you guys
How do you
know,
learn them? How do you find them, Roger?
they
Like from Mark?
they've been teaching them since the 1970s. Like,
Nobody's
it's like,
ever taught me.
it's well, they actually should have, because like I don't know if you remember this far back, but you remember back in the 80s whenever you was in school and they made everybody go to the library and learn about the computers.
Really? So you see, I grew up in a country that had sanctions.
Oh.
So there was no such thing as learning about computers.
Oh,
No.
wow.
That was for good people, not us evil ones.
Oh no! So they literally made it to where you guys weren't allowed to have computers and stuff.
Well, it was the very early days back then. And so, we were at war. And what was imported was a priority for the country.
Okay.
And mostly it was just food that was imported. And we had sort of developed our own industries for shoes and clothes and things like that. So yeah, I remember even when I was in high school, we had to get calculators for our maths exam, and we had to we had to get relatives from other countries to send them to us because we couldn't get them locally.
Oh,
So
wow.
yeah. So no, I never know. And everything that I've learned on computers, I've learned myself by pushing buttons, clicking buttons until I think that I'm like your mom.
Oh no,
I click things.
Trust me, nobody's like my mom. Okay, my mom she's out of this freaking world, dude. She touches the freaking computer, and shit happens. Okay, she touches her phone, and shit happens, and all of a sudden you're just sitting there wondering what the heck did she do. She's sitting there touching stuff, and all of a
That's me.
sudden, you know. Like, oh my gosh, it's now
So
John.
when I went,
Oh, go
sorry,
ahead. I'm sorry. I
I was
you
gonna
go.
say that
You go.
when I went back to university, I learned this fabulous word. When all the years that I was growing up, I was told that this was called trial and error. You
Uh
press
huh.
a button and see what happens. Well, when I went back to university 10 years ago, they've invented a word for it, Roger. It's called heuristic research now. So
Heuristic.
your mom is just involved in heuristic research there.
Is that like web browsing? Is that surfing the web?
Just trial and error. Just try it out and see if it works.
Oh wow. What was you nodding your head no for, John? They didn't make you go to the library and learn about the computer?
No, nothing. Computers sort of came in as I was like finishing school, but we weren't really did anything with them. Knew nothing about computers at all from school. Um, I I think I was in I had like a games computer, Commodore 64, but proper computer I didn't have till late 90s. I think it was with me, something like that. When we first had it, we had dial-up internet, which is absolutely awful. I don't know if you had that in the States. And then eventually went to broadband, and then that was awful when it first came out. It kept cutting out and stuff, and then there we go. Went from there. I did various stuff on the internet to get by and stuff back then, and just learned my stuff from there. Then you know,
You know,
uh,
you keep
ed, ed,
you
go
keep
on.
talking, you're gonna give up your age, man. You're
Well,
gonna,
I don't care anyway. You know,
because
okay, I'm old and proud.
I know I'm
No,
50, and like you got to be at least 10 years older than me, man. At least.
I'm put it this way, in 16 months I'll be 60.
Damn.
So there we go.
Oh wow, I'm gonna beat you. I'm
Um,
I'm I'm in 3 weeks. 3 weeks
All
Oh
I'm
right.
wow.
60.
I do see it.
Yes. I'm going to be
Oh.
wise, guys. All
Yeah.
my life. I've aimed for 60. It's like
So you guys are more the freaking like Steppenwolf hippie kind of generation is what you guys are. You went in with the freaking satin shirts and listened to
No,
freaking
no.
Deep Purple and
I had flares when I was younger. I did have flares. Yeah, it was 70s. Yeah, I had flares. That's about it. Cowboy boots. That was about it when I was young.
wow.
That was about it when I was young. In the 70s, that was about it. That was my thing then. And motorbikes and stuff like that. You know, there we go. The wild old days.
So what did you guys think about disco?
No, not really so much. I was into Deep Purple and stuff. I was into, you know.
Yeah,
I was actually.
I
I'm
know
more
you
disco
were.
now.
I know you were. I've seen pictures. Have you seen the picture of John when he was younger?
I haven't seen it. No, John.
I got a copy of it. He sent
I
it.
heard your story. I heard your story of you and the whiskey in the car and the competition, the
Oh yeah,
music
oh yeah.
competition. I thought that was a cool story. But I
Mm,
haven't seen pictures of that era.
yeah, they are around. Yeah,
Mm.
I'll show them to your minds. I'll have to find them.
So
So Jackie says she's pretty blonde with all the phone stuff, the computers. She can do what she needs to do, and outside of that, she asks Google. I'm wondering if this is a woman thing, Roger. If maybe me and Jackie and your mom have some sort of womany attitude towards technology.
I use
Maybe
Google.
when men complain about women and cars, it's sort of the similar thing of women and computers are similar to women and cars.
I use Google too. I mean, there's nothing
Mm.
wrong with that.
No,
It's
I
like,
use Google.
I mean,
Google for
I'm, I'm,
everything now.
I'm okay with it. the The thing I don't like is like Facebook. Whenever, especially when you see women getting addicted to freaking Candy Crush and freaking
Oh
Yeah.
yeah.
Farmville. Like,
Yeah.
what the heck is the deal with this obsession with Farmville too? You know what I mean? Come on, man. Are you serious? You know,
Well, you play it with your friends, Roger.
Yeah.
your
It's a thing that you
friends.
play with your friends.
You play Farmville with your friends, so you build freaking ranches and
You
stuff like
trade
that.
with your friends, and then you send them requests. Please, can I have these many eggs? And then one of your friends gives you your eggs, and then you feel all happy and joyful because your friend gave you eggs. It's a thing, man.
I, I,
I never played it.
I remember playing Cafe World in the early days of Facebook, and my partner played it, and she used to do long shifts, and she used to ask me to like check on her cafe and stuff. And one time I forgot all about it, and she came back, and I told her she was in a foul mood and speak to me for ages. And I was like,
I
"Oh my
bet.
god!"
Yeah,
I just remembered about it now.
I remember Cafe.
Cafe World, yeah,
Yep, I remember that.
Farmville,
You had to make sure the tables were cleared off and
yeah,
all the food was made and everything was out, taking orders and stuff. I'm
yeah,
so glad I walked away from Facebook because it wasn't just the games; it was the atmosphere. You know what I mean? And
Yes.
I'm getting that way with YouTube too because like I don't like the environment it's creating. You know what I mean? Especially being somebody who's a creator who freaking go. And I don't even like using the word creator. I'm starting to use it more now, but like
Hmm.
making videos and everything. You know what I mean? Like when you're in there and you're making videos, I don't think your first priority should be your views. You know what I mean? Like that.
Yeah. No.
Like we're sitting here, like you mentioned earlier, we're having serious conversations. You know what I mean? This right here is important for us, but we're
yeah,
not going to be like on the top 10 freaking list of subjects that people on YouTube's watching. When in reality, this is the kind of stuff people need to be talking about. You know?
Yes.
yeah. Well, my perception of it has changed a lot. I'm a long time YouTuber now, 2000, it's coming to 8 years now, I think it is. And for years, it's always about views. And when I was earning money, it was about earning money and stuff like that. Not that I do any more from it, but all about views. But now my perception is, if I make a video, especially podcast, and sometimes it has on this video as well, this series. If I sort of touch one person's life and they think, oh, really needed to see this to hear this, that is me. It's like gold to me. I think, yes, that's what I need. That's why I need to make this video, and that's what I
Mm.
aim for now. Because I remember we did a video on OMT, and Roger was talking about drug addiction and alcoholism and stuff like that. And one person commented about it after they'd been through something similar, and he was really, he was really touched by what Roger said. And I thought, wow, the fact that video didn't get a lot of views, it doesn't matter that it reached one person. Obviously, there's other people it reached, of course, but because it reached that one person, it was like, yes, this is why I'm doing it. This is what I want, and this is what I aim for now. Every especially solo videos, that's what I try to do. Is just if I reach one person, then I'm over the moon. That's what I try to do. So, I apologize if you can hear my son singing in the background.
Oh no, I can't.
Can't hear him. All right,
Lucky.
he's in the other rooms. I didn't know if you could hear him.
Oh.
I think that's
Yeah.
great right there. And that's something else, too. Like, um, and I have an issue about this because a lot of people are like that. If you listen to people on YouTube, especially, and they're doing what we're doing, they'll get all frustrated and upset if freaking a door opens or freaking somebody comes in and starts talking. You know what I mean? And for me personally, I think it's great when somebody's kid comes in and says something nice to them. Freaking, there's nothing wrong with that. Or like your cat, your cat's sitting up there. If he takes and starts pawing at you, I love that, and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Um, I don't think that becoming somebody who's doing a YouTube video, I don't think that they should be frustrated or irritated because they're living in a real world where real things happen, where the door opens or people want to talk to you. You know what I mean? If you guys are sitting there and you have a conversation with somebody that's standing next to you, take time to talk to them, and we'll freaking keep the show going. That's how I feel about it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I
Absolutely.
don't get frustrated and upset and make a fool out of yourself with your family because you're trying to make the perfect video or the perfect stream. You know what I mean? Just be yourself. That's the thing that frustrates me about people when it comes to YouTube when they're making their videos because they get frustrated over that stuff, and it's not something you should be irritated or frustrated about. Just be yourself, you know.
Yeah. I used to get frustrated, but like now, my gaming channel gets 4 times more views in 48 hours than this channel does, and this channel has got 140,000 more subs in it. But it just shows for some reason that channel is popular, and whatever I'm doing it is popular. But I could be frustrated about it. I think, I am with this big channel, and I'm only getting these X amount of views, but I'm not because, as Roger says, it's just important to talk about stuff that some people need to hear. Some people need really in a place they need to hear about some of the stuff we talk. Not saying this particular episode, but other episodes of this series, maybe, or my podcasts, or videos that you do, Bob does, or Roger does. They're like they could be around for a long time. Our videos could be around after we're long gone. And one day someone might stumble across them and think, "Oh my God, that means that is just what I need to hear now." And it does, I just think it's important. I think it really is. And as I say, I've been involved with the subs. The subs go down. My subs go down every day on this channel because I'm not doing content that as I've said before, my long-term subs want to see. And it did used to bother me, but it doesn't now because there's more important things in life to worry about. I mean, there's a young ladies, friends of my partner, 40, going through breast cancer and stuff now, and it's quite heartbreaking to see it. She's really, really bad, and it's just like puts things in perspective. You can't worry about losing subs, losing views, and you've got a poor woman who may be terminal. We don't know, hopefully she's not, but she may be. It just brings you right back to earth. I think, well, what the hell does that all matter? What's it matter if you lose 100 subs in one day, or what's it matter when you look in the big picture of stuff? It's life is what matters, and living it to the best that you can, and being the best person you can is what I think we should be worrying about. If we need to worry about anything, we should be thinking about that, not like stuff like this, which especially young YouTubers, they're awful. They could have a potentially good channel, and they'll just delete it. Oh, I've had no views to this, no. I think, well, you need to look at the bigger picture. You can't. You've got to just. And so, here we go.
Well, getting back to Minds and the affiliate program you mentioned, Roger, I think that's for me what the benefit of the internet is. I mean, when we grew up with media that was one way. The radio or the TV spoke to us, and if we had an opinion, the opinion was with the people that we were with. But now you have this sort of way of being, like we are here and with Jackie in the chat, and we're having this interactive media experience where, I mean, you're in Wales, John, you're in America, Roger, and I'm here in New Zealand. We would never have met 50 years ago. We would never have had this conversation at all. And Jackie, I don't know where you are, but you wouldn't have been involved. And so this technology for me, the journey that I'm on has been a real journey of learning to interact with people instead of before where I grew up. I was interacting with the television screen. But now we can do this actual human to human contact. And for some people, like me, I'm not very good with people, and so I tend to have less friends, but sort of be more picky about them. And on the internet, there's just such a big audience, is that you can find people that can connect with you over things that are kind of unusual or sort of niche, if you like. So it's just nice, I find. It's just nice to be able to have these options and these ways of using technology that offer you a doorway into another world, a different experiment, maybe, in living. Because, I mean, we sure have figured out a lot of things that aren't working very well. And so to have this technology and to be able to get together person to person and have conversations that you don't really get to have. Well, we didn't get to have when we were younger.
Oh, we've lost Roger, have we?
Roger.
We've lost Roger.
Oh, goodness me.
Hang on. I think it means we've lost the stream then.
That means we've lost the stream.
Hang on.
Oh, okay.
And you have to wait for him to come back now because I can't. Can I? I don't know if I can do it. Oh shit! I think I might get. I'm talking to you, but it's not being like streamed now.
No, I can see on YouTube it's just stopped.
Yeah.
Oh, well.
I don't know what to say now.
Well, what do we do? Do we wait for Roger to come back, maybe?
Best.
Okay. Well, that was quite interesting, having Jackie with us.
Yeah. I can't really... If I start streaming now and then Roger comes back and streaming, it's going to be a lot of... need to come back.
Don't worry about it. I mean, it's 12:59. We've been going for an hour.
Yeah.
It might just be that we came to a natural end and it cut off.
Maybe.
I mean, we'll be like maybe 5 minutes shorter than an hour.
Yeah.
Oh, well.
Yeah.
That was great. That was great.
Yeah, wait a minute. I'm just typing to Jackie what's going on.
Do watching. Watch live.
Yeah. I'm like a few minutes behind on the thing. We might as well just end it then, is it? Because it's an hour now anyway, isn't it? Doesn't look like Roger's coming back.
I don't think so.
Oh, well, no one's going to see this anyway, so I am recording it myself this side, but I'm not really going to upload it with just the sake of like a couple of minutes, which is just me and you talking. There's no point really. No. So I'll say goodbye then is the best thing then.
Yeah, thank you so much.
And we'll see you soon.
See you soon, yeah. Have a great rest of your day.
Okay, and you. Goodbye.
Thanks, John.
Bye.
Alright. It looks like we could be still on when it comes to Old Man Talking. I believe that one is going on. I've got to go to Odyssey to check that one out. So let's see what's happening. I hope that it's still going, but I'm not quite sure. Yeah, that could be done. But we are getting something going on with the thing. So I want to apologize to everybody for the inconvenience. I had an internet interruption that has taken place. Bob Dub says, thanks, guys. Awesome chat. See you next week. Uh, Jackie Heisman, I'm still here. So lovely to meet you, Jackie, from Bob Dub. There is another show with Roger and Bob Dub in days at 11 GMT. Too complex for me. That's probably from John. He always says interesting stuff like that. Very nice to meet you too, Bob Dub. That's from Jackie Heidman. Jackie, we appreciate you in chat, and you are always welcome on the show if you want. Just let us know if you're interested in coming in and viewing the show, being part of the show if you want to get on board and talk. So you're more than welcome. I do want to apologize about that. It's coming to 6:04 anyhow, so I guess I could end the show. I apologize for this happening. This actually is the first actual live stream for Old Men Talking on Wonderful World of Weirdness. We've always archived here, and John brought the idea up to us to do a live stream. Oh, you're all right. I mean, if you want to, you can come in. You don't have to have a mic or a cam. You can type in your messages as you listen. We'll welcome you to it. I'll start posting links and everything for you if you want to come in and actually be on the Jitsi link with us, okay? So don't worry about that, Jackie. You're more than welcome to. Like I said, I do want to apologize about this. That was my fault. It wasn't old John's or anybody's. So, Jackie, thank you for being in chat. Thank you, Bob Dub, for it was John that was hosting today. So thank you for hosting, John. And with that, I guess I'll bring it to an end. I'm doing the streaming, and I'm the one that messed up on it, so it's nobody else's fault but mine. I hope you guys enjoyed it. And after the stream, the comment section is still there too, so leave a comment if you want. We'll get back to it and everything. I appreciate that. Jackie says this kind of thing happens on live stream all the time. Don't feel bad about it. I understand that too. We use Jitsi and it bounces off. That's what I thought the problem was first, but apparently it wasn't. So let me go ahead and get off of here before we end up losing the internet, and I will talk to you guys later. So thank you for sticking around, and I will archive this and have it uploaded on my channel. I'll send a copy to everybody else too, and I will talk to you later, Jackie. Thank you for being here. Stop YouTube. Come on here. Wow. Is that serious? Mm-hmm. They shut it down. Mm-hmm. They freaking shut it down. Okay, so I'm having some issues. Apparently, mine's has shut their streaming down. I did not know that was taking place. So let me see what's going on there. I do find that kind of odd. Here, I'll get it straightened out. It's just going to take a second. It's very odd. Mine's player wivepeer.com might be temporarily down, or it may have moved permanently to a new website. Alright. Good to know. At least this time it posted. That was the second time it did it too. Hit refresh. Looks like mine's is closing up shop. So, it helped me make my mind up. I can take that off of there now and not worry about it. Okay, I'm going to have to go and find out why I'm getting this echo. Something's not right here. Okay, mic's off on there. See what the sound sounds like. Alright, that's... Alright, so that has to stay on. I'm using Mark Edworthy. I'm using his Medworthy streaming for my that could be it right there. Yeah, I believe it is. Yep. Hopefully everything's fine. So put that in widescreen, and this can be the majority of my video, just the chat. Actually, let me go and do something really quick. There we go. Exit full screen. Exit full screen. Yeah. Tested my audio out real quick. Exit full screen. Yeah. Tested my audio. Sounding good. Alright, so that's all working out. Now I gotta pull up my notes. What I'm going to do today is just kind of recap on some of the stuff that we've done. I've been wanting to do that in a lot of the streams I've been doing, but everybody keeps giving me grief about it. It really is a good idea to go over some of the stuff that you've covered. That way you can keep yourself balanced and know what track you're on and what direction you're going. You know, it's very important. Yeah, here we go. So I've got those available and they're ready to go. 8 minutes to go before 10 and I will be back. Yes, I know that I am muted and I did that for a reason because I don't want an echo. I can already hear it. So stop sending me notifications every time. Yeah, okay. Now, give me a second and I will be back. So, I am back, and I've got to set this up. I'm just going to do it on full screen, and also pull up my notes. Now, I have 6 minutes. Or no, I have 4 minutes. So what I'm going to do is just kind of go through and say some updates on what's going on. I did finally get my schedule out for 2024 for my streaming, and the timeline is going to go like this, what's written on the screen. Sundays I'm going to do Tech Talk. That's going to be live with Roger Hanson. Now, there has been some changes since I took a break from streaming for the holidays. A friend of mine, everybody knows him by Old John. He's also John Clark. He has Old John's Gaming, plus another channel that he has called The Wonderful World of Weirdness. Here recently, he was planning on giving up Wonderful World of Weirdness, and I convinced him to let me come in and be partners with him on that channel on YouTube. And we've been putting a team together basically of people that's going to collaborate on Wonderful World of Weirdness, and well, want to stream on there. So I will be doing live with Roger Hanson, as well as Home Away from YouTube and Wonderful World of Weirdness. So those are all on my schedule. Now, Home Away from YouTube isn't scheduled into time. It's basically interviews that take place at the time given, you know what I mean? Time, each separate time. So that's not going to be on the schedule. But anyhow, on Sunday there's Tech Talk, and that's with on live with the Roger Hanson. It's going to be 3 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, 5 p.m. Central Standard Time, 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 11 p.m. GMT, 8 a.m. KST, and that's going to be on Monday, 10 a.m. Australian Eastern Daylight Time, that's on Monday, and 12 p.m. New Zealand Daylight Time on Monday. KST is Korean Standard Time, and that's going to be 8 a.m. on Monday. So on my Monday, which is today, every day we're going to have Roger's Real Time Talk Show event, and that's going to be with live with the Roger Hanson. It's going to be at 8 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, 10 a.m. Central Standard Time, 11 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, 4 p.m. GMT, 1 a.m. Korean Standard Time on Tuesday, 3 a.m. Australian Eastern Daylight Time on Tuesday, 5 a.m. New Zealand Daylight Time on Tuesday. Now on my Tuesday there's going to be Old Men Talking. That's going to be through Wonderful World of Weirdness. That'll be at 3 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, 5 a.m. Central Standard Time, 6 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, 11 a.m. GMT, that's UK time, England, 8 p.m. Korean Standard Time on, I believe, the same day. Yeah, Korean Standard Time, 10 p.m. Australian Eastern Daylight Time, and then it'll be 12 a.m. New Zealand Daylight Time on Wednesday. Now, on Thursday, that's when we do Into the Abyss with Roger Hanson. That's going to be on Wonderful World of Weirdness. That's going to be the same time as what Old Man Talking was, but it'll be on Thursday instead of Tuesday. And then on Friday, it's going to be Duality with me and Bob Dub on Wonderful World of Weirdness, same time as the other two. Then on Friday, we're still going to have our Minds Roundtable weekend event. It's going to be live with Roger Hanson, 1 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, 3 p.m. Central Standard Time, 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 9 p.m. GMT, England, UK, 6 a.m. Korean Standard Time, Saturday, 8 a.m. Australian Eastern Daylight Time, Saturday, 10 a.m. New Zealand Daylight Time on Saturday. Now we got a new one coming out too. It's going to be on Saturday. That's going to be the Summer Todd's Mystery Show with on Wonderful World of Weirdness. I'm going to be on there as Summer Todd's co-host. That's going to be at 5 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, 7:30 p.m. Central Standard Time, Central Standard Time, 8:30 Eastern Standard Time, 1:30 GMT, UK, England on Sunday. Now 10:30 a.m. Korean Standard Time on Sunday, 12:30 p.m. Australian Eastern Daylight Time on Sunday, and 2:30 p.m. New Zealand Daylight Time on Sunday. Now this is all going to start today, at the beginning of 2024, and we'll start it off with this show right here, Roger's Real-Time Talk Show event. And I'm going to be recapping what has been previously discussed so far concerning politics. Alright, just wanted to start the year off right by going over some things we've discussed and moving forward from there. So let's do that. Pull up my notes. So what I want to do is recap on some of the things that we've discussed, me and Mark have. He'll be back later on, so this is my time to go over some stuff. I'd like to first say Happy New Year's to everybody, and I hope you guys had a good Christmas. With that being said, I'm going to move on. Now, we discussed corruption of the judiciary through budget planning and various privileges, both state and private. Now, that involves budget of the judiciary, and it is almost completely controlled by the executive branch in developing countries. So, like in developing countries, isn't like in the UK or the United States or most of Europe. It's, undeveloped countries where the government, it's easier for them to be corrupt, and that when they say the executive branch, they're talking about the president or the king or whatever, those are the executive branch of the country. Now, budget of the judiciary is almost completely controlled by the executive branch in these developed countries. Now, what usually takes place is the Constitution. Me and Mark was talking about that before, and he wasn't even sure if England even had a constitution, and I've had this conversation with somebody else too who is from Germany, and it seems odd to me that most people in Europe don't even know that they have a constitution or not, because I was talking to this guy and he was discussing politics in Germany and what was going on at the time, and we got into a pretty interesting conversation, and I asked him. I was like, "Well, do you know if Germany has a constitution or not?" And he couldn't answer me. He didn't know. Um, and it seems odd to me because I'm old enough to remember the Cold War and whenever the wall fell. Um, it the Let me put it to you this way: the United States wouldn't have allowed the unification of Germany if a constitution wasn't put in place. All right. And I know that because that's what they insisted on with Iraq. Whenever we went into Iraq, they wouldn't let the Iraqi government take power until they had a constitution set in place beforehand. So that is what seems odd to me. Like at some point after the wall fell in Germany to now, the Constitution just disappeared, or it's not mentioned or something, or it was changed, or maybe they came up with some kind of alternative to the Constitution. But whenever I was having the conversation with Mark, I mean, he really didn't know if they had a Constitution or not. That's the best thing he said was like, well, it's been 2,000 years and stuff. I mean, that shouldn't be the answer. I mean, Cromwell was the one who actually caused all of that to where freaking they were actually able to have the freedoms they had because Cromwell rebelled against the king. So there should have been a constitution, matter of fact, that's where it all started, was with Cromwell and John Locke. So it's something that of all countries England should have. So now here in the United States, the Constitution, it sets out the boundaries of federal law, consisting of acts of Congress, treaties ratified by the Senate, regulations promulgated by the executive branch, and case law originating from the federal judiciary, that's the courts. Now, the the United States also has the United States Code, and it's the official compilation of codification of general and permanent federal statutory laws. Now, when you're talking about these statutory laws, you have to also start talking about plenary powers. Okay, now these plenary powers can be given to people which grant unlimited powers. Now the president has the plenary power to grant pardons for people, groups, corporations, and entities. Now Congress also has powers like this too. Now they have unlimited powers to pass laws, levy taxes, wage wars, and arrest people. Congress can create charters with duplicity of its plenary powers in setting rates and prices, charged customers for energy. That's why we have the what is called Department of Energy, yeah. But anyhow, that's what they are. They aren't even a government organization. They're a non-government organization. And this is something that I was really getting into when it comes to corruption in the government, because you see that when it comes to Congress. They did it with with the Department of Energy is one of them. And then you take a look at the Federal Reserve, okay, non-governmental organization. There's no government there whatsoever. take a look at the IRS. The IRS, non-governmental organization, but everybody thinks that it's, a government organization. It's not. Social Security Office, not a government organization, even though they have the picture of the president sitting right up there on their wall. That's deception, okay? They're trying to deceive you into thinking that that's a government office because they have the president's picture sitting on the wall, which in reality, that's not a government organization whatsoever. These organizations have been given plenary powers by Congress and the judiciary, to where they can impose the same powers that Congress can, and that to me is a form of corruption that's been going on for quite a while, and everybody thinks that this stuff is normal and that it's okay because that's just the way it's always been, but it's not. And that's something that I think is more important than having a conversation about illegal aliens sneaking across the border, and all that, because all that is distractions. They're distracting you with that garbage politics so that you're not paying attention to what's really going on behind closed doors. These senators and congressmen are sitting up in Washington, D.C., passing laws under your nose that's going to affect you 20, 30, 40 years from now. And you don't even care because you're too worried about these illegal aliens sneaking across the border, And this is the way that they've been doing it for 40, 50 years, as long as I know. Since I was a kid, all of it, and now it's the same stuff. You're hearing it over and over again. The only difference is now you have the internet. Okay, so now you get to hear these hate mongers getting on the internet. They probably don't even vote, but they want to get on there and fight and argue over frickin' who's better, Donald Trump or frickin' Joe Biden. I don't care about either of them, to be honest with you. This is the stuff that's important to me, and I think until this stuff is actually discussed and people think about it and talk about it, nothing's going to change. Okay, it's going to it will change, to be honest. It's going to get worse. And the reason why it's going to get worse is because nobody wants to look at the boring stuff. Nobody wants to look at plenary powers and how frickin' the United States is allowing frickin' this to be done and this to be done with frickin' Congress's backing, and this stuff affects everybody. It doesn't just affect the United States. I mean, this honestly is one of the most powerful countries in the world. So what happens in the United States affects everybody else too. So now Congress can create charters of duplicity with its powers. It can set rates, price charges, and prices. They can charge customers for energy. These prices are also exempt from review. Now, if you remember, they did that with the Federal Reserve too. The Federal Reserve until I think the 90s, with Ross Perot, or not Ross Perot, but what's his name? His son's in office now. The old man actually became. He actually started monitoring the Federal Reserve. I forgot his name, but anyhow, Ron Paul. Ron Paul Sr. No, not Junior. But before he started going after it, the Federal Reserve could just set prices on money and everything, and nobody was regulating it. Nobody was watching it. That's something that nobody pays attention to either. And this isn't a governmental organization. You know, a governmental organization is like the DMV, Department of Motor Vehicles. Believe it or not, the post office is even a government office. But all these other ones aren't. The IRS, it's not a government organization. It's a non-governmental organization because it is constitutionally illegal for anybody to freaking be taxed on their income. All right, constitutionally, it is illegal for the government to do that. So what they did is they created loopholes so that they could get away with it. That's what happened when you got that New Deal. Okay, sorry to tell you guys that, but that's why you got income taxes today, because there was a New Deal that was going to save you. Well, guess what? Now you're saved. So I'm not gonna get into that as much now. I wanted to go on to another thing that we're reviewing, and it's the United States Code. Now, the United States Code, man, it's been a couple weeks since I've had to talk very much, so it's starting to affect my throat. The United States Code is an official compilation of codifications of general and permanent federal statutory laws, like I said. So long as they are in accordance with the Constitution of the United States, federal law treaties preempt conflicting states and territorial laws in the 50 U.S. states and territories. Now, they preempt, okay? That doesn't mean that they are more powerful than the state laws, because the states, okay, the states have more power, and this is the reason why, okay? Federal preemptive isn't universal, okay? It's very limited. In the United States, we have a dual sovereign system, okay, and it's federalism. Now, states are the plenary sovereigns, and sovereignty is the people. Each and every person in the United States is a part of the sovereignty, okay? Just like the states are the sovereign, okay? They're the plenary sovereigns for the government. So the federal government only goes off of one constitution, okay? But each state within the United States has their own constitution, okay? So you have 50 state constitutions, while the federal government is limited to only one constitution, the federal constitution that everybody knows about. All right. Now, state constitutions, they can grant broader rights to their citizens than that of the federal constitution, but that's also goes the same way as long as they don't infringe on any of the federal constitutional rights. So that's how the government is working with these rights, okay, and how the Constitution works. With that being said, now these compilations and codifications of general and permanent federal statutory laws, these are something that are very dangerous, if you ask me. This is 100% government. This has nothing to do with elected officials. These are people who don't even get elected into office who make these codified statutory laws. There's laws that are being passed behind closed doors without even reaching the floor of the freaking House of Representatives here in the United States. So they just go back in a back room and they sign their names. You know, first they allowed, and don't get me wrong, I mean, I think it's okay to wear seatbelts, it's safe, but first they got away with it back when they started the seatbelt laws. Okay, that was when it really started. Now that is an example of these codifications and for the statutory laws. Then they went from there to mandatory insurance. So now cars have to have mandatory insurance, and if they don't, they have to freaking pay a fine or possibly spend time in jail. Now, don't get me wrong, I think it's important for cops to, you know, arrest people who are drunk drivers and stuff like that, and things of that nature. But I don't think that freaking they should be pulling people over and giving them tickets because they're not wearing a safety belt. That's overstepping the government's power. And they've been doing this, and it just keeps getting worse and worse. Now they're wanting universal medical insurance. Okay, hello, you know what I mean? That's the thing that gets me, is like all these countries, they look at the United States and they're like, oh, why are you guys acting all crazy? You're falling apart. No, man. You're actually opened up to more media now, and you're seeing what real freedom is, you know? This is freedom. This conflict that you see here in the United States is exactly what freedom looks like. Like England, okay? England was restricted to the BBC, which is a state-ran television. They showed you what they wanted you to see, okay? You didn't get to watch real TV until frickin' like the 90s, late 90s, early 2000s. That was it. Before then, you watched what they wanted you to watch. It's just like here in the United States. We can't watch BBC from London. It's still restricted. We get to watch BBC England or United States, US, you know. They feed us what we get to watch here in the United States, but we can't watch the same shows that you watch there in England. So, and you might not think that's important, but you know what? You've got the donut, which is in it's in the southern part of London, I believe, and these people have been spying on the people within England's telephone calls since the 1970s, okay, and getting away with it. Nobody's said anything about it. They're okay with it. It's like, no problem. That's just the way it is, you know. That's not freedom, you know. So that's the one thing that I've noticed. There are people who believe that they're free, and they're not. They just are not free, and they think they are. No, you're only familiar with the things that you're given. So, with all this turmoil and stuff going on here in the United States, you just need to understand that that's what happens with freedom. There was turmoil in the United States back when George Washington was around, believe it or not. I was talking before about George Mason, and he got up and walked out of the Constitutional Convention because he wasn't going to sign the Constitution. And they argued and fought about it. George Mason and George Washington were childhood friends, and because of that, their friendship had ended, and they never spoke to one another ever again because of it. But see, you don't hear that in the history books. So you need to kind of put things into perspective. Just because things are chaotic over here the way it is right now doesn't mean that freedom isn't taking place, you know what I mean? And that things aren't the way it's supposed to be in a constitutional government, because this is how constitutional government is ran. Okay, go find your constitution and see if your country has one. Because if it doesn't, you need to be asking why it doesn't. If you live in Europe, there's every country within that continent was supposed to have a constitution except for two, maybe three. I think Poland and another one. I can't remember the names of it. So, okay. We basically have covered everything that I wanted to babble about. So, let me see how much time we put in. Okay, yeah, I put 41 minutes in. Yeah, Mark's gonna love it. I came on here and I started running my mouth. He's gonna be like, "Oh no." Yeah, we got about 41 minutes into it. It was interesting that Mines did that. I just realized that it was shut down. I couldn't live stream on there. And I noticed a couple other people's streams are gone too, so I had my suspicions. I know things are going bad with Mines right now. It took me until from September all the way until New Year's just before New Year's before I could get my last payout on my monetization, and I got frustrated. Don't get me wrong, I got really frustrated about it. But I did get it, so I'm just gonna be done with it. I am still gonna try to support Mines as much as I can, but at this stage, I'm not going to be doing Mines Plus again. So I believe it's in September or October. I won't have Mines Plus, which is fine because that means I won't be live streaming, which they're not making available anymore. I can do my videos through Rumble and uploads and stuff like that and share them. I share people's stuff on Mines all the time. Check out Bob Dub, she's pretty cool. VJM Publishing, that's Vince, he's pretty cool too. Him and Bob Dub do awesome shows out of New Zealand. Need to check him out. If you don't know who Jaffe Ryder is, check him out. He's got the World WRPR and Pirate Network. Yeah, PN. Yeah, WRP. The Pirate Network. Yeah, that's what he's got. He's a good guy. It's just hard to catch him on shows because he's all the way over in Korea, so I've been able to watch him here in Central Standard Time at 11 p.m. So Eastern. Well, that's some of his shows. He's got two other ones that he gets into too. So check out our YouTube channel too. On YouTube, it's called Wonderful World of Weirdness. It's really a good channel. It always has been. Old John had that was his prodigy. That was his baby, that was what he started out with, and he did a real good job on it. And we're going to try to keep it going. So if you guys have time, check that out because it's a really good channel. You can also check mine out. I got a few of them. I've got Strange Stories. I've also got, I've got the Praetorian and, mostly the Praetorian and Strange Stories. So, and then Gaming with Infamous, but that's my gaming channel. Only the gamers would be interested in that, and they don't watch these interviews. I don't get too many comments from them on this one, so I believe I've covered 45 minutes. So I'm going to go ahead and get off of here because I am bored and I want to go to sleep. I've been up editing all night. So I finally was able to get I was able to get all of January covered with podcasts on Spotify. So there's on Spotify there's Live with Roger Hanson from today all the way up until January the 31st. I'll have more on there going until we run out of episodes that we've done on here. So if you want to watch everything over again, they're on Spotify. Also, we have a let me stop. Oh, and I've besides doing the Spotify too, I got all my games up and going for anybody who is following me on my games. They are starting in January and going all the way to the end. I had to really bust my hump on getting that straightened out. And then going over the calendar that you see on the screen there, the schedule. Bob Dub helped me, or helped us, me and John, with the calendars, setting them up on Discord. We have a Discord channel. If you guys are interested in joining that, please come in and join it. We'd love to have your feedback and everything and get to listen to us behind the scenes when we're not streaming. Just like here on Minds, okay? This right here is my chat. All those chats is usually everybody that we've been dealing with on Minds chat. So come in and go into the general chat room. If you want to get in touch with me, tag me and I'll welcome you to my rooms. John has some too, and Bob Dub is in them. If you guys want to hang out with Bob Dub, chat with her. You got Mark and Tan, all of them, and we're all there hanging out. Mr. Robot, he's still there. So oh wow, I am done. Well, I hope you guys enjoyed today's show. If you did, please leave a comment. Let me know what you think. Give me some feedback. I'd love to hear what you have to say. And have a good night or a good day, whichever one.
Good evening, everybody. It is the 6th of January, 2024, and welcome to a brand new live stream show called Duality, which will be streaming live on, I think it's your Friday, it's my Saturday morning, and I'm in New Zealand. We're going to be streaming on Rumble and on YouTube. And we are going to be talking about all things opposite, dualities, right? And so, just to get going, I would like to first start off by thanking very much John and Roger from the wonderful world of weirdness who have made this possible for me. John has owned the wonderful World of Weirdness channel for quite a few years and has built it up to be a really interesting and informative show of all sorts of different types of content. And Roger has very recently come on board as a co-owner, and they have helped me to start doing this show of my own. So, gentlemen, thank you very, very much indeed, and thank you for being with me here tonight.
It's a pleasure. I appreciate you letting me be here with you. It's pretty good.
Thank you.
You're very quiet, Roger.
I'm very
Yes.
quiet. Oh,
Yeah, you were.
You,
I'm better now.
you never told me I was ever quiet a day of my life, John.
Mhm.
It's like
That was the first time.
okay. So what's
Okay, so how's it now? Are we still got quietness there, or are we?
yeah,
Yeah.
we got quiet.
All good on the stream here anyway.
Okay,
Stream is perfect.
so what's the topic today for us?
All right.
Dub?
So, yes, the topic for us today, what I want to start with is that love is the core of masculinity. And I have been thinking around this topic because I've been trying to come up with an article that I've been writing. And it's really an important concept for me, because I have been doing this research into duality and into the main forces that govern the universe. Of course, the first set of main forces is good and evil. And these are conflicting forces that are continually fighting with each other for dominance. And I think that you will have noticed from the videos you've watched on this channel before, that this is a constant theme with many of us, is that we strive for positivity, we strive for goodness, we fight all our lives against evil. But there is another duality that is very, very important, and that is not talked about and is becoming increasingly more difficult to talk about. And that is the opposition of masculinity and femininity. And it is the second axis. And unlike the axis of good and evil, where there is an oppositional force, the axis of masculinity and femininity is a cooperative force. And you can think of the forces of masculinity and femininity being in a lifelong dance for achieving unity and achieving harmony between them. And why I wanted to choose this as the inaugural topic for tonight, for this show, is that I have experienced personally a very dark night of the soul. And it has been through the most amazing masculine nurturing of me, and guidance and teaching and all sorts of support that has actually brought me from a state of really deep depression and post-traumatic stress disorder on very strong psychiatric medicines and almost unable to function, to a place where I am now, as you can see, starting to build my life again and move forward. The very first person who I encountered was a guy on minds.com called Willie Leave, who told me that the purpose of life was to love. Shortly after him, I met Chris Dogood. Chris Dogood was an amazing friend to me, and when he saw me wallowing in self-pity and self-destruction, he stepped up and said to me, pull yourself together. And later on he said, wow, when I did that, I had to really hold my breath because I didn't know how you were going to respond. So he, at a lot of personal risk to himself, reached out to me. He introduced me to Jaffe Ryder, who, as you know, has just had the very, very successful Christmas telethon that he runs every year, which is the Secret Santa. And through Jaffe and Pirate Radio Network, I was introduced to Roger, and then Roger introduced me to John. So it's been this amazing personal experience for me of how I experience it, is how I describe it as being fished out of the pit by God's army. And it has been a very deeply personal, deeply moving experience to discover this type of healing. And yesterday I was reading somewhere about something that it was describing how God was feminine. And it was saying that the reason that God is feminine is that the nature of God is love. And it just made me go back to this article that I've been researching for and discover and again and go into it more deeply and see that in fact love as a divine principle is very, very closely equated with the great masculine axis. So yes, that is my introduction, and I would like to then just hand over to you, Roger, and ask you, what is your perspective on duality and masculinity and femininity? How do you see it?
Well, you mentioned a lot of good things on the topic of feminine and masculinity, and what really stuck out to me was the nurturing part that you were talking about. That is really a strong energy for the feminine aspect of the duality between feminism and masculinity, because like with the feminine, what I've learned is with the feminine energy, nurturing, being receptive, creative, expressive, and being intuitive is a big part of it. You know what I mean? That's kind of what it is. And for me personally, I don't see there. I don't see. Well, let me try to say this the best way I can. I'm getting a lot of chatter too. Hold on a minute. I'll turn that down a little bit. Is that helping out with the chatter sounds?
Yeah, it's not too bad. Yeah, how's it for you, John?
Yeah, there's a little bit of I think it's picking up from your mic, Bob, because when Roger was speaking, it was flashing up that you were speaking even though you weren't. So
Really?
my mic was turned off. It must be your volume of your computer, maybe.
Okay, now
You can hear it when you're talking. You hear it when others. Maybe I don't know. I just did it a little bit, but otherwise it was fine.
It was happening with me. I smacked my mic around a little bit.
Yeah, my mic was off. Yeah, and I've turned off the stream audio on YouTube this time. I made sure it wasn't me this time.
Okay, let me make sure. Now, what I was referring to on the feminine aspects when it comes to what I was saying is it's the feminine energy. You know what I mean? It's not necessarily just the aspects. It's the energy that comes from the feminine side, which the nurturing comes from. And I personally don't. I think, like I said, I need to say this properly. You know what I mean? Because it's very important. People have to come to an understanding that there's no battle going on between the feminine and the masculine. Okay, we all have both aspects within us, and when we deny one or the other, what we're doing is causing frustration for ourselves. Everybody has an aspect that is feminine and one that's masculine. And I think, and I really don't like doing this because a lot of people who make blogs about this topic and they do videos, they always push this and it always comes out, but it's a reason, because it has to be mentioned. Okay, one of the biggest mistakes I think people did when it came to the feminine and the masculine was they connected it to a gender. You know what I mean? They made feminine towards the female and masculine towards the male, and I think that was one of the biggest mistakes that was ever made, because we all have a little bit of both, or we all have both in us. You know what I mean? And when there's a conflict going on there, that means that you are denying a part of yourself that's there. You know what I mean? So that's one thing that I feel about I'm sorry about what you were discussing that sticks out to me. You have to accept the both parts of it. So with that, I'm just gonna let one of you guys talk because I've talked way too much.
Oh, that's a very, very interesting perspective. I really agree with you on that, Roger. And I think that from a psychology point of view, from particularly Jung, he says that men develop their masculine side first, get to midlife, and swap over and start developing their feminine side. Whereas women develop their feminine side first and then get to midlife, swap over, and start developing their masculine side. So a truly mature person is somebody who's been able to integrate both sides of the axis. And so, yes, it is absolutely. And I do want to stress again that the oppositional forces are good and evil. The cooperative forces are masculine and feminine. So definitely, cooperative. And so, John, would you like to contribute? You've said you don't really have much to say, but I'm sure you do have an opinion.
To be honest, when we're in the spirit realm, when we're not on this planet, so to speak, we're male and female. We're both. We're not one or the other. We're both. And it's, how can I say, when we're compressed into a body on this planet, then because we're born a male, we're told we got to be male. We're sort of like conditioned that we have to be male because we're in a male body. Or if we're in a female body, we're sort of conditioned. You've got to be female. That's the way society is to us. And I agree with what Roger's saying. We've got both sides, both in our nature. It's you find the people that have trouble talking about it are the macho men, big muscles or something like that, and they say, I can't be female. They're just like embracing one part of themselves. It's up to them what they do. Everyone's individual, everyone's who they are. But basically, in our core beings, we're both. We're female and male and female. I say out of this planet, that's what we would be. We would just be one. Our person, our core, our soul is both. So getting the balance when you're in a human body is the challenge. Then is to get the right balance between it both, in my opinion. So,
and see, for me, I think a lot of people misunderstand what feminine and masculine. Excuse me. What feminine and masculine are. You know what I mean? Like, I was taking down some notes earlier because I didn't want to mess up on this. But when people think of being masculine, they think that it's the big sports guy, the big tough and rumbling guy. But there's a lot more that's classified as masculine. Just like with being feminine, there's more that's involved with the feminine as well. For example, for the feminine aspects of Dharma, that's virtue and purification. You know what I mean? Where the masculine aspects of Dharma is order, customs, duties, rights, laws, and conduct. And you'll find it all within the Hindu writings, and even in the Buddhists, I believe they believe in Dharma too, don't they, Bob Dub?
Yes, absolutely.
But there's tons of writing when it comes to the masculine and the feminist. And I was just mentioning it on chat too, to where I was thinking maybe have a conversation over the Beatitudes out of the New Testament. I mean, there's a lot that you could classify as both feminine and masculine as well. So, I mean, it's everywhere. Like whenever you're like okay, for us example, we're sitting here and we're working on the channel, we're setting up videos and stuff. Every time we go and we organize the videos and we put descriptions on the videos, and we do the outlines and set up the introduction and the outros and all that stuff. What we're doing is we're doing a form of masculine work, you know what I mean? Whereas the feminine is more towards like the beauty, you know what I mean? Like in nature, it's the beauty of nature that's the feminine aspect of nature. Whereas the masculine aspect of nature would be the underlying power, you know what I mean? The underlying energies and stuff that's going on. That's the stuff that works behind the scenes. So when you're looking at the beauty in nature, what you're looking at is the feminine aspects of that of nature. You know what I'm saying? So that's and it's hard to explain. It really is hard to explain, but that's the best way I can say it. You know.
It is hard to explain. It is very hard to explain, and it's wonderful that we can do this as a series and unpack these things slowly over the weeks, because it is deeply complex and it does need a very careful examination. And I think that how I see the very broad categories that I put into masculinity and femininity, I feel that masculinity has, as you were saying, Roger, a lot to do with doing things, building things, making things, being out there in the world and getting things done. Whereas the feminine aspects are much more relational and much more, as you were saying earlier, nurturant. And so there are those two very broad categories, but then they're not, again, not related to gender, because even though women and men have very different relationships, have different relationships, they both have relationships. So you can't say having relationships is a feminine characteristic and therefore men are bad at it. Mm-hmm. So it takes a lot of real thought and care, I think, to get to the place where you can see what the correct balance is in your life. What do you think, John? You were talking about spiritual balance. Do you think that sort of growth of spirituality and the growth of maturity is related to your sort of development of your femininity and masculinity?
To be honest, I'm not sure, because I never I'm not good at categorizing things. I just see things in black and white, so I don't really know. I don't think, because of part of me I'm like this, or part of me I don't think that way. It might something I can explain. I was just thinking about you saying then, and I just thought I can't really, because that's just the way I am. Everything's in black and white to me. I just am what I am, and obviously I'm obviously a man. I'm born into a man's body and what have you, but I just am what I am. You know, I'm not, and I can't really. I find it hard to categorize it because I just not something I've ever really thought about. But I don't know. I do agree though. Conflicting, suppressing part of yourself, if you be a female side or a male side, I don't think people should do that. They should try and find a balance. They don't have to go outside in the world and say, "Oh, I'm embracing my female side." You don't have to do that. You can just do it in your own home. You just in your own mind, whatever, you know. But I do think, you're asking for trouble if you sort of, from a spiritual point of view as well, because any sort of suppression of emotions, like male or female sides, any type of suppression is bad for your soul. It's bad for you. It's not good. So, in that sense, that's what I really got to say about that.
Now, like, whenever it comes to like masculine attributes, though, especially when it comes to society, there's it encompasses things like courage, decisiveness, protection, responsibility, authority, bravery, honor, and it also it's the establishment of law and order. So when you're talking about stuff like that, you're talking about the masculine aspects of society itself. You know what I mean? So I mean that's kind of what I'm getting into about, like, people really don't understand the full implications of what being masculine is and what being feminine is, you know. And like I was talking about nature and the masculine aspects of it. That's the force that's behind the beauty. You know what I mean? Like, you got gravitation, you got buoyancy, electrostatic, and stuff like that. You know, that's going on behind the scenes that you don't see. So that would be the masculine aspects of nature, where the beauty of nature itself would be the feminine. So, does that make sense? Yeah.
Yes.
So.
But I was just thinking, as you were talking, I've been thinking about hormones. We both share each other's hormones, don't we? Yeah. We all have the same hormones, just in different quantities.
Mm-hmm.
So in a way, what you're saying, John, about trying to make categories, it is terribly artificial. Because how do you say, like, this is the amount of hormones for that? I mean, it is a sort of thing that's always in flux, isn't it?
Yeah. Yes, I suppose that's true. Yeah, that would make sense. And then some people, obviously, either way, female or male, they might have a more of a balance of male hormones than female, and so on, and that can cause conflict. And yes, I could get that. I do understand that. Yeah, there's something I was going to say about that line, and it's gone. Yeah, and test. I can't say it. I don't know what I'm trying to say. That is supposed to be higher in men than women as a rule. Again, but again, there's going to be situations where women are higher than men, and so on and so on. You know, it's all. I think it's to do with female body and the male body as well. Because I think if the man has got too much of the female hormone, and then he developed breasts and stuff like that, and then I'm not sure how it works the other way around, but I'm sure there's some sort of balance the other way around as well. Yeah. But you know, as well.
Mm-hmm. But also, Roger, you say when you mentioned bravery and the other sort of like feelings almost. Mm-hmm. What was it? What were those things that you were saying that were masculine? Those attributes. No. Yes, the attributes that are. But women have them as well.
Well,
it's not that women are.
It goes back to what I was saying, though. See, you're classifying according to gender. That was the biggest mistake that men and women have always done, and we just naturally do it. So yes. you have those masculine attributes as well as I do, and there's not more or less. We have those attributes. It's just you've been born into a society that tells you that since you're a female, you need to wear pink and you need to act like a girl. You see?
Yes.
You see what I mean? Now.
Oh, absolutely.
And that's what I was getting at with that. Okay. You have those aspects in your life. It's just like with the feminine. Since I've mentioned the masculine, let me get into the feminine a little bit, okay? Now, a lot of men out there, they're all tough and everything, but if they think of themselves as being intelligent, then they're using a feminine aspect of their selves, because being intelligent is a feminine aspect, okay? So if you're intelligent, then that means you're using a feminine aspect in your life, you know what I mean? Communication skills, being able to talk to another person and being able to be coherent to where people can actually, you know, understand what you're saying. That is the feminine aspect as well. So Then you've got emotions. You guys are talking about emotions. That's all feminine. Anything that's related to emotions whatsoever. If you're feeling emotions, then you're using a feminine aspect of yourself. That's not masculine. That's feminine. So and these qualities, they contribute to our society with well, what they do is they foster diversity and understanding, basically. You know what I mean? Without them, that we couldn't do anything when it comes to being diverse and people of different genders and ages and cultures. We couldn't be around each other if we didn't use those feminine aspects in our lives. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
I didn't have a chance to go over the feminine aspects. I was talking about the masculines at first, so I wanted to cover that because that's something else. And then there's the other stuff that really is everybody basically knows is feminine, like color. Everybody knows that's true, And then you have love, which actually I think love is a mix of both of them, to be honest with you. I don't think it's one or the other. It's an intertwining of the two. It's kind of like marriage, you know what I mean? So.
You're beautiful. Cute girl. Is it a girl, John? Was it a boy?
It's a boy, Bruno. God, what's that? Well, I have to take him back.
He's getting tough.
With is my partner. She can hold him, cradle him like a baby, and he'll settle straight away. I can't. I hold him. He's trying to get out. He won't stay still at all.
That's awesome.
Well, you see, that's the difference between men and women.
Yeah.
Women are really good at putting babies to sleep. Men are really good at playing with kids. It's just like, it's not something that you have to work at. It's just that we do have different things that come to us more easily.
Oh, yeah. I think he's eyeing up your cat. Look, he must have there. There's a cat there. Yeah. Sit up, sit you up. See you. See, there we are.
Oh, well. So it's different from the bodies, because our bodies do have different amounts of hormones in them. So there's an amount of sort of biological masculinity and femininity, which is driven by our chemistry. But it seems to me that what you're saying, Roger, is that there are other aspects that we have which are not dependent on our biology, and that we have in equal quantities. So, for instance, a man can be as nurturant as a woman can, so they can both have a female attribute, and a woman can be as courageous as a man can, so they can both have a masculine characteristic. Am I right? Did I understand you right?
Yeah, I mean that's really what it comes down to, and I think the whole mix-up in it is the fact that all of this has been classified according to gender. It always comes back to that, because it's one of the biggest mistakes we ever had. We were talking in chat about Gaia, you know what I mean, and about pagan religions. Pagan religions started out, from what I'm understanding, where they were actually feminine in nature, and they became masculine as time went on. And the reason why that happened was because a lot of the deities were moon gods. They worshiped moon gods. And as time went on, it went from worshiping lunar gods to solar gods, worshiping the sun. You know what I mean? I don't know how true that is, because a lot of that kind of has astronomy and stuff like that mixed into it. So, I mean, it's kind of interesting how all that works. So, I'm still kind of getting into that aspect and learning about it. So, I'm not gonna, don't quote me on it. Basically, is what I'm saying.
I've read similar things to that. I've read that the very early European religions were the Druidic religions, and they counted by the stars, and their religions were feminine, and they were very peaceful sort of cultures. And a lot of the gods, the gods were very, very, very female gods. It was a lot about having babies, making sure that your offspring survived, because there was no modern medicine, and most children died at childbirth. So for a human society to be viable, the breeding population had to be very, very well looked after. And so, so those were the original aim of the society, was very feminine. It was breeding. But then later on, when they had these very big established agrarian societies in Europe that were very, very based on these female understandings, they then were faced with a huge crisis when they had a whole lot of men that sort of immigrated from different places, because they had run out of land in their original lands of their birth. So they had these great big sort of migrations of male-dominated warring tribes, who obviously were motivated by achievement and conquering and domination and winning. And so there was one of the very first clashes of spiritual sort of like ideologies, if you like. And one of the reasons where we got these ideas in our culture, that male and female ideas and ways of being are in opposition to each other instead of cooperating with each other.
Now, like, I really got in there. I haven't done it lately, but I've really got in deep with Göbekli Tepe. I don't know if you've ever heard of that, all right? But the structures they had there, they've been scrutinizing them, and they've started doing research on them, and they say that a lot of those structures are built in the shape of a female womb. And don't get me wrong. I know we're supposed to be family friendly and everything, but it's the truth. It's what they are, and that right there is a good example of what you're discussing and what I'm discussing too when it comes to the female aspect or the feminine aspect of when it comes to history and ancient history on top of it, and these deities and what they worshipped. And you were spot on with what you were saying, but that's a really good example of all that. And at some point, they went from going from, well, like the Sumerians, okay? A lot of people don't realize the Sumerians didn't have a king at first. Like, they supported themselves as a community. But then later on, they decided that they needed to have a leader, and that's when they eventually started having a leader. But in the beginning, they weren't. So that's exactly what I'm talking about. You know what I mean? They governed themselves. They were a peaceful society, and they didn't need the order and the law. And they might have had laws maybe, but it wasn't to the extent that it was later on.
Later on, yes. Well, I think that this is one of the strange things that we do have when we're talking about duality is that we always have to bear in mind that there is a duality of dualities. There is the cooperating forces and there is the competition between forces. And so to talk about things in a very simple dual way doesn't really incorporate the whole nuance of the situation, because there are a lot of ways in which competition breeds cooperation. Like, because you're competing with each other, you realize that you need each other to sort of reach your full potential. So it's a really interesting cyclical, sort of almost spherical kind of concept that you have to keep in mind, that these things are really deep and difficult to weed all these little strands apart and sort of really see the inner workings of the sort of complex side of these structures.
Yeah.
So
I agree with you on that, and it's like I said, you know, you look at it from the aspect where one can't work without the other too. You know what I mean? Like, do you really want a society where there isn't like protection or responsibility or authority? You know what I mean? Do you really want a society that doesn't have law and order? You know what I mean? Those are the things you have to ask yourself. I mean, it's okay to be feminine, but you also have to say to yourself, hold on a minute. You know what I mean? I need the masculine aspects of life as well. We all want law and order, you know? So I think there's a balance there, you know? And that's very important to remember. Because you can't, I mean, it's like a dance, like you said in the beginning, you know, it really is. It's a dance. It's a dance between the male, or the masculine and the feminine. So I usually call it masculine. I don't know why. I always have. But it's hard for me to say masculine. I don't know why.
Oh, we get what you're saying. So when you say dance, that brings up another subject that's very tricky to talk about these days. When you dance, one of the partners leads the dance, and that's the guy.
Mm-hmm.
And people are very, very touchy these days about accepting that the outgoing and dominant force is the masculine force. They feel that that's sort of somehow unfair. But within cooperation, there isn't really, it isn't really just or valid to talk about that sort of rivalry, is it? Surely we should graciously accept that there must be a starting point. There must be a leadership role within these structures.
Well, I think it's...
Oh, go ahead.
Sorry?
Go ahead. I almost...
I think that's down to conditioning as well. 100 years ago, it will always be the male would, like you just said, lead the dance, what have you. That was the way everyone was brought up. Now, society like it is, people just don't want to live by them rules anymore. And in a way, it's sort of, in some ways, even though I find it all unsettling when there's about 30 different genders now, and it's confusing how people, I do find, to me, because it's always been two, in my opinion, I do like to think what the hell's going on a bit. But in other ways, I suppose I can understand where they're coming from, because you're conditioned to be a male or female, as I said earlier, and it's like now you get like the freedom. Oh, am I going to identify as this, or which make of that what you will. So in a sense, it allows you, if you want, if you're a man, it allows you to be more female than male if you want to, and female if you want to be more male than female. You've got more of I suppose, a platform to do it in the generation that we're like in now than we could like 30 years ago. Just if you come out and when I was born, if you come out and said, "Oh, I'm deciding now I'm going to be a female," and you were a man, you'd just be shot or something. Like, you know what I mean? This doesn't happen. But like now, it's just like society's more like open for you to be the person you want to be, and it might be like harder for us because we're being brought up in an older generation when things were just like, as I say, there was just two genders, that was it. But I can sort of see where these youngsters are coming from, I hope it settles down a bit, because at the moment it's quite like crazy, and stuff the way it goes on. But I do get where it's coming from. I can sort of understand why. It's probably years of like being repressed. You told you can't be like this, you can't be like that, and it just this is the end result. This is what happens because of being repressed and what have you. And so that's like my view on it, I think.
I'm really impressed that you said something, because like I've never really heard you like making a serious conversation like that, like out, you know what I mean? And that's really impressive, John, because you usually avoid talking about stuff like that. I mean, that's pretty cool. I just wanted to say that was awesome.
Awesome conversation, this conversation. Another thing that I'd like to ask you about, okay, before, because I know we're drawing it towards the end of the time and I could go for another 4 hours, but the original topic that I introduced was that love is the core of masculinity. And you started off, Roger, by saying that you thought that females were much more nurturant and caring. And that has been running through my mind this evening, and I have been thinking, what exactly is love? Because love is not necessarily nurturance or compassion. Sometimes love is a very, very hard, difficult thing.
Mm-hmm. Well, you do remember where I said that nurturing fits in, don't you? I mean, nurturing is the feminine energy that you get, okay? Being receptive, being intuitive, being expressive, all that good stuff. That's the feminine energy that comes out of your being, your feminine side, your masculine side. So that's not love. That's your aspects. That's the feminine aspect of your being. That's why you do it. It's the feminine part of you, and males can do it just as well as females. That's why a male loves his child, you know what I mean? It's the feminine aspect of him. There's nothing masculine going on there when it comes to the love of a father with his children, you know what I mean? That's all feminine. And I think that's what's hard for people to understand, Yeah.
Oh, I see.
You see it?
I see. So you see that as being an expression of your feminine side. Okay.
Right. Now, love is an inside job, all right? Everybody thinks that whenever you fall in love, it's because some outside force just influenced you and everything. You are the one who feels love. I am the one who feels love, okay? Nobody makes me feel love. Nobody makes me feel hate. I feel love. I feel hate, okay? Now, whenever you go into relationships that aren't so great and they fall apart, it's usually because it's a one-sided deal there. You know, I felt love, she didn't. You know what I mean? So
Yes.
that's where a lot of people have frustrations too, is because they can't accept that. It's like nothing magical happens when you fall in love. It's what you feel, and it's hard for people to handle that because they've never been raised that way. You know what I mean? And that's how I feel about love when it comes to that. Now, I don't believe in like true love. You got that one person hiding out there, you know, that just is perfectly made for you. I'm pretty sure I fell in love quite a few times. It's just it wasn't a two-way street, you know. And that's one reason why I'm very picky about the relationships I do get into now. You know, I've said it in the past, I'm celibate now, you know, and I chose to be that way for a reason, and it wasn't because of the other people, it was because of my decision making, you know. So, and that was a personal decision I made on my own, you know.
Yes.
So that's my take on love. So don't hate me too much.
I don't hate you at all. I think it's very interesting. But there's more to love than the feelings, Roger. Like when you're bringing up a kid, you sometimes have to act like in a way that's not all sort of lovey and sweetie. You've got to be like strict and disciplined as well.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a real aspect of rational thought that goes along with love, as well as just the feelings, don't you think?
Well, you just said exactly what I said a second ago. Love is a mix of the two, both the feminine and the masculine aspects. Okay, you can't love your kids if you don't discipline them when they do wrong. You know what I mean? I'm not talking about butt whippings. I know people, when the first time you say frickin' discipline, everybody says, "Oh, I don't spank my kids." I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about disciplining your children. You know, you got to tell them, look, this is wrong.
Yes.
You know what I mean? And that's the masculine side of your being. That's not the feminine side. And I think that it takes both the masculine and the feminine when it comes to love. And it, to me, I'm not saying that there isn't something special about the what love is. I'm just saying that it's not an outside job, it's an inside job. It's something within you, you know what I mean? And I'm not going to try to explain what it is because, you know, I mean, to each their own. What I feel is love might not be the same as what somebody else does, so.
Yep.
Especially teenagers.
Especially teenagers.
John just giving that scouring look. He's thinking. I really like your background, by the way. That is pretty cool.
Yeah, it's very awesome. Is that a Discord one?
Yeah, there's loads of them. You could have it on yours. You
Oh, really?
go in your video settings, yeah, and they're all there. There's loads of them.
Huh.
I don't know if I can. Hang on. I got to turn the camera off to show you. Hang on. When I turn it back on, I'll try a different one now. I have this one. Just there we are. This is called Discord the Movie.
Oh, wow.
There's loads of them. There's about 10 of them, I think. I'm not sure if you can use your own as well. I don't know. My dog is barking now. I don't know if you can hear him.
Oh, really?
He's barking with a neighbour dog across the road.
Now, before before we go any farther, I'm gonna let you guys know we did have a couple messages. They were just general messages on the chat. Callerway7 said hello, guys. John responded to him and said hello, and so did I. And Dingo Dave said that he chooses his good side, and I replied to him, and so did John. We said, I said I agree to Dingo Day, and I do the same, and so did John. He said same, but we need both to exist. That's what John said. So that's pretty good.
Yeah, the reason I said that is, let's tell you this now. I got an apple tree outside of my house, and for years it's been like nettles and stuff around it. It's just been impossible to sort it out because the way it was, where it was, and what have you. And recently, last year, we did. And that tree has always been strong, always been like, and it would, like, if nothing would ever blow it over. But now all the nettles have gone. You can see it's really weak now because it's got no nettles. It's surviving on its own, and it's struggling. And I think it's going to end up being blown down one of these days. But while all the nettles are, all the badness is there, all the nettles around it, it kept it upright. So that's why I said good. Sometimes you need good. Needs bad sometimes, not always, but sometimes it does. You can still be a good person. Yes, you've got to strive to be a good person, but sometimes you need the badness can help you to be strong, in a sense, not from like me being bad yourself, just like the badness around you. You know what I mean? That's what I mean. Not you actually being evil yourself, in a sense, bad yourself. Just sometimes the conflict, so to speak, can make you can raise the strongest flower, so to speak. You know. That's what I mean. So,
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
I like that. That's another aspect that we could maybe look at next week.
Yeah.
Is how the good and bad, like some bad things actually really do work.
Yeah.
To make things better in a strange way.
Well, yeah, I would definitely say that. Yeah. Sure.
I agree. Like duality, especially. We were talking about that before, where we were talking about two opposites can't occupy the same space, but they're both there for a reason. You know what I mean? Like, and Zoroastrianism is something that I mentioned to John earlier in chat too. You know, that's just one big dualist topic all by itself. If you get into talking about it, it would blow your mind what their whole belief system was. Like, you could go on forever just discussing it. It's that complex. Ahura Mazda, have you ever heard of him?
No, I haven't.
It's pretty hardcore stuff right there.
Gosh, how fascinating. So we're going to be unpacking a lot of these concepts over the next few weeks.
Yep. It's going to be good.
It is going to be really good. Yeah. Well, I know we started a little bit late, but I think that we do need to really wrap it up and move on to the next set of projects that we have lined up. I know that you've been very busy, John, so thank you for taking time out of your schedule, and again, thank you very, very much indeed for allowing us to stream this to the wonderful world of weirdness. It's a real great honor to be part of your community, so yeah, thank you.
It was a privilege too, being on your first episode here for Duality too, Bob. You did a really great job. Thank you for letting me be on here with you.
Well, Roger, thank you for helping me, for setting it up for me, for encouraging me, for giving me the shove out of the nest that I need. It wouldn't have happened without you, so really, from the bottom of my heart, thank you so much.
Wouldn't have happened without John, man. He's a bomb over there. He really is.
If only people had seen this, about an hour ago. It's not working. I'm not a camera. What's going on? The audience not there. It was like, when they see we should have like a highlight show of the stuff that they don't see. I think that would actually go down very well as well.
Yeah.
You know, the outtakes.
We got it,
So
though. We got it. We're getting there 1 minute at a time, but we're getting there, damn it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, fantastic. Thank you. Really, really great show. And thank you, everybody, for being here with us. And thanks for your comments and your participation. It was great. And yeah, we'll be back again next week. So until then, cheerio.
Okay. Bye, guys.
Bye, guys. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. This is another episode of Into the Abyss. I'm Roger Hanson, and today we have on our roundtable panel Bob Dub, Old John, and Vincent, VJM Publishing, and this is Michael Paul, his second time on my shows, and I'd like to welcome him to the show and welcome all you guys to the show. Before we get started, I'd like to start out by giving a little bit of a background on what's been going on with these interviews. Now, when I first was thinking this through, I was going to have Michael kind of discuss some of the stuff that he was talking about, but then I was like, hold on, maybe I should just bring up a little bit on what was in the interview and then let you guys give some feedback on it, and then let Michael talk about it. And then I had some stuff here too that pertained to the interview that I did with Summer. I can bring those up and everything because there's some things that was in what she said that Michael Paul said that I think is relevant to what this topic is going to be. Okay, so are you okay with that, Michael?
Yes, I'm fine with that. I'm okay with that.
Okay, so with that being said, let me kind of go over a little bit of what was discussed. Now, see, when we were doing our interview, Michael discussed synchronicity and that coincidences aren't real. Okay, everything happens for a reason. Your minds are creating these events. He went on to say that he thought he was going mad for months because he was seeing connections, things that were thought unconnected, but he was seeing connections. Okay. Then he went on to say that he had experienced, an experience that felt like a tsunami wave of information that flowed into him. He also felt sudden pains in his stomach at certain times. He had feelings as though he was going to have a seizure. He also had visions of a jigsaw puzzle of information that was coming together in his mind's eye, and it was very rapid, and he literally told himself to slow down, and the vision slowed down on him. Okay? Now, that was one or a few things. He went on later to say that he's been to, I believe it was Rome. He's also been to monasteries, and he has geometric symbols that would jump out at him, okay? when he goes into these places. Now, that was part of the interview that I wanted to bring up when it comes to Michael's interview that I thought would be very important to discuss. But then I also wanted to bring up what Summer was talking about. Okay? Now, Summer said that something within herself had opened up, and she would mention people, and events would begin to occur around her concerning whatever she mentioned. Like, she mentioned a rap star, and then all of a sudden, 2 hours later, a rap star shows up on TV, you know, or a story about that rap star ended up on TV. That was one thing that stood out to me. And we had a conversation, me and Michael Paul did, where he was discussing that in the interview. And I thought that would be something to bring up. Now, she also says that the number 1111 is important to her story and about her husband passing away. She said she'd elaborate on it later. And she briefly spoke about numbers and synchronicity, which is what Michael Paul was talking about in his interview. He brought up synchronicity, and these are completely unrelated. Like, I interviewed Michael Paul separate from Summer, you know what I mean? And to my knowledge, they didn't know each other whatsoever. Am I correct on that, Mike?
Yes, that's right. Okay. Yeah.
So they both brought this up, and they mentioned, or she mentioned 1111.
Yeah.
And for me, from what I've learned with my research into that, because I've actually checked out that before, and there are some who believe that the actual meaning of 1111 is a signal from an angelic being, that they're close by, like a guardian angel. But there are other interpretations of it. According to numerology, the number 11 is the master number, which signifies intuition, insight, and enlightenment. When it's paired together, 1111 is a message from the universe to become conscious and aware, you know what I mean? So that's what it represents according to numerology. Then 1111, this is something that I personally believe, because I've heard a lot of people have different spiritual interpretations of this. But from my personal experience, this is what I got out of when I researched it, okay? 1111, it seems to be the number of like a spiritual awakening. It signifies that you're on the right path, that your actions are aligned with your soul's purpose. It also represents, to me, a moment of clarity, which you'll hear the term, when one door closes, another door opens. That's kind of what I take from it. Those are moments of clarity. And when I was interviewing Michael, he was discussing a part of his life where information was just flowing in, and he was constantly researching and finding out new information, and he had all of his stuff posted up on the walls, you know, it just kept coming in. He'd highlight stuff, and I experienced that too. It was like my mind was a sponge. I just couldn't stop wanting to learn more and more, and it was taking in all this information, you know what I mean? Now, at the time, I could have overclassified things, because I made a difference between a spiritual awakening and a moment of clarity, which he describes his moment of or his spiritual awakening as being the same thing as what I experience, but I always thought of it as like moments of clarity that happened in my life, you know. I never really thought of me having like a spiritual awakening or anything like that. So those are some of the things that we went over. There's also another aspect to this, and it's string theory. There's a note I wanted to mention. It's from Robert H. Williams. And it says, according to string theory, what appears to be empty space is actually a tumultuous ocean of springs vibrating at the precise frequencies that create the 4 dimensions that you and I call height, width, depth, and time. Okay. So, I have 2 questions here. Does 1111 mean something? And the second one is, what is the importance of circles and squares, and does man bridge the gap between the circle and square? And Michael knows what that means. So.
Can I just say something before you go any further? You're not streaming on Wonderful World of Weirdness, Roger.
You should be.
Huh?
You should.
No,
be.
we're not. There's nothing showing. It's just waiting. I'm on it now, looking at it.
Hit refresh.
Yeah, I have.
Well, don't worry. It's streaming on other channels. If nothing else.
Yeah.
If nothing else.
Oh, yeah. Just let you know. That's all. Sorry. You carry on.
But with that being said, I'm gonna open it up to you guys. Vince, you want to take a try at some of the stuff I was discussing?
Yeah, well, one thing I'd like to say about the whole 1111 thing, I've actually got an article coming up on my company page about that particular phenomenon, is that if you take 2 11s, that's very similar to how you can divide the tetractys, like we spoke about last time we did Into the Abyss. We spoke about the tetractys of Pythagoras, and dividing it into 2 11s is very similar to the second level of the tetractys, which is the duad, which divides things into essentially masculine and feminine. So you can have a feminine 11, the first 11 is a feminine 11, and the second 11 is a masculine 11. Now, the way these are arranged, these 4 numerals, the 4 ones that you see in the 2 11s, also are in a line that represents the great feminine axis. So you can see the 4th level of the tetractys, which represents the cosmos. In other words, earth, water, air, and fire. Those 4 elements are the same as the 4 numerals in 1111. So what 1111 means is that you're firing on all 4 cylinders, in the sense that you're functioning on the level of earth, you're functioning on the level of water, you're functioning on the level of air, and on the level of fire, all at the same time and in synchronicity. So if you have your physical body is in good health, your emotions are in good health, your intellect and your mind and your curiosity and scientific learning is in good health, and your spirit's in good health, then you'll represent 1111, and that'll mean that's a sign of good health. So it's really just like a holy symbol. It's very similar to the quadrigetu, in fact, because the quadrigetu also has 4 parts. So 1111 is just a way of taking the quadrigetu and stretching it along a single dimension, which is pretty interesting.
Guys, I can't even begin to tell you how lovely it is to speak to you all like this, openly, without fear of somebody taking the mickey and pointing a finger. That's what's stopping a lot of this awakening, is a fear of the mickey taking. You're spot on. 1111 is just, it's a handshake from the universe. You're doing is right. What I've read in certain forums is that you're supposed to observe, be present in what you're actually doing, because what you're doing is on the right track, or what you're thinking is on the right track. So that fits exactly with what you've just said there, Vince. Exactly. And the square and circle thing is huge in Freemasonry. The Freemasons logo is a square and compass. The reason being is because the square represents the material world, or the terrestrial world as they call it, which is earth, air, fire and water, and the compass is the geometric tool for drawing a circle. and the circle represents the celestial or the eternal world. And this goes right the way back to an ancient ritual in the pyramid, the ritual of the twice-born, which we might mention a little bit later on. A fascinating ritual. The Colburn Bible talks about that in quite detail, and it mentions the brews, although it's called the brew of black fungus, so nobody really knows what on earth that's got in it. It's anybody's guess, really. But there's certain chemicals that induce this out-of-body experience, as they found out, and people are still finding out today. But yeah, the square and the circle is terrestrial and celestial.
That's good information right there. Whenever you were talking too, though, when it comes to spiritual awakenings, a lot of the stuff that you were describing to me whenever we were talking was, like I said, some of the stuff that I went through whenever I first sobered up, and the whole aspect that I had about it was something that was taught to me that really wasn't all that positive, because I was just a awful drunk and drug addict, you know what I mean? So basically is what it was. And I ended up getting my spiritual awakening because I hit rock bottom.
It's a common way to do it.
Yeah. So what happened to me is I had to learn about thresholds, and I had to learn that the mind has a certain threshold, and once you cross that, there's no coming back. You know what I mean? And I noticed that in the world there are different thresholds. It's just like when you look at a door, when everybody talks about doors, down at the bottom you have a threshold that you walk through, and they call it a threshold for a reason, because you're leaving one room and entering into another. And I had to learn that doesn't just apply to a door, it applies to everyday life. We have thresholds that we cross every day. And I learned that, I had a moment of clarity during the worst time of my life where I had an aha thought where everything made sense, but it was only short-lived, you know what I mean? If it wasn't the right time, that moment of clarity, that would have passed, and I would have gone to being the same person I was, and luckily it was the right time and the right place, and I was actually able to freaking get help. And from there, that's when I started learning, and that's when things started opening up, and just something happened. There was no explanation for it. It just something happened. I'd tried to quit on my own for years and years and years, but it never worked. But something happened that time, and there's no explanation. And through that whole process of learning, I was going through what you were going through. My mind was like a sponge. I had to learn. It wasn't a question of I wanted to learn. I had to learn. You know what I mean? I would just constantly research and find out more. And I think that's probably why I'm the way I am today. But yeah,
that's good. It brought us all together.
Yeah. But I just wanted to put that out there. And also, there's a principle that I learned earlier on that I've really never heard anybody talk about. Have you guys ever heard of the principle of vacuum?
No.
Okay, so
In terms of physics, I think I may have heard about it, but I don't know anything about it in a spiritual sense.
okay, what do you know about the physics term? What is that?
I know that nature abhors a vacuum, so every time you have a vacuum open up in the physical world, it tends to get filled by something very quickly.
Okay. So see, with what I was taught was, I guess it would be a spiritual principle, because this principle of vacuum for me was, I was taught that nothing can sit still. You know what I mean? You can try to sit still and not have any changes in your life whatsoever. But the more you try to not do anything and not have changes going on in your life, something happens. There's always going to be change. There's always going to be something that happens in your life. You know what I mean? Like, if you find a place where you believe it's complete emptiness doesn't exist. You know what I'm saying? There's always going to be something. That's the basic concept behind the principle of vacuum with what I learned.
That's very similar to what is called the third Hermetic principle in the Kabbalion, which is a great book. I definitely recommend the Kabbalion. The third Hermetic principle is the principle of vibration, and that basically states that everything that exists is vibrating at all times.
Yeah.
Therefore, there's nothing that's ever really at rest. Nothing is truly 100% at rest. Even a dead body is vibrating to some extent. And so it's all vibrations. Just the physical world's just vibrations upon vibrations.
Now, I've been wanting to get old John in on this too, because or John Clark, he's sophisticated on this one. Sorry, John. Now, you talk about vibrations a lot. Now, with that right there, what is your take on that?
Take on what? Which
Vibrations. You know,
Yeah.
what we were just discussing.
Yeah, I agree with it totally. Yeah, everything vibrates, as what Vince said. That's totally true. That's I can't really say no more than that. That is actually true. And I think a lot of the problems that human beings have is, how can I say, if we were in the spirit realm, and we say, look, you can open a box of tissues. They're all like nice and like full, like a full box. You know, they're full of like life in the tissues. Yeah. And when we're on this planet, as time goes on, more stuff comes on top, and then it bogs it down, until eventually it's just like your light is like dimmed and dimmed and dimmed, and because you're in like the, I don't know, you call it the Matrix, in this world, whatever you call this life. And I think being awakened is just basically like being that box of tissues and just saying, right, I'm not going to be bogged down by all this anymore. I'm going to push up. I'm going to get back to as I was, and that's the life and the journey of, I say, of being awakened and raising your vibration, because your higher self, this vibration is up to the moon, so to speak. It's already done, but the battle is here, just trying to get to that, back to that level, connect, you know, get the connection up. Get as high a vibration as you can, is my perspective of it. So that's my take on it.
When you look into quantum physics, the proven facts are atoms vibrate. It's a fact. There is a saying: if it vibrates, it isn't real, and everything vibrates. And when you look at the subatomic particles, they keep disappearing and appearing, as if they're going somewhere to gain knowledge and then come back again to correct. Every cell in your body will renew itself within 7 years. So this is like from my perspective, this is like a calling home to make sure that we're going in the right direction, and then to rectify any variations in our path that we were making. They've also said that quantum physics also says they built it was a brick wall or any sort of barrier, and they noticed that the subatomic particles were going through the barrier as if it wasn't even there, to the other side and coming back again. So they're actually observing this. They know for a fact. And when you think that all atoms are 99% fresh air, and they accumulate into a particular shape, so you are 99% fresh air. These are facts. These are actual facts. So when Carl Jung noticed synchronicity, and he spent a few years researching it, he came to the conclusion that your mind is producing these synchronistic events, which isn't far wrong, because you're 99% of you is not there. It's just an avatar, if you like. that's being driven by some form of signal that even Nikola Tesla said he knows there is a signal, and your brain is just a receiver of this signal, and it directs you. So even he found it. He didn't know where the signal came from, though. But it's a really interesting thing when you talk to somebody who isn't enlightened or doesn't understand any of this, and you see their face just glaze over as soon as you start saying anything about you're not actually there. They go, oh, and their eyes are gone, oh, here we go. Hold on tight. This is got to be a spooky ride, this one.
Pretty much
I've seen this many
every
times.
conversation with my partner.
Yeah, as soon as you suggest that there's something more to the world than just the material, people think, oh, here's another mentally ill person.
Yeah,
And,
that's right.
and they can't help themselves. They really can't.
They can't.
That's why the Plato's analogy of the cave is so great.
Oh, fantastic.
You know, like Plato said way back then, you can go and see the truth and then come back and try and tell people about it, and they just simply won't believe you.
Yeah.
So you have to deal with it.
A lot of people, I had a brother like this, a lot of people are actually frightened in their inner core. They're terrified, so their subconscious fires back before they've even thought about it. Most people don't listen to understand, they listen to reply. So you can say something and they have no idea what you're talking about, but they'll still disagree with you. And then I said to people, oh, all right, okay, so you've actually gone and looked at, no, I've never looked into any of this. How can you say it's wrong then?
Yeah.
So many people are so, and it's this not looking. This is what I've come to the conclusion. Enlightenment is, it's not wanting to look. They get so screwed up with this sleep, eat, entertainment, work syndrome, and they just keep going round and round and round. They don't want to look out of that because they're happy, and people notoriously don't like change anyway, and I'm not like that. I love a bit of change. Something changes, I'm going, oh, I'll get my teeth into this to see what goes on here. Even to the point of illness. I had a blood clot on the brain a while back, about 5 or 6 years ago, and I went into hospital. I with all my understanding of this subject, I wasn't afraid. And it was changed, so I was more accepting than my poor wife was. My wife was in pieces because we all thought that I had some sort of growth inside my head, and it wasn't until a while later they found out it was a blood clot and whatever. Then they cleared the blood clot, and here I am. I'm still walking and talking. So how bad can life be? Mm-hmm. But yeah, some people don't like change at all. They hate it.
Now you see that goes back to kind of what
They just get comfortable.
Yeah.
I just found this is on my bookshelf. I don't know if you can see this is the Kybalion, my copy of it. I just found the principle of vibration it reads like this: nothing rests, everything moves, everything vibrates. That's the principle of vibration, and that's what I thought of when you were talking about the principle of vacuum.
Yeah. Now, when you were just discussing that too, that goes back to what I was saying with thresholds. You know what I mean? Like all these people out there that don't want to change, they enjoy their lives and stuff. Now, see, they're like that, but the moment they cross a threshold that changes that, then all of a sudden things happen. You know what I mean? If things are hunky-dory, that's a term here in the United States, but if everything's hunky-dory for them, everything's running fine, they don't want anything to change, you know what I mean? The majority of people worry more about everything that consists within their household. If it's past their freaking driveway, they don't want nothing to do with it, you know what I mean? And that's just the way people are. I mean, it's not really anything to bash anybody about. It's just that's the way they are, you know. But when something happens that creates a moment of clarity in their minds, that's when something changes, and there's no real explanation for it, but it happens, and bam, they're off to the races, you know. So
like living in a house, so the curtains are always drawn.
Yeah.
Right.
They don't want to look outside. They don't want to, and if they do peer outside, oh, looks nice, and they come back into their own little bubble. They're frightened to go outside of it.
Mm-hmm.
That's my perception of it.
Exactly. Now, this synchronicity thing, I've heard not only Michael talk about it, but I've heard you all bringing it up. I've heard Vince talk about it extensively. So I'd like to hear more from Vince, get it on the stream so that we can hear from him, his take on it, because I know he's really good at this stuff. He loves talking about this stuff. Don't let him fool you. He's being real quiet, but he can fill your ear up if you'd let him. It's your turn, Vince.
Yeah, regarding synchronicity, what I think it ultimately is your higher self, as some of us have spoken about before. Your higher self just sending a really subtle message that things are actually under control and things are going according to plan. Because a lot of the time, it's easy to fall into a sense of despair. If you look at the state of the world, like when I first became a young man, there was the Iraq War and the Afghanistan War and then the great financial crisis. And it's easy to look at the state of the world and fall into a state of despair. And so I think that synchronicity is a way that you really do that. You really set yourself a reminder to come up at a certain time, just to wake up a bit and just to say, oh, hey, things aren't so bad. It's time for me to sort of come to a higher version of my own self, even if you don't transform into your ultimate higher self necessarily, but at least a slightly higher version, such that you can manifest a higher frequency in the environment around you. So I think that synchronicity, Carl Jung, he wrote the most about it. He's really the man who you want to read if you want to know about synchronicity. And he said basically what I just said, that it's a message from the higher self that you want to make sure you're on the right track. But if you do see synchronicity in your everyday life, you should take it as something meaningful. You know, you shouldn't just dismiss it as mere coincidence. Sometimes it is. Sometimes there are just mere coincidences. But if you're thinking about a friend of yours who you haven't spoke to in years and they ring on the phone, that's not just a coincidence. Most likely, 99% chance, there's some kind of connection on a super physical level, like what Rupert Sheldrake calls the morphogenetic fields, that you might actually have a telepathic connection to a person based on your harmonic emotions, because you have so much in common, so that when you think about them ringing, that does actually send a message. Or perhaps it's your thought about them ringing is perhaps a clue that's been planted by your higher self previously in the past, such that your friend does ring you at that time, and then you think about it and you just sort of, hey, I was just thinking about you, and you wake up a bit. Yeah, so they're really just help you wake up.
You know, just after I listened to the interview between you, Roger, and Michael, at the end of the interview, you were talking about how we create things with our mind, and we actually make our own lives, and you talked about that man who kept the journal. So I finished listening to that talk that you did, and I was just sort of amazed, and it was so exciting and interesting. Jumped in the car, drove into town to do some grocery shopping, and I was walking through the shop, and I thought that I'd get some custard, but I didn't want to go back there to the aisle over there. So I thought, don't worry, I won't bother. And I turned around like this, and there was a container of custard that, like, somebody had obviously just put there, but like not a container of lollies or milk or any other thing, but right there, a custard. So, you know, for me, it was just so amazing that I'd had that really interesting experience of listening to you talk, followed by this really weird, unusual for me experience of thinking of something and then seeing it. So, yeah.
It is when it strikes you like that, it is. But you've got to be aware. You've got to be aware of what's going on around you to see it. And I think these synchronistic events are happening thousands of times per day, and we don't realize it. The subconscious just blocks it out, or you go, when they get really heavy, the synchronistic events, you start off by saying, oh, it's a coincidence. There is no coincidence. there's no such thing as a coincidence. And when you say that to people, they go, "Oh, here we go." There's no such thing as coincidence when you understand a Carl Jung, especially, and he's a very intelligent man, frighteningly intelligent man, Carl Jung. And for him to say that it's your higher self, and this is your mind that's making that's a big leap. I also found another conclusion when you go back and look at the double slit experiment, which I presume everyone's looked at, where Albert Einstein and Niels Bohr had differing views on it. Niels Bohr said it's your mind, it's being viewed by a consciousness which changes light into a particle from a wave. And Albert Einstein, which I found very fascinating, this one, he said, no, God, which is basically consciousness that we're talking about, God knows what you're looking at and changes the view accordingly. So I thought, now that for a scientist to say that is phenomenal. That's amazing. But he's saying the same thing as Niels Bohr. It's just that he's worded it slightly different. Put someone else's name in the middle of it.
Yeah.
Consciousness is God. That's it.
That dives deeper into Carl Jung too, because when Carl Jung starts discussing the God conscience, that just completely, it's all encompassing. You know what I mean? Like, we're all connected by this God conscience, and we have a little bit of it within us, and it was like whenever I was having my interview with you, Mike, I was asking you if you and your buddy Russell, about that connection you had, you know what I mean? And then there when Vince was talking, you know what I mean, getting that phone call from a friend years ago, and bam, all of a sudden you get a phone call from a guy wanting to do a movie with you. And guess who, you know what I mean? It just, things happen. And, it's just pretty cool that was actually said right here, because that was something that really stuck out to me in our interview, because you kept saying over and over again that it was like somebody was trying to prove something, you know what I mean? And that was really nice. I just wanted to add that in there. I didn't know.
Well, in my reading with Lorraine, she actually said at one point, Russell's telling me to tell you he's been sent to get you because you have a job to do. And it was after that I started getting this feeling that someone was trying to prove something to me. I mean, the synchronicities and the experience I had are just outrageous, totally outrageous. It's ridiculous. So much so, when you talk to somebody that doesn't understand this subject, you know they don't believe you. You know it. You know they think you're just making it up for a laugh. You know they don't believe it. Yeah. There's something wrong with him. Don't talk to him about anything. And that's why it's really nice to sit here today and talk to you all, and I feel really privileged to be able to talk to you all and explain 100% of how I feel about this subject without people pointing me with sticks.
Well, I think it's a whole new movement, really, that's starting to rise up. I see it all over the internet, is that people are starting to become a lot more open about this particular topic, about spiritual topics in general. Like you were talking about mockery. Yeah, I remember 20 years ago, I didn't know about these things 20 years ago, but if I had known about them and I tried to speak to people in my psychology course about them, who are all materialists, they're all coming at things from an evolutionary biological perspective, so they all believe in evolution and so on. And therefore they don't believe consciousness is God, they believe it evolved. They don't really see much merit in the whole spiritual side of things, and so they really are they would mock. But nowadays people seem to have realized that the materialist atheist narrative has kind of hit the ends of its usefulness, and it's no longer providing any real value to people, and they want something else. They want more. Like, people are tired of being told that they are merely atoms and that their consciousness is going to be extinguished and therefore life is meaningless. People are sick of this story.
Yeah.
I'll tell you something interesting about the consciousness is God thing. People say to me, "Do you believe in God?" And I say, "Yes, I believe 100% that God exists." And they say, "Well, you can't believe 100% that God exists because you can't prove it." And I say, "I can prove God exists." And they say, "Well, okay, do it." And I say, "Are you conscious?" And they say, "Yes, of course." And I say, "Well, I've just proved the existence of God." And that's when it gets interesting, because they can react in a lot of different ways to that. But in my mind, I've proved the existence of God because of precisely what you said, Michael. Consciousness and God are the same thing.
Yeah. But that people get caught up with this putting a name to it. Every religion that I've looked at, I didn't look at many, very lightly, I've looked at quite a few. They're all talking the same language, except they're putting different people in front of them. No, it's called this, no, he's called that, no, this one, no, that one. And you go, it's the same thing. It's just overwhelming love. And when you talk to somebody who's gone on to a DMT trip and come back, they talk the same language. They're all saying what the same, virtually 90% of the time, what they've met, who they've met, who they spoke to. This overwhelming love, the all-encompassing help and protection, and just everything. They don't want to come back. And everybody, I've been looking into near-death experiences recently as well. They don't want to come back, but they have to come back because they've got it's like an unfinished job. But they have to come back. Nobody wants to come back. You can feel their house with all the family waiting for them. They don't want to come back because they know it's not real. It's just a dreamlike existence that they're instilled into by whoever, entity-wise, just to teach them lessons, teach them the duality of life on Earth. It's just a fascinating thing when you look at near-death experiences, and they all say, and I've interviewed quite a few of these people, and when you talk to them, you say, what sex was this entity? And they go, female. Always female, because there is no sex when we're talking about this other realm. And the reason they say female is because all loving, all controlling, all protecting, they're all female qualities. They're all nurturing, they're and that's why they jump to the conclusion female. Female only means something here where we are. And there was one guy that I spoke to, and he said, no, it was a male. One person. So I said, why did you say it was male? He said, well, it was God. And I think that's his subconscious jumping in there and filling in the gaps. I couldn't find anybody else that said it was a male person. It was always a female type entity. They never see them, they just feel them. They just know they're there. Very interesting. Near-death experiences are very interesting.
Yeah, near-death experiences, they seem to be the one of the best ways, apart from a psychedelic, that you can really split your consciousness off from the rest of your being. Yeah. And thereby learn that consciousness is what you fundamentally are. Because once you've had a near-death experience and floated out of your body and looked down on your body from above, I've not had such an experience, but I've spoken to several people who have, then you realize that it's obviously not the brain that generates consciousness. If you're looking at your body from above, your brain's in your body, and if you're looking at it from somewhere else, obviously then consciousness is coming from somewhere else. And so it's hard to have an experience like that and then come back into your body and think, oh, that's right, my brain was generating consciousness all along. It's you've gone past that once you have an NDE.
Science has looked into this subject very, very deeply for many, many years, and they still can't find out that your brain, they still can't prove that your brain produces consciousness.
That's right.
They can't nail it down. They've been trying for decades and they can't nail it down. Consciousness is external. We're just a receiver.
Yeah, people say, I meet a lot of people who actually say, oh, they can actually measure consciousness. And I say, well, what instrument do they use to measure it with? And they can't answer that. You can measure heat with a thermometer, of course, and you can measure other things with an EEG and so on. But what instrument can you detect consciousness with? There's no such instrument.
Well, there's this very interesting experiment that started in Princeton University in the mid-'80s, and they call it the Global Consciousness Experiment. And it was just a basic, I don't know if anybody's looked at this, it's random number generator. It was a binary code, series of ones and zeros. And they noticed that at certain times, the numbers stopped being random and they started getting a uniformity. And then it went back to being random again. And then when they put a, for want of a better word, almanac of the Earth of what's happened underneath it, they found out that these things stopped being random when there was a tsunami. Then this was an earthquake, that was a volcano. 9/11 was one of these such incidents. 5 hours, I think it was, before 9/11, the numbers stopped being random, and then it hit, and it took 2 days to go back to being random again. So this is the Earth and everybody on it and their consciousness all going down the same routine, all doing and looking at the same thing and thinking the same thing, and it's an outpouring of grief for the whole world. And I think that, and they've got hundreds of these generators, these number generators all around the world now, and they're all giving the same results. So there's something there, and they're on the verge of discovering a tool, if you like, to prove it's there. But you know what I mean, because the machine they've built and the answers it gives is made of atoms, it's still only thought. Everything's thought, which is consciousness itself.
Now, whenever you guys were discussing earlier the thing about receptors, the thing that stuck out to me was something that I think of a lot, and it comes to the actual brain. You know, our brain has receptacles, and these receptors inside of our brain transmits thoughts from place to place with electricity. So whenever I look at things on any level, I think of it on the physical, the mental, and the spiritual. They're all connected. I also believe that it's okay to have your head up in the clouds, but your feet need to be firmly on the ground. You know what I mean? There's a little bit too much, too far, and then there's not enough. You know what I mean? So you got to find that balance in your life. So with that in mind, I look at it like this. You know, maybe science doesn't fully understand what those receptors can actually do. Maybe there is something physical going on that nobody knows about because we're not scientifically evolved, I guess you could say, you know, to understand fully what the brain is doing. I think scientists have agreed with me on that too, by the way. I'm not quite sure about that, but I'm pretty sure we don't really know much about the human brain. So and then another thing too, you were just talking about it, Mike. There's a guy I really love watching on YouTube, and he has his own show. It's called New Thinking Aloud. I go.
Oh, he's awesome, Jeffrey Mishlove.
Yes. Yeah.
Jeffrey Mishlove. Yeah, he's wicked. He's had some amazing interviews.
Yes, and he had this one on there where a guy was talking about they took these little bitty robots. You remember back in the 80s they had those little marching robots. He stuck them in a pool table, and he tried to group them up and everything, and he found out that these robots, which were electronical, actually wanted to eventually start forming up into groups together on their own. You know what I'm saying? A machine. So what causes these machines to want to actually group up as a group rather than go randomly along any way they wanted to? Eventually they did always group up into ones and twos and threes, you know what I mean? But they always tried to do it, and I thought that was interesting when you were discussing that. And if you've never checked him out, I'd suggest checking him out. He is an excellent guy. So
Has
I
anybody
recommend it too. He's been doing great work for 30 years as well. Like, he's got interviews from the 1980s that are absolutely genius.
Has anybody seen the experiments with the Newton's cradle? Do you know that Newton's cradle thing where you got the balls here and it goes tick, tick, tick? Mm-hmm. You've done, but they've done that. This is all over YouTube, and they've put a board across all of them, and they've they've got this huge setup with this nuisance cradle, and then they pull the ball away, and it goes like a wave, and then the wave keeps changing. It's almost as if it's changing frequency, and eventually they're all beating together. And there's another experiment with sound where they've got a tuning fork. They put a ping pong ball up against a piece of metal, and they've got a tuning fork, and they put that up against another piece of metal. And when you hit the same resonant frequency of the ping pong ball and the left piece of metal, the ping pong ball jumps. But when you get a different tuning fork and you use a different resonant frequency, it doesn't move at all. There's so many legends and rumors about the pyramid in Giza, where the stones were levitated into position, but with the use of sound, and everybody's poo-pooed this idea. And then all of a sudden, videos of cymatics started turning up on YouTube, which they're all over it. You type in cymatics, it's amazing to watch these tiny pieces of sand that are given a particular frequency. They produce shapes, and they start going through quite a lot of the religious shapes, like the cross and all the rest of it. And the higher the frequency, the more intricate the shape is. But you see these shapes all over Christian churches. These particular, especially in stained glass windows, high up on stained glass windows. And they've been jumping out at me for quite a while. Then I discovered quite a few years ago, 10 years ago, cymatics. It's just this, what we think is real is just so much more than we've been really dumbed down. The gist of it, we really have been dumbed down, and we can't. How can we draw a conclusion on an ethereal world or a spiritual world? Because we're looking at that with the eyes that we think this is real. But when we find out what this actually is, what we're doing here, then we can look at it, and then I'll guarantee it will be very similar. It's just that we thought it was different.
Yep.
Guys, can I ask a question that's sort of a little bit different from this? It's something that you've mentioned earlier. You mentioned about joining dots that weren't there. Like, I have that experience a lot, and I find it very disconcerting because I can't tell what's real and what isn't real. What do you have to say about that joining dots that's not there?
Yeah, nothing's real. So you can join any dots you like.
Really?
Nothing's real. So any two things could potentially be dots that are joined on some different level, on some higher or lower level. Yeah, like once you abandon the materialist atomist explanation, because the materialist explanation says everything is a coincidence. Like Michael said, the spiritualist explanation, once you understand how things work, you realize there are essentially no coincidences. But the materialist explanation is that everything is a coincidence, and that there is no higher meaning to anything. So yeah, it's different.
So I'm not mad.
No, not at all.
No.
I've been having these gut feelings. I can see two, and they could be half a day apart. Two situations occur, and I'm going over it in my head, and in my head I'm looking at the two, and I know they're linked. I have no idea how they're linked. I have no idea why they're linked, or what the outcome's going to be, but I know they're linked. And then you go 2 months down the line, poof, there we go. There was the link. I've now found the link. And I've been doing that for years. It drives me mad, exactly the same, because you do feel like you're inventing things.
Well, that actually is a process, though, because, like, excuse me, but just think about this real quick, okay? You remember the old puzzle books they used to have? Everybody loved going in and connecting the dots, okay? Yep. It's been something that everybody's been discussing. They've been doing it for at least 150 years, and that is a topic that's really interesting that nobody really has a conversation about. But there is something in our mind that makes us to where we have to connect those dots. Now, what happens with what you guys are discussing is that's an overdrive. You know what I'm saying? Something above human power is causing that, because these synchronicities are happening. You know, like with my son, when he first moved in with me, we had a tree where the branches were getting real close to the ground. And just out of nowhere, I told him, I was like, before you move out, you're going to climb up that tree and you're going to voluntarily cut that tree branch down. He's like, oh, no, I'm not. He swore up and down he wasn't going to do it. And a week after he moved out, I don't even think he remembered the conversation, but a week after he moved out, the freaking branch collapsed. And guess what he did? He climbed up that freaking tree and cut that branch down. That was 2 years after we had that conversation. Just out of nowhere, I knew that he was going to end up cutting that tree because he was so obsessed with trimming that damn tree. You know what I mean? He was so obsessed, and I knew that was what he was going to do. I just didn't know the circumstances of why it was going to happen, but I did know at the time. And when he went out and did it, I just sat there and I kept quiet, and I was like, he probably doesn't even remember having that conversation, you know? So...
That's the thing with things like that. People don't, because it's not immediately happening within 10 or 15 seconds. They dismiss it. And they forget that they've had the conversation. I've been in similar situations. And I've had to remind. And I went, do you remember that medium I went to see? This was a while ago, to a friend of mine he's a steel erector. So he's a very hands-on material person. Do you remember that medium I went to see? Yeah. Now look at what's just happened. And he went... Oh, yeah, that's gone. But you know, 20 seconds down the line, he's gone. Whoop, it's all gone. He's forgotten about it again. But I think that's what this movement is doing. To wake up the public, you have to reach a tipping point of understanding. And then, like the 100th monkey experiment. It's a very fascinating experiment. Some people say it was real, some people say it wasn't. But when your consciousness reaches a tipping point, then everybody just accepts it as being right. And I think that's the point we have to go to.
Yeah, it could happen here. We get 99 people on this show, and then there could be the 100th person who may have otherwise been an extremely skeptical materialist, atheist, and they listen to us and they think, well, if that many people are talking about spirituality and making sense, there must be something to it. And then bang.
I've got a friend. My history is I'm a bit of a geek. I build computers and so on and so forth. So talking to a friend of mine about this subject, who's a very material person, and his son was in the room, and I've known this family for 30 years, and his son went, Mike, if anybody else told me that, I would immediately write them off. Immediately. He said, but because I understand what a logical person you are, that gives that, what you've just said, so much credibility, but that's not what the general public see, is it? He's seen it over 30 years. When the general public see you for the first time, and all of a sudden you go, oh, nothing's real, you know, and they go, oh, here we go. he's fell off the earth, that one there. He's away with the fairies.
Yeah, the same thing happened to David Icke. I don't know if you know much about David Icke, but you've mentioned a couple of things that he has also spoken about, like the random number phenomenon. And he had the same deal. He took ayahuasca in South America, and then he came back to Britain and started telling everybody about how infinite love is the only solution, and that God is consciousness, and that karma and reincarnation is real, and that the universe is a fundamentally all right place to be. There's nothing to really worry about. And you saw what happened to him. You know, he's famously written off as somebody who's completely nuts. And really, if I think about it, he's probably the most accurate predictor of anything that I know of anybody in the world.
See, the thing is with David Icke, he tells you the answer, without explaining any of the routes. Now, that's okay when you're talking to like-minded people. But when you're talking to the general public as such, you have to try to keep them with you and explain the route, and then the end answer makes total sense. But when you just go, gosh, no, none of this is real. Like, oh, hold on a minute. There's no lead up to it. It's like a slap round the face. Because he's done a video with his, I sat and watched his video. I can't remember what it was called now, his film. And he said, I bet you think that chair is real that you're sitting in. And it sounds like a line out of The Matrix, which was another fantastic film about this whole subject.
Yeah.
Now, Michael, there was something else that or a couple things that you mentioned that I really think that would be cool to talk about too. And it's like in our interview, you were talking about that tsunami wave of information that flowed into you. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, I really think that that's important because there's a process that was going on there. You know, like first I asked you about that kind of feeling that you had with Russell whenever he moved into the YMCA and you had that connection.
Yeah.
And then you started going into discussing the tsunami wave of information that was flowing in, and then you also mentioned feeling pains in the stomach whenever you experience these kind of events that happen, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And you said also that it felt like you were having a seizure at some point. And, And with the visions, that part about the jigsaw puzzle and stuff like that, like these to me, it sounds like processes that you were going through, you know what I mean? Physical processes as well as emotional and mental and spiritual, you know what I mean? So
when I was putting the book together, it was called The Truth originally, and this was back in I think it was about June 2011 I actually finished this. And as I was putting the information together, it happened 3 times. I'd be writing down things, and I'd be looking at one screen on the computer and then looking at the other screen, and I'd read a line out of this piece over here, and then there was a biblical reference over on this screen, and you know, Jesus said so and so and so and so, and I'm going, oh, hang on a minute, that fits in with what I'm finding out about quantum physics over here. Is there's a link with quantum physics, and I didn't know what the link was. I now know it was DMT because he was in the scene and he practiced the ritual of the twice born. But there was a link, and I didn't know. And my room was full of these bits of paper all up on. It was like a nutty professor's room. Seriously, it was quite embarrassing when anybody saw it because I go, oh no, don't ask. So there was bits of paper all over where I'd found clues and links between things, but I didn't know what the link was. I knew they were linked, but I didn't know why. And then all of a sudden, I'm writing things, and I read one line, writing things down, read a line here, and I went, and it was like the way I explain it was like walking into a cold swimming pool on a boiling hot day, and the cold water hits you around the navel area, and you can't quite catch your breath. And as I was leaning back like this, the pictures in my mind, it went like this, and it was bits of jigsaw like this all in front of me, and I went, stop, and it went, just stopped. So I got up, I went and made a cup of coffee, and I come back again, and then I said, show me slowly. And tiny little bits of jigsaw, one at a time, was put in place. I could see them, I could physically see them, not in reality, but in my mind's eye. And each piece of jigsaw was a piece of what I was putting on the wall. So, and I just followed it, and it started to tell a story. The story was mapping out in front of me. And they went from bits of paper all over the place with blue tack to one long line where all the bits matched, and I could read that piece in that one, and it matched with that, and it matched with that, and the story just gradually unfolded. And then when I'd finished that, I'd moved them all away, put them out, and I started mapping the next piece up. And this was about biblical fact, you know, the silly things that we've been told that aren't true, and they're easily provable, but with a bit of research. And you know, 3 times, unbelievable. And I've never been through anything like that since. And that was over I'd say it was 3 times over a 6-month period. And then when I went to see the medium, again, Lorraine Reese, an amazing medium, absolutely unbelievable, frighteningly accurate. She turned around and said, "You've done it." So I said, "Done what?" She said, "You've done what you've been asked to do." I said, "Well, I don't even know what I was asked to do, to be honest with you." So this thing that she said in one of the previous, that Russell's come to get you because you've got a job to do, she said, "You've done it. I said, "But nothing's come out of it." She went, "No, it will. Don't worry, it will. Just go with the flow." So that was, and I ended up with the book. I'm not the sort of person to write a book, especially on biblical fact and the occult, which is the term for all this, and everybody backs away from that word, occult. They'll go, means evil. No, it doesn't. It means secret. Something have you? The word occult. It means secret and hidden. They go, oh. Anyway, I got to go.
Yeah.
As if you're talking about devil worship or something.
So what do you guys think about that, with how he explained right there all the things that happened to him in that moment? Like, what do you think in your mind was taking place?
I've had a very strangely similar physical experience to what you describe, Michael, of that cold stuff happening. So about 2 years before my daughter killed herself, I started getting this really strange feeling in my body of, I used to call it skin shocks. And it was just like you say, that cold thing, that the thing. And it would just happen out of the blue for about 2 years. When the policeman came and told me, it happened to my whole body, from my fingers all the way through to the center of my body. And it stayed in my body for about 2 days. And then it slowly sort of started clearing from my extremities. And since then it's stayed in this similar, but I've never heard anybody explain it or talk about anything like that. And when I went to try and speak to the doctor about this thing that was happening to me, he just you're the first person I've ever heard that said anything even like remotely connected to what I was experiencing. So
when I've spoken to mediums about this, because it was very concerning.
Yes, yes.
As if I was having some sort of seizure or a problem, and I didn't realise that it was going on. When I've spoken to mediums, they say, no, that was a download. Something was downloading. The information and knowledge was just hitting you, and it really was like a tsunami of information, and it was just overwhelming. I'm quite a logical person, and to sit and talk like this has taken me 17 years to be able to say this, but it was an information download. And you're probably coming across the same thing, but with a more of a direct item, more of a direct piece of information.
Okay. Fascinating.
I had a dream New Year's Day, and it's just slightly linked to what we're talking about. Basically, in a dream, it was I kept seeing code all night. I was seeing code, like 5-6 figure numbers, letters, all coming across like on a black screen, white numbers. And this went on for hours. I kept seeing it, and I thought, what the hell does this mean? Then I spoke a word of a language that I don't know, but I spoke it. It meant something, I don't know what. And there was something else. I told Bob this, and what was the last bit? Can you remember? But I said it in my video as well. I can't remember what the last bit.
Cocoon. Was it?
Cocoon. Oh yeah.
There was
I saw like a huge village, town, city, and it had like some sort of cocoon on it. And I saw that all day, and I don't know what. I knew I was meant to talk about it because the dream had ended, but I kept seeing that village or that town all day. I kept seeing it, and I still don't know the proper meaning to it, other than the fact it had some sort of cocoon around it. But I've not been able to understand what all that meant. I don't know if it makes any sense to any of you guys, but especially the code. I've got no understanding what that means. So so I just thought I'd share that with you because we've been talking on that sort of, But I've had the number 444 is it come up loads of times. It did come up before the new year, and I was told that it meant it's to do with communication with angels, something like that. And it actually, once I was open to that, I felt that I did have communication with angels. For me, how I know the difference is angels tend to communicate with visually. They show you images, whereas other forms of communication from your higher self could be images, but it can be like a spoken word. But with angels, it tends to, with me anyway, it always tends to be like images, always images, or show me something, and I think, oh right, that makes sense, and I go on from there. So that's just my view on it.
What was you getting ready to say, Vance?
I was just going to say it would be a good topic for perhaps another show. Like, I feel like we've got enough. We could easily do another show about the similar sort of material. We've got enough to talk about. I think we're only scratching the surface, really.
It's
especially when it comes to what people out there in the wider audience already understand. I mean, I know for a fact that there's a lot of really highly educated people out there who haven't even begun to think about the world in terms of spirituality. They're still purely in the materialist paradigm because they've never met anybody they respected who could explain anything else. And that's what I think we can do well. Have a show full of not completely crazy people, maybe slightly crazy, but not completely crazy. And so people can listen to us and think, hey, these guys just might be onto something.
Sounds like a plan. Now, when you mentioned the word paradigm too, that is something that really stuck out to me on the tech talk that me and Tan and Mark had when it comes to AI and the thought process that goes into AI. Now, in order for AI to work, it has to be able to freaking understand the differences in paradigms. So it has to do a paradigm shift. So when we're thinking, okay, the one thing that separates us from artificial intelligence is the fact that whenever something pops up, something changes at the snap of the finger, our brain is able to freaking change from the old paradigm to the new paradigm, which includes that change. Okay, and computers have never been able to do that, and that's what they're working on right now. And I find that pretty interesting too. Whenever you always bring paradigm up, and that sticks out to me,
Yeah.
So that's pretty cool. And I agree. I think there's a whole lot of stuff that we could be discussing. See, this is the good stuff. This is what people really should be wanting to listen to, because we're talking sensible, And I respect each and every one of you, because the stuff that you've said is really, really fascinating for me. You know what I mean? I love it. I love doing research on this stuff and finding out things and going deeper into it. So it's just like I went through and discussed with you guys the stuff that Michael had just brought up in his interview, which this stuff, I've heard it over and over again, okay? It wasn't as much as what Mike was talking about with Summer, but she even brought up the same basic principles in a different way, but you can always hear it if you just take time to listen to people. And there's more to it. John brought it up earlier today when it came to Summer. I mean, there's just something that's there that's more than just seeing ghosts. You know what I mean? And it'd be easy to just sign it off as saying, "Oh, she just saw a ghost. She just saw this." But it goes with generations. You know what I mean? This stuff happens with people through generations, grandmothers to mothers, daughters, sons, fathers, and I've been noticing that a lot too. So that's an aspect of it that really sticks out to me.
When you look at how your subconscious mind it gets programmed between the ages of birth and 7, your surroundings will program your subconscious, and then your subconscious builds brick walls between, well, that's not possible because I'm here, and I will never do that because I haven't got this, and they're the brick walls. They're the knee-jerk reactions that you react to for the rest of your life. Psychology tells you that if you do something a certain amount of times, it gets instilled into your subconscious, and that's how you can retrain yourself. It's very difficult. You can retrain yourself. But with the children, as you just said, like if the mother's psychic, then the daughter is more inclined to be psychic. It's because they're in an environment where these brick walls have not been built. So the brick walls where Dad, I just saw something. No, you didn't. Take the notice of that. You know, they don't say that. And I know a woman whose mother was psychic. Her mother never said, "Don't take any notice of that." It's just ignore that. She always encouraged it. Yeah, you may well have seen it, and it becomes such a natural thing, which it is. This is all nature. This is all Mother Nature at work. That's what we're talking about. So that, I mean, most of the public have gone down this route with the big thick brick walls. I can't do this. I can't do that. I've got a friend, incredibly negative because of the way he was brought up. And I say, well, just do that. I'd never be able to do that. So what are you talking about? It's just click that on there. This was a computer. And he clicked it. He went, I've never done anything like that before. You just clicked. All you done was clicked it. What's the matter? You've just done that. Wow. But he was forever saying, I can't do that. I can't do that. I can't do this.
Yeah.
So this inbuilt thing, mediumistic and psychic thing, everybody's got it, as far as I can see. Everybody has it. It's just that we have to get to a point in our subconscious where we know it's possible, and then it will become more and more into use every single day. I had an experience with a woman that was training me to be a medium, and I never knew. I just thought she was training me to meditate, and then she started mentioning the word circle every now and again, and I'm going, hold up, go with the flow, don't say anything, just go with the flow. And then she ended up putting me in front of people. Right, you've got to give this lady a reading now. And I'm going, Sue, what are you doing to me? I can't do something like this. And I ended up giving this woman a reading. And this was at the point when I didn't realise whether everything was just pure consciousness, so it's just a stream of information, or whether these mediums actually talk to dead people, the dead people's consciousness. I didn't realise the two was intertwined, and I was dancing between the two. Yeah, they do. No, they don't. It's just information in the universe. And then I gave this woman a reading. I said, the lady at the back there, and I said, I'm getting a vivid image, which I was. It was very vivid in my mind's eye. I said, there's a guy laying on his side. I said, he's passed. And then I started coming out with things like, I could tell you his trousers were all gathered where his trousers were about 5 sizes too big, and he put a big belt on and he pulled it close. He had brown hair, but he used to dye it black. I could see the swirls on the carpet, and she's going, no. I feel like a right one now. You know, I think to myself, I just want the ground to open up in front of about 40 people, this was. So I said, okay, no problems. And I got given words, don't you dare do that. And I thought, and it was an instruction that was different to the picture. And the instruction was from somebody and to someone. So it was almost like someone saying it. And that was different. But I didn't say that. I said, okay, no problem. I'll just get me coat. And then we had a bit of an interval. And then the other woman got up and she went, I'm getting given the same picture now. I said to the same woman, there's a bloke died, so and so and so, this happens, that's happened, that's happened, the same sort of route. And then she went, and he's telling me to tell you, don't you dare do that. And I went, oh my God. Whatever these people do, I've just done it. I had no idea what I'd done. And it took about 3 days for me to get my head around, no, the consciousness that is that person hasn't died. It is one of the streams of a global consciousness. So there's 8.5 billion streams all making up a global consciousness, and we are all one separate stream. And that was a real turning point for me, because now I know that they talk to, not dead people, because the person doesn't really exist. They're talking to that person's personality. That was a big turning point for me.
I think a lot of people also forget the reason why people are called mediums. The term medium, you know what I mean? It's not a power or anything that's coming from within yourself. You're a vessel for this stuff to travel through, you know what I mean? And I think that's one thing that a lot of people don't take into consideration. And mediums have been saying that for years. I mean, forever. And when I say years, I'm talking thousands of years. You know what I mean? They've always had that principle. So that's the one thing that I do want to mention as well. I mean, you're just the vessel that this information can travel through, you know. I think John had to go off and he said that there's going to be times where he'll have to break away and everything. With what was been said, is there anything else that you guys would like to add to it that we've not discussed? Nothing?
No, not really.
Now, before we go though, I do want to mention that Bob Dub convinced me to come on and do a stream with her about what dualism, duality.
Yeah.
And that's something that we've all been kind of talking about and everything. I know Mike mentioned it and everything, and Vincent's big on that too. I'm pretty sure he's mentioned it a few times. So if you guys want to come on to her show with me, I finally was able to convince her to do a show. I ended up, she came on to this one, well, we need to do one, and then I told her, well, you know, I really didn't want to put Into the Abyss onto the schedule, so I was able to take my show off the schedule and put hers on there, so we're good. And,
Roger, I don't remember this happening this way. It's not the same memory. I don't have the same memory of these events that you seem to have.
I'm delusional. You got to be careful with me. I'm delusional.
I see so.
But
they're on different days. Into the Abyss and dualities. Not complete. They're on different days.
But she's. We're gonna get it going and everything, and if you guys want to come on and be a part of that, you're more than welcome. I believe, what is that, tomorrow?
Tomorrow, midnight tomorrow.
And I think the best thing to start it out with is the topic that you brought up in the first place. It's the masculine and the feminine. That would be the perfect way of starting it out. If you guys want to come on in and check it out, you're more than welcome to show up, you know. This is basically how we do it. We just hang out and we talk about this information and stuff like that and let it go from there. So you guys, how did you like the episode so far?
It was cool. I love today's episode. It was brilliant. I love Michael's got some really interesting stories.
Yeah.
And I appreciate that we can offer something for him and for the other guys in the stream here, that we can offer like a safe haven for people who want to talk about non-materialist topics, but tired of being laughed at when they try and bring them up.
Right.
Someone wants to bring up something other than just the sport and the booze and the politics, yeah, it's hard sometimes. So I think we can really provide a service for a lot of people by doing this show.
Yeah. And I was really interested in getting all you guys together because you guys really fit together, being honest. Like hand in a glove, be serious. Because, like, John, he's quiet and everything today, but he's big on vibrations and stuff, and that's what Bob talks about. Vibrations, and so does Vince too, don't you?
Yeah, vibrations, frequencies, energies, they all tie together.
And then John contacted me, said, man, you gotta interview this guy. And I'm sitting there and I watched his video, and the more I listened to him, I'm like, oh my goodness, I do have to freaking interview this guy. So I interview him, and then he just starts saying a whole bunch of more good stuff, you know what I mean? And I'm like, oh wow. So I knew that it would be a good deal to have everybody come together and do a show together and get this stuff out. And like you said, Vincent, we could do so much more. You guys are always welcome. I don't want to set it up as a scheduled event, you know what I mean? So whenever we do this, it'll be organized on a certain day, and we can get it together and have it going good. So
yep, it sounds brilliant.
Yeah. Now, John, you want to say something?
No, I'm good.
Okay.
I'm good.
I'm glad that everybody showed up here. I'm glad that you guys were able to get everything out and say what you needed to say. I'm completely amazed by it. So, with that being said, I want to thank everybody for being here, and we'll end it here. I'll talk to you guys later.
Brilliant, guys. It's lovely to meet you.
Right.
Cheers, guys. Love to talk to you all. Thanks so much.
Awesome. Very lovely. Thank you, guys. See you.
See you soon.
Bye, guys. Sorry, I didn't have my mic on.
I'll talk to you later.
See you soon. Bye.
Hello everybody, and welcome back to Home Away from YouTube on Infamous OG 1973. Maxi for Maxi. Infamous for sure. Short. Today we have Maxi RPG on the round table for the interview. We have Zacky Boy, Detective Fallen, and Darker Things, and Jen on the panel. We'll all be drilling Maxi and getting information from him and finding out a little bit about him. I've been wanting to have him on here for a roundtable interview for quite a while now, because he's probably one of the most interesting people that we have on Home Away from YouTube. It's the truth. I mean, I enjoy watching your videos and your reactions, mostly, like the way you react when you're playing the game, you know. So with all that being said, I think I just blew the freaking introduction to all the hell, so I'm just gonna go ahead and turn it over to you and let you tell everybody a little bit about yourself, and let us get to know you a little bit before we start asking you some questions. So just kind of give us a little bit about your background and stuff like that.
Alright, so yeah, look alive everyone, this is Maxi, and I do play RPGs on my channel, which is Maxi Plays RPGs, all in one word. Yeah, you could search that on YouTube, and I do also have my socials, same thing. I have Twitter at Maxi Plays RPGs. That's the most active one, by the way. even though I have Facebook, Instagram, even Blue Sky, I haven't been using those as much as I want to. Yeah, probably because I just can't. Yeah, as mentioned, I do play almost exclusively JRPGs on my channel. If you do count Zelda as a JRPG, well, I don't. I've also played a Zelda game way back then. I think that's the third game I've played in my channel. But yeah, for a little background, well, I did start my channel back last August, was it, of 2020? Yeah, we all know what happened during that year, and yeah, I don't need to elaborate. And just around that time, I was getting back on gaming, and interestingly enough, I suppose, it was because one of my friends told me that he was playing the old Final Fantasy games through an emulator, and I got on that one, and until I started playing other games, like I did replay Castlevania Area of Sorrow. This was before I started the channel, by the way. Also, Golden Sun, the first game, and I thought to myself, what if I make a channel? Just what if? And take note, around this time, I haven't really been watching Let's Plays. Yeah, I'm not kidding about that one. I haven't really watched Let's Plays back then. And when I decided to start my channel, I just thought that might as well share the kind of games that I want to play to other people. It kind of reminded me of how I and my cousins back when I was a kid, we played games back on the PS1. In particular, the game that I remember the most that we played back then was Final Fantasy VIII. Fun times indeed. I'm not sure how you like Final Fantasy VIII, but we sure played that set of discs quite a lot. And the other game that we used to play back then on the PS1 was the first game that I got on my channel, which was Jade Cocoon. Anyone familiar with Jade Cocoon?
No, I've never even heard of it.
Yeah, can't blame you all. It's quite obscure. You could say it's a Pokemon clone. Yeah, it does involve monsters or some kind of shit. It's quite cheesy. My cousin calls it corny for some reason. Yeah, he calls it corny. It's quite a short game, so maybe if you have some 15 hours to spare, and I don't know how you feel about emulation, but if you do have 15 hours to spare, I do recommend the game. Yeah, it's that short of a game, story-wise, and there's not really much side quests going on for that one. Yeah.
No,
and after the, yeah, go on.
you were talking about Let's Plays and everything, so
yeah,
like just so people have an understanding, because I had to go through that stuff with Zach and everything. Me and Zach talked to, I think it was Zach who mentioned it, where we had to talk to Sammy Bug. Well, was it you maybe? We were talking to Sammy Bug about what the difference was between Let's Plays and stuff like that.
I think I've seen that.
Yeah.
I think I've seen that one as well.
Now, when you say Let's Play, kind of explain to everybody who's watching what a Let's Play is, because I think that would be important for people to know, especially when it comes to your games.
I'm not actually, even until now, I'm not really sure about the distinctions between a Let's Play, a walkthrough, a playthrough. But what I do on my channel is I play the game, I babble on about whatever comes to mind. But usually it's the gameplay, or usually it's my reactions to the gameplay, to the dialogue choices that the characters made there. Or in some occasions, I even talk about whatever memories I have with that game or the games related to it, something like that.
Okay. Now, Zach, I think you had something to say there, didn't you?
I was going to say if he needs help, it's pinned in the general chat of the Discord, but he knocked it on the head. Yeah, I mean, I love what Maxi does on his channel, you know, just his reactions, just his general enthusiasm for the games and stuff like that. Like, I love what he brings to it. And the thing with, like, Let's Plays and gaming and stuff like that, I find, because it is oversaturated and a lot of people made their start doing it, you've got to bring originality, and you bring originality to it, man. It's you know.
Thanks.
It's your natural ability, in my opinion. Like, you're not pretending, you know what I mean? When you get on it, well, sometimes you are. I know you are sometimes. There's no way.
Exaggerating, maybe, but whatever comes out of my mouth,
it's original. Out. It's original. I know that. But you know, the thing of it is like there's just some reactions that come out of your from your face too. Like when you're playing, there's just no way that you could be pretending on that shit. You know what I mean? Because like you do that a lot. Like that's the one thing I love about it. Now we were talking about the Let's Plays. But there's one thing that I really, really need to hear from you, and it's Persona. What is the deal with you and these hot anime chicks, dude? Like all the time.
Well,
a man of culture.
Yeah,
a man of culture. You've got to have a wife, you know.
I'm not sure how else to put this, but who doesn't like hot anime chicks? Who doesn't?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I think the creator of the Nier series, Yoko Taro, I think he does have the same philosophy when it comes to this kind of topics. I mean, I did see him on Twitter sharing this screenshots of the incoming PS5 game called Stellar Blade. Anyone heard of that? It's from a Korean studio. It came from a Korean studio, and I'm not sure when they'll be releasing it, but I'm sure they'll release it this year for the PS5. And pretty much, Yoko Taro did share that particular tweet.
Now, didn't at one time we had a conversation about Korean games and stuff?
I'm not sure.
It was in your comments. What's your take? Because not a lot of people hear about Korean games too much. You know what I'm saying? What's your take on the whole Korean game genre? How do you like them? I mean, like when it comes to aesthetics and stuff like that.
Gotta be honest, I haven't really seen a lot of Korean games as well. I think the only ones that I've heard, which I haven't played yet, the Magna Carta games, which the PS2 game, it has. Yeah, I love the cover of that. And
Korean, I didn't know that.
Yeah, the Magna Carta games are actually Korean games.
Wow, nice.
Yeah, I do like the cover. Again, haven't got into those yet, but we'll see about that. I'm not sure what's the demand for that game on my channel, but I don't know. And another one, I'll be going back to Stellar Blade. Very stellar artwork, graphics, and also the protagonist of that game. I don't know why some people they say that they don't like the protagonist for that game, and I don't know why. Why not have a hot lady as a protagonist of a game? I mean, that could work, assuming it comes with good story writing, character writing. I mean, we got that same thing from Nier Automata as well, so why not?
Exactly. And one thing I've got to say when it comes to that is the armor too. With Korean games, I think they've got everybody beat when it comes to the armor that they put on their characters inside of the games. I don't know if you've ever noticed it before, but like a lot of the armor they put on their games are just insanely freaking amazing. I mean, it's like they have freaking the whole battle freaking thing with the thorns and shit sticking out. You know what I mean? It's I've always loved it when I've seen games like that. I don't know if you've ever noticed that before or not, but like there is a difference in like the armor they have on most of these people in the games. So that's what sticks out to me.
I haven't really noticed that with the Korean games because again I haven't really played much a lot of Korean games, but from what I've seen, the very limited character designs that I've seen, the designs they're just up there.
Yeah.
They're quite great.
Now on Persona, what got you started with playing Persona? Because I noticed you play a lot of them, and I think Sosie's the only person I know who can keep up with you when it comes to dude. I mean, being honest, out of everybody, like, he's the only one that can keep up with you. You're always playing Persona.
Persona games, huh? I'd say the first one that I've played was also Persona 3 Portable, the same game that I've been having on my channel, but that one I played on the original PSP. I played the male character there because it was my first time playing the game then, and I did enjoy it, but I wasn't really able to complete a lot of the side quests, the social links and shit. So when I did replay Persona 3 Portable for the PC this time, as the female main character, I did try my best to complete everything. Well, I didn't complete everything, but I got all the social links, I got a lot of the personas there, almost all of the side quests even. Yeah, that took me around, more than 80 hours, I think.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, Persona's a
quite a lot.
Massive game, isn't it?
Very massive game. Yeah.
Determination, that's what we like, that's what you need.
Very much so. Especially Persona 5, the one that Susui's playing. Now, that one is way longer than Persona 3 or 4. I also played Persona 5 for the Switch. That one, I think that took me 137 hours.
Oh my god.
It's that long. It's that long.
And I want to make a warning to everybody who watches the streams, okay? It's cool to watch freaking Maxi play, but do not ever try to keep up with this kid. He is freaking insane, dude. I got curious about Nier with watching his videos, and I tried to freaking play one of them, okay? It literally drove me nuts because of playing the game. I don't know if anybody remembers me playing that game or not.
I do.
I do. It drove me freaking nuts. So, just a quick warning, it's cool to freaking watch his videos and play the games he does, but just don't try to keep up with him. Like, he's a pro at these games, man.
I wouldn't really call myself a pro.
Yeah, you're a lot better than I am, Adam. I mean, it's just a lot better. So I noticed Fallen and Darker Things have been quiet here. You guys got anything you want to say?
I've just been enjoying the conversation between you guys. I love hearing about Nier and Maxi because those are the games that I really watch him for. He's always I don't know, it's just he gets in depth with him and he covers them so fast, like you were saying, so don't try to keep up with him, that's for certain. I played the Nier games and I literally got past I can't remember the one I played, but you start off as like a plane and you're like shooting at things.
Do you
And
start off at that? Regarding the game that you mentioned, did you start off as a sexy lady wearing a black dress?
it is that one, but yeah, it
that's
is
a
her.
Tamara.
But yeah, okay, yeah, no, I do remember the
Yeah.
title now that you say that. And I got past that part, and I started fighting the first enemies. I died, and then I had to start all the way over, because
Yeah, that one's insane.
I was just like, okay, I won't be playing this at this moment. I don't have enough patience for it.
That game's just insane. You have to finish the whole chapter without saving. If you die, yeah, you really would have to start from the very beginning. And I can't forget this part, because when you start a new game at Nier Automata, it automatically tells you that this game does not feature autosave.
Yep, it does.
Like,
I do remember that.
If you're used to having autosave in your games, you'll be like, shit!
I'm not gonna lie. I was like, I played Dark Souls. I can get over this. Nope.
There's one aspect about Nier though that separates it from the rest of them, in my opinion. Though it's like back when I was younger, we had the arcades and the retro. You know what I mean? And you can see it in Nier where they're trying to incorporate that back into newer games. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, like bullet hell games.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
like when you go through there, the view will be right over the top of you, and it's like you're actually playing an arcade game, and you're going through and trying to go around squares and shit like that. And, you know, and I mean, it's literally a video game. It's like when you went to the arcades and then played a video game. I think that's cool as heck when they
Yeah,
do that.
very amazing, very cool. I'm not really sure how they were able to integrate role playing, the role playing mechanics of the game with the bullet hell mechanics, and even some sections they even have the visual novel aspects, and it sounds like a mishmash of game genres in theory, but it just works. I don't know how it does.
And the boss battles, like there's boss battles that will last for hours and hours and hours. Like you just can't go in there and kill a freaking boss in like 20 minutes and be done with it. Well, you might be if you're a pro like Maxi, but
I really wouldn't call myself as a pro. By the way, I really don't play my games on hard mode because I don't want to give myself a pain in the ass.
yeah.
I usually play them on normal mode. So yeah, no shame in playing the games on the most convenient difficulty whatsoever.
Absolutely not. You're there to enjoy it, not to give yourself a hernia. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I can't
I'm just-
fault you on that, Maxie.
Yeah.
I did want to say, I believe I've told you, person to person, that you have the golden voice. Very impressed with you when you do your narrations and your
Thanks.
multiple personalities when you go through the script. And I think you dropped a little gem here that maybe everybody else in the group doesn't know, and I hope you don't mind me mentioning that you've done some voice acting. Do you want to elaborate on that a little bit?
It's more of how do you put this? It's not. I haven't really done voice acting or voiceovers for that long, but I've done some voiceovers for some other channels. I don't know if that channel still exists today, and it's not really game related, so I'm not going to elaborate on it. But yeah, I have done some voiceovers, and I guess whatever I've learned from that voiceover stint that I've done, I could say it did help me on my own videos as well, especially with the editing and cleaning up the audio files and shit. Because I've definitely used that part of on my latter Near Replicant videos, where I've just had some voiceovers instead of the gameplay, because I just don't want to repeat the same shit that I have gone through the past episodes. Not sure if any one of you noticed that, but yeah, I did do that.
Well, I have to agree with you on the settings too. now I'm not the kind of guy that likes to put my games on easy, you know, but if I have to, I will. Don't get me wrong. And the reason why I say that, not like in regular play, but like I also have to remind myself, look, man, you're doing a stream here, you know what I mean? So, so like if I get a game that's extremely hard, I've got to remind myself now, you're trying to present a video to somebody where you're going from point A to point B. If you're stuck on a spot where you're just sitting there for freaking 5-6 hours and can't get past it, and then maybe, you know what I mean? So that's one reason why I do it. And I have no problem with doing it on normal mode either, because like, I really suck at extremely hard stuff. Like Fallen, he's Mr. Go in there and shoot him up on hardcore shit, you know what I mean? I've never been able to do that. I really wish I could, because like with Metro, I love the gunfights, you know. But I've never been able to do hardcore on games. I've always tried and failed every time. So I agree with you.
I do want to say those games I usually play on hard mode and I'm shooting them up like that, it's only because I've played the game before. New games I always go in on normal and then I come back hard. So nothing wrong with a little bit of practice.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely not.
Yeah, you're great enough.
He's a genius at it. Don't let him fool you. Like that dude can freaking go in. He play freaking Resident Evil 2 times. Get on the keyboard and start freaking killing shit with a keyboard and a freaking mouse. You know how hard that is for me to get on and actually play games like Resident Evil with a mouse and a keyboard, or Halo even. You know.
Or any game even. I really don't play anything with a keyboard and mouse. There's just so many buttons there.
The mouse is definitely good for accuracy. Keyboard is not good for movement. If you're playing any platformers, definitely use a controller.
Yeah.
Now with Nier Gestalt, I played that one. I've never played Replica, but I played Gestalt, which is I guess the French version of the American version, or whatever, whichever country that one came out of. You've played the opposite game that I played. I played Gestalt, and I've noticed like the differences between the two. I was wondering if maybe you could give us some feedback on what your thoughts of it is. Like, for one thing, I noticed like it's the brother who is the main character in the game you play, where in mine it's the father. So could you kind of go through there and maybe give us your take on the differences between those two games?
Alright, so aside from what you've mentioned with the MC, or the main character in Replicant, being the brother, and on Gestalt it's the father, one thing different as well are the graphics. The graphics in the one that I'm playing, which is actually a remake of the original Neo Replicant that has stayed only in Japan. Well, it's miles better than the original PS3 release. Another difference that I would add is the new one has this segment where you battle Louise. By the way, Louise is this giant ass shade in Seafront. I don't think Neo Gestalt has that. I mean, the original Nier game, it doesn't have that, I think. And another difference between the two is that there's a brand new ending in the new Nier Replicant. And speaking of, I'll be releasing the first episode for that new ending next week. So just something to look forward to for everyone here watching the stream.
I think that's cool.
Yeah.
That's really cool that you're actually going to be doing that right after you're doing this interview too, because like you're the one that got me onto the Nier. You know what I mean? I do love that game. It's hard, but I love it. But that's really good too. Now, you also mentioned something about where the game stemmed from. Okay, where it originally came off of. Could you kind of give a history of where they came up with the idea of Nier?
The idea? I'm not sure about the idea, but what I was thinking is that you were asking me about the timeline of the Nier games. I'm not sure. But I don't think that's what you were asking.
No, it's the previous games that it stemmed out of. Like the dragon one. What was
Oh, that one.
Yeah.
Drakengard. Yeah, that one.
Drakengard.
Yeah, Drakengard. Yeah, that game's insane. And unless you don't have any particular care for your mental health, which I don't think you all feel that way. I'm very on the fence when it comes to recommending that game. Well, anyway, before that, I just want to say that the events in Nier, whatever version you play, that events, those came from the very last ending of Drakengard. By the way, Drakengard has 5 endings, and ending E of Drakengard, after that you get the Nier games. All right. So, by the way, anyway, in Drakengard you do control this mute warrior called Kaim, and he had a deal with this dragon. I think the dragon's name is Angelus. I don't know, but he's a psycho. And the more you play the game of Drakengard, the more you get to feel how much of a psycho he is. He just wants to kill everyone, just so he could save his sister. I'm not sure if I could go elaborate on that further, because maybe our audience here, maybe they do still want to play Drakengard despite my warnings, so I'm not going to elaborate on that further.
Now, how much do you actually like the game? Because I know how crazy you are. Okay, so let's be honest here. How much do you like Drakengard?
Drakengard, I wouldn't say that I like the experience.
You love it?
I wouldn't say that I like the experience. It's quite tedious. Aside from that, the way to acquire the last ending E, is that you would have to get all 65 weapons. I think that's 65. Yeah. And I did use a guide for that, admittedly, because I don't know how to get all of them. Yes. Also, to get the other weapons, you would mostly have to do the extra quests that you would get along the way. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And that was just infuriating. I didn't record that because I don't want to bore everyone who's watching my videos. I just want my audience to see the story and how it branches out to all these 5 endings.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I did get all the weapons, and I don't know, even the last stage to get the final ending, that was infuriating. And going back on that part, I remember reading a blog or a commentary about the games. Is it the right term? I'm not sure. But I remember that person saying that... No, he didn't say it. I think he quoted it from the creator of Drakengard. And that quote, it says something like... says something like a game that doesn't have a happy ending, it's like people don't deserve to get a happy experience from a game that doesn't have a happy ending. I'm not sure if that's I don't think that's the quote, by the way, but it's something similar to that.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I do agree with that. I didn't get a happy experience playing Drakengard.
Well, being fair about it though, I mean, like you just sitting there talking, your eyes got all glossy and shit, and like you got real happy, like, you know what I mean. So I know you got something positive out of it because it excited you. You know what I mean? And even when I watched you play the game, you were very excited. I mean, it kept you on your toes, especially the battles with the dragons when they had those. I don't know what those rings were, but they would come out and you had to avoid them. Like, you would just flip out, man, because you were on this dragon trying to fight and dodge these freaking little rings that were stretching out and stuff. And it was pretty interesting just watching you do that. So that's just my take on it. Anybody else want to mention anything to him?
I do have a question, if that's
ahead.
all right.
Go for it.
All right.
One question. Like, obviously, the process you choose, like you go through to like choose a specific RPG. What does that look like, and how do you come to that kind of like to make a series out of it? Do you test it first, or do you like just go in blind?
Wait. I think it's different for each game, but it all stems out of the desire to play the said game. Like, when it came to me playing Neo Replicant, I've been talking with my cousin, and yeah, this is the same cousin that I've played Jade Cocoon with, by the way. And we did talk about the Nier games, and then the Drakengard games, and then I told him about Neo Replicant, and that's how I got into playing Neo Replicant in the channel. As for Persona 3 Portable, I did win that game from a raffle on Twitter, so I got that in the channel. There isn't really much any process to it. That's the process. I'm not even kidding about that. As for the other games, I could say that I made my audience choose it. I did put some polls on Twitter, and I think also on my YouTube community tab. That's how I got into playing 13 Sentinels, Aegis Rim.
Mm-hmm.
Not sure if you've heard the game, but it's a very great game. Yeah, that's a very great game.
That was going to be one of the next few games I was going to mention, but you're so great.
Yeah.
You mentioned it before I was able to get to it. 'Cause
Never thought you were going to ask that, but
you're just waiting, weren't you? You're just like, come on, Roger. Or Infamous. Okay, so now you've opened the can of whoop ass, so
bring it on.
We got to talk
Let's
about
get it on.
We got to talk about it. Tell us about freaking Sentinels, man, because that's your game. I know that's your game.
Yeah. Yeah. I'd also recommend that game, by the way, if you have a PS4 or Switch. Yeah, get that game. It only took me around 30 hours for that. 30 hours ish. As for that game and another game on my channel, I actually played that game beforehand, you know. I played it beforehand, so I do have a general grasp on how to go with things, especially with the visual novel side, the story segments, as I would put it, because the game is divided into two segments. So the first one is the story segment. That's where you get to know the background of all of the 13 characters that you're controlling in the game, and the other one is the real-time strategy aspect, where you battle I forgot what they. Yeah, but yeah, you battle robotic aliens in that segment, and the more you play the game, the more that it makes sense to you. But it really is confusing in the very beginning of the game, because you get a piece of story from one character, and then you get another piece from the next character, and so on and so forth. And as you go on through the game, you get to see how the story of the 13 of them, you get to see how that intertwines with each other, along with the battle segments that you've been doing all this time. And I think at times, especially in my first playthrough, I even got some moments where I still find myself confused at around, I think, at around the 20-hour mark of the game. Yeah, I still find myself confused, like, how did that character get there, or something. Yeah, but it's quite a short game, I would say, around 30 hours. Also very underrated, if you ask me. Yeah, I'm not sure if anyone at the stream is interested, but if you like your visual novels and real-time strategy games mixed together, yeah, I'd recommend that game.
Now,
I recommend 13 Sentinels.
Now, when you talk about 13 hours, is that 13 hours for just one character?
Wait, I think I said 30. 30. Sorry about that.
33.
Yeah.
Is that for
30...
just one character, or does each character have their own storyline?
Each character has their own storyline, but completing the whole game, it's going to take you 30 hours.
30 hours, okay, so that's
yeah,
combining
it's
it
really
all
short.
Okay.
Yep, that's quite short. So if you got maybe a weekend or two to play a game, that's the game to go.
Okay. Because that's important. I was thinking about playing the game until I saw some of your videos, and that kind of discourages me, because I know, like, if you're playing it good, then I'm not even going to be playing half as good, so I got to drop it down to a fourth as good. That means I'm going to be getting my butt kicked. You see,
I think if you're worried about getting your butt kicked, there's easy mode on the battle segments, so I think that could ease up some of your troubles in the battling. As for the story segments, they're mostly intuitive. There's just some moments there that I found myself lost as to what to do next. I did have to look for a guide for this particular character's story. The one with the unkempt, disheveled, long-ass hair. But yeah, I don't want to specify on the names of the characters for this, but yeah, aside from a part of his storyline, the rest I did have a hard time.
Okay. No,
yeah, challenging, but not really that hard when it comes to doing finding out what's next for their stories. There.
Since you talk about having a hard time and everything, I have to get into the emotional side when it comes to Maxi RPG gaming. So we're going to have to come to a situation where a video was taking place, and Maxi was playing this part in Nier where freaking one of his favorite characters got turned to stone, and he just looked at the camera, and by the looks in his eyes, he did not like what he had just played from my point of view. I wanted to get feedback from you, Maxi, and see what was going on in your mind after that scene. How did you feel about that? Because it looked like you had to, like, turn the camera off so that you could cry, dude. I mean, just from my take, did you cry at that scene after you finished the stream?
I think that's Nier Replicant you're talking about.
Right.
Yeah. As for that scene, I'd say I was more shocked, more in disbelief. Up to this day, I think I could count with my single hand as to how many games made me cry.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Was it pretty rough?
that scene in Replicant, well, it did not make me cry, but yeah, that was rough. That was rough.
Yeah, I wanted to ask that because, I mean, like, whenever I seen your face at the end of that video, okay, and how you said that, he's like, I hope you guys like it, you know what I mean? It was just like, I could tell you did not like what you had just played.
I didn't.
Okay.
I don't think I did like that. It's been a while, but yeah, I don't think I did like that.
And that was probably the shittiest moment out of that entire game that I had, because even when I played that part, okay, and they did that, I was like, are you freaking serious, man? Like, you took and kidnapped this freaking kid's, or this guy's kid, you know what I mean? I know that might be a spoiler, but I'll say it. And then you turn her to freaking stone. It was like, what the heck are you gonna do next? It was like, is that the ending? I think the only good part about that was it started back up, what, 2 years later in the story? I think it's 2 years.
I'm not sure in if it's different in Gestalt, but in Replicant, I think it was 5 years. They did a 5-year time skip on that game.
Yeah.
And then you see the brother, since it's a brother in the Replicant games, you see him all grown up. And he looks much cooler compared to how we used to see him back in the first half.
Yeah. I think that was the only positive part that I got out of that whole thing, is at least it started back up. But I hated that part of the story. I really did. It was messed up. But that what's your take on that? I mean, did you?
Maybe it made me want to record another episode. That's it. Yeah, I want to get past over those feelings, because I did cut off that episode to the end of the first half of the game. So what I thought is that I just want to get to the second half of it and see what happens next, and if it'll be all better after this. I think that's what I did.
Yeah.
Can't recall. It's been months ago. But I think that's what I did.
Yeah.
I recorded another episode.
I think what I did is I ran through it and I decided to stop it because I did mine on emulation, so I could go back. You know what I mean? And I freaking I played through it a little bit, and then I was like, okay, it's cool. I was fine with it, so I shut it down, and then I started playing it again later on. But it did throw me for a loop. I didn't have an emotional issue about it, but I you know what I mean. But it did irritate me. It irritated the heck out of me. So
I think it does that to people.
Oh, that game, yeah. I mean, Fallen kept picking on me because I'd fall off into the sand traps and shit. I couldn't do all that stuff. You just jump through that stuff, no problem whatsoever. You know what I mean? I freaking try the same thing, and I keep falling off into little traps and shit. So
I think the biggest thing I remember from you playing Infamous was the where you had to push the squares around and you had all the red balls shooting at you.
Oh God, yeah, that was horrible. That was horrible. And you know, I sat and I watched freaking Maxi play this stuff, video after video, like a pro, dude. You had all this stuff coming at you and everything, and I'm like, yeah, dude, I can do that. That's a lot of action. I get in there and I'm like, oh my God, dude, this is serious. So I learned my lesson. I'm gonna be careful about that. So Zach, Darker Things, you want to give some feedback on this?
I don't think Darker Things is on the call. Sorry.
No, I think he had to go. He said.
Yeah, Darker had to jump.
You know, I have to keep it on widescreen so we get the full shot, and I really don't like editing too much. So
he said, but hats off to Maxi, you truly shine in your niche. Thank you for being here.
There you go.
Thanks. Thank you.
So
I'll tell you right now, you do have a lot of fans on here, man. When on home away from YouTube, a lot of people get on here, and you're one of the reasons why people come on here for watching videos, man. You have a lot of unique. The games you play is unique, and like for me personally, I like how you like to get the games that have like technology in the graphics. You know what I'm saying? Does that make sense to you?
Like, I think you mean like realistic graphics.
Well,
Is
kind
that
of like a oh wow, we were just talking about, now I'm having a brain fart. What's the name of that game again that we were just talking about?
Nier?
No, the one after that one.
13 Sentinels.
13 Sentinels, yes.
That one.
It's like it has a map of a city, and then you go in and it freaking shows you the characters, and when it shows you the characters, a profile pops up, and it's like in a computer freaking graphics kind of setting, you know what I'm saying? And then you have
Sci-fi like, yeah.
And then you got like freaking tabs on the side where you can go down and check out each character and stuff and switch it, and it, you know, I mean, it's just cool the way you pick games like that, you know what I mean? And that I'm really impressed how you pick up on that kind of stuff. So
I usually follow recommendations as well. Like if I see a game and if I like how it looks like, if it vibes with me, then I give it a try. Usually when it comes to RPGs, I do play the turn-based ones and the action RPGs. I don't really play tactical RPGs as much as other people may do, because I'm a dumb shit, so I don't really think that thinking how many moves in advance or shit, I don't think that's the type of game for me. I would say I'm more of the thinking your feet type of person, so I'm really more inclined to play either turn-based games or action-based RPGs. And as for that, I would say that playing 13 Sentinels is quite different from the type of games that I play, since real-time strategy games, it falls more on the tactical side of RPGs, and I don't play tactical RPGs that much, especially the grid-based types, like what example, like Final Fantasy Tactics, Ogre Battle, was it, or Fire Emblem. I'm not really into those types of games.
no,
Yeah, like I could see why other people like it, but it's not really the game for me.
My
So
brother absolutely loves them, and I just look at them like I'm too stupid to understand what's going on.
Yeah.
Like big swords.
yeah, I feel you about for feeling stupid for playing those games. Yeah, I do feel you.
They definitely take time, and they're the types of games that I want to play, but you have to have patience and time. You have to be able to set up things to make your, like Fire Emblem. I wanted to play that one, but I read a lot more on it, and it was a lot more strategic than I thought it was going to be.
Yeah.
I thought it was more like, okay, I get to control this character, I get to run around with an army, and then we get to go do damage. But you have to constantly switch off between which character you're playing as. You have to make sure that your army's in the right spot. It's a lot of so I understand your want to like play those more on your feet type games, as you were saying.
Yeah.
Action RPGs where you do have a little bit of setup beforehand. You set up your gear maybe, and then you run in with your group, and then you do damage. You actually play. You're there making tactical decisions in the moment, rather than, okay, I'm gonna send this army out this way, this army out this way, and hopefully they make it.
I know when it comes to games like that, my son got me when it came to one game. It was that XCOM. Have you guys ever tried to play that?
Yeah.
XCOM.
I think I've heard of it before.
XCOM.
I haven't really played it, but I've heard of that.
I gave it a try, and I've yet to beat a serious mission. Like, they'll give you 2 for free, you know what I mean? Go in there and do these real easy missions. But when they finally put you into an actual mission where you have to do the strategies, I have yet to beat one. And I keep losing all my freaking money. And then they're wanting me to, like, put freaking up stuff in my base to where I can, you know, recruit troops and have parts and stuff for my armor and shit like that. And I'm running out of money. You know what I mean? So I end up getting frustrated, and I'm like, nah, I can't do this. I have to start all over and everything, and I've yet to be able to do anything good at that. So I'm pretty sure that's the kind of game we're talking about here. It's pretty horrible. I feel bad about myself every time I play that game. You know, I always thought I was real smart with these games until I played freaking XCOM.
Yeah,
It makes you feel dumb, huh?
Yeah. It's just horrible. So, another important question, and we've got to ask this question. If you had your choice of any of the anime chicks that freaking you like, which one would you pick?
Which one becomes waifu?
Yeah, which one?
I think this is obvious at this point.
No, it's not. You gotta say it out loud.
Really?
You gotta say it out
Really?
loud. You gotta say it out loud, Maxie.
Really?
You can't
I
put
mean-
a man on a spot like this. Come on.
We know what your thumbnail is. That's one thing, okay? But you have to say it out loud. Which is your favorite anime chick?
Really now?
It's a tough choice. You can't choose between them,
It's
can
that, like, I think he's having more problems figuring out which one in particular.
Yeah, I know. That's what, you can see
Not
it.
really, but I don't know. It's just too obvious at this point. Especially if you've been following me on Twitter. Yeah, it's. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if as to who's following me on Twitter. Again, Twitter. By the way, it's at Maxi Plays RPGs. All in one word, no underscores or anything. But yeah, if you've been watching me over there, it's really obvious. It's not really. It's not. It's less anime, more video game. We all know who it is. Come on. Yeah.
He's acting like he's embarrassed by it. Like,
We all know who it is. It's Tifa. I've been asked a local artist for an art commission, and I did set it as my my display picture in all of my social media accounts, even in my YouTube. It's the picture that you even see if I turn off my microphone. Here, I mean my what did I say? Microphone. Yeah, my cam. I don't know where that brain fart come from, but yeah, no, it's that.
I'm busy thinking about Tifa.
yeah.
I give it to you, man. I definitely couldn't pick. There's so many. There's just like they're
I
all
do agree.
best.
There's so many. There's so many. Yeah, I do agree, but there's just one of them to rule all of them, and yeah, that's my answer.
I knew the answer to, by the way. It's just I had to have you say it. That was strategic as well. Because I mean, like, it's everywhere, like you said. I mean, yeah.
Yep.
You didn't have to ask, but I wanted it on stream. I wanted everybody to hear Maxie on stream say, see, and kind of give us a background on that. What made it to where you enjoyed her the most? You know what I mean? What sets her above all the other ones?
What sets her above all the other ones? Well, when it comes to waifus, if you ask me, it's about the beauty and the brawn, and she has both.
Okay.
I mean, you could say that 2B also falls there. From Nier Automata, by the way, yeah. She also falls under that same criteria. And I could name a few more from the games that I've played, but if you ask me who epitomizes that, the beauty and the brawn thing, it's gotta be her.
Yeah. So
I've got to say, I've always loved that Tiff throws hands. Like, she fights with her bare hands.
Yeah.
Indeed. And also the fact that she learned martial arts, just to get to protect herself and all that shit without relying on Cloud. Well, that's one thing. That's definitely one thing.
she's a badass. Plain and simple.
For real.
Now, on when you were talking about Nier too,
Yeah.
the one thing that really annoyed me was they made it to where you could change the outfits for the ladies. Man, that annoyed me. Like I loved Gestalt when you had what's her face running around. She had freaking her outfit. And now I guess on the one you're playing, Replica, like you can change your outfits and stuff. You know what I'm saying? I was like, are you kidding me, dude? Like that was what made her freaking popular. You know what I mean? It's because everybody's like, what the hell are they putting on her, dude? You know what I'm saying? Like,
You mean Kaine?
yeah, Kaine.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
I think it could really change all of their outfits, not just Kaine, but also Emil and the main character Nier. Yeah, you could also change their outfits. I think they just made all the three main characters change the outfits. I don't know what for, but
I do want to input. I thought I read somewhere eventually that, like, not trying to get too deep into it because it's not a subject I really enjoy talking about, but I think they were trying to take away like gender specific like ideals of characters, so you can make them look a little bit more girly or a little bit more manly if you wanted. Not like manly as in physique, but like the clothing wise, like like certain characters were put into shorts even though they were like definitely more feminine looking.
Well, I with Zelda that I was doing that randomizer with Rapid, I felt uncomfortable about being the guard on there because like whenever you went back in time and you became a little boy, like he had boy shorts on. You know what I'm saying? And
They're real tight looking on him.
yeah, I mean, and when it comes to frickin' that character, if you guys have played Zelda, you know what I'm talking about. Like this is like a he's supposed to be transformed into a kid, but he's still a full grown man in boy shorts.
I think that was the best part about it, Infamous.
Yeah. I just felt uncomfortable about that, and I was like, joking.
What they didn't tell you is it's him pretending he's a boy. He's not actually gone back in time.
but I mean, that would have been a good. Well, I guess they do have mods for that where you can change their costumes and stuff around, but like that would have been good for that. That was kind of strange, right there. And that's the one thing that annoyed me though about Nier was when they did that on that, because they didn't allow me to do it on Gestalt. You know. And
the costume changes.
yeah, they didn't allow me to do it on there. But like I said, that was emulation too, so it could have been changed up in the emulation, or it might not have been a part of the emulation. So it could be in the actual game. I don't know.
Or maybe it's through a DLC, I'm not sure.
Okay.
I don't know, I'm guessing at this point.
Yeah. But you are definitely the king when it comes to frickin' Nier Gestalt and all of the other ones. I mean, you definitely beat me on that. I did want to mention too that RJ, I said it beforehand, he said he didn't cry one bit, dude. It didn't even faze him when she got turned to stone. Said it didn't faze him one bit.
Really now?
Yeah. He said it was no big deal. What do you don't think that's a bad thing? Like,
That's a bit heartless.
yeah, that really is. That's horrible.
It's
Now,
a bit heartless now.
and it's like I said too, Zach. You're gonna make RJ jealous because you showed up for Maxie's interview. And he was really upset and worried, or not worried, but more sad because you didn't show up for his twice.
I mean, I was busy, man. It's like the time zones and just over the, like for sure the next one, if there's another one, I will definitely make the time. But like, I'm back in work, so it's like I've actually got time to do things at the weekends in, because I'm not like Christmas and holidays. It's always busy, but like, yeah.
Well, this is Maxie too. I mean, like, freaking, we can't skip out on a round
100%.
table.
100%.
You know what I mean? Like, not trying to beef up your ego there, Maxie, but like, everybody loves you on here. You know, like, you come out with some good stuff. You know what I'm saying? It's like, I was so happy when you freaking contacted me and I said, am I serious or still wanting to do this with you, because I've always loved watching your videos, man. So
yeah, I think you're one of the OGs in the server, aren't you, Max? Have you been in there?
I'm not sure. I've also seen a lot of members when I got there. I know Sosui's been there even like way before I got into the server.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how long have the others been in the server before I got there. But yeah, it's been quite a long time already.
Yeah.
now,
You know.
are you and Sosi friends? That's one thing that has always been bugging me, because it's like, are you guys friends or relatives or anything, or are you like...
No, not relatives, but I think as I've seen more of his content, we've got into touch on Facebook. I can say that we've achieved a certain level of friendship.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
At least that's what I think.
Because it's like, you guys really do have a lot in common. I mean, like your gameplay, especially, like, it's like almost, well, you've got them beat on Nier and all that. I know you got more than that, and then the Sentinels and stuff. But like, I can get on Discord, and you'll be playing one version of Persona, and he'll be playing another version. So you've got two different versions of Persona playing at the same time on there. So I always thought that was pretty cool.
I'd say that I think his videos were the reason why I got into playing Persona 5. I think they released Persona for the other consoles last I don't know, when was that again? 2022, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
I forgot. But when it was released on Switch, I got it at least a month or two after. I even got the Steelbook case one, so yeah, it's something for the collection that I got over there. And it took me quite a while to finish it as well. But definitely not as long as how it's taking Sosu to finish the game on his channel. I mean, I think it was a few weeks back, and he did mention to me that he had the game for around 3 years already on his channel, and I was like, oh my god, that's such a long time already. It's been so long.
Yeah, but
And the series is still ongoing.
Sosie's in that though. Okay, like, have you ever seen his Dark Soul videos?
Oh, that's hilarious.
I've seen the Elden Ring ones.
Yeah, the
I
Elden
think I've
Rings are
seen
good,
some of
too.
the PvP Dark Souls ones. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
He is insane. I mean, he's not. Well, actually, yeah. I've got to watch how I say that, because that is true. he's got just as much craziness as you do, but I keep forgetting about the freaking songs. Okay, like that's the one thing that tops him. Like, he'll be playing freaking Elden Ring, and all of a sudden he starts singing freaking warrior chants and shit. And I'm like,
he's singing Dragon Force.
Yeah.
Like nine times out of 10, he's gonna be singing some Dragon Force. If it's not Dragon Force, it's either a Persona 5 song or maybe some other metal band. Yeah.
So yeah, I love you both, man. And that's the thing with Sussy that I regret, because he stopped contacting me and talking with me. Before, he'd do it all the time, but now it's like you barely hear from him, you know what I mean? Like, so that's kind of disturbing. I hope he's alright and everything. Everything's going fine with him, but
I think he's doing well, yeah. But I'm not sure what happened between you two, but I just hope it gets better soon.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if I could phrase it any better, but yeah.
Well, whenever I came to Home Away from YouTube, it was I came with Rockstar and freaking it was Rockstar. Darker Things came over before me, but he's the one that I knew from John's channel, and then Sosi, and then Crappy Gamer. We were all on John's WLC together, and then John referred me over to Home Away from YouTube, and that was when I had known frickin' Sosi for at least a year and a half before that, you know. So it was pretty weird how all that went down. I mean, so I hope he frickin' starts talking more to me and everything. So I'm not gonna, you know, try to wonder and try to get into deep thought what's going on there. It could be just the fact that he just is on his own, doing his own thing, you know, for all I know. So now, before we get off here, I do have to ask you something though. Where did you come up with your gamer name? I've been trying to remember to ask everybody to kind of give a little.
Oh, that. Well, usually when people can come up with their gamer name, it's usually their name and gaming, or their name and then their niche, like RPGs. So as for me, I did think Maxi plays RPGs. It's descriptive enough for you to know what I do on my channel, what I play on my channel, and as for Maxi, well, it's sort of a nickname that a friend of mine gave to me way back then. So, I thought of using that on my channel. But before I used that on my channel, I used to do some other types of hobbies, namely photography. Yeah, that's what I also used on my social media. The name, at least. I also used Maxi there. I just don't like my real name, so yeah. I just used Maxi on, you could say everything. Yeah, I just used that name on my online presence, so yeah. I'm not sure if I answered the question, but that's pretty much it.
It's really just it's a generalized question that you usually ask gamers, you know what I mean? Where did you come up with your gamer name? So any answer is a good answer. Just, I mean, like, there isn't supposed to be like it's not a true or false question, you know what I mean? Or
yeah,
A or B or anything like that. So I just wanted to kind of get a background on how you came up with your name and stuff, because
yeah,
and I think Maxi is a pretty cool name too. It fits you. Maxi plays
Thanks.
RPGs. Do you guys have any questions that you want to ask them? Because we are going to have to be done here in a little bit. I believe we're over an hour, aren't we? Hour and 15 minutes. We've done good.
I can keep talking.
Yeah, I know you.
Keep the questions coming.
No, I haven't got anything, mate. I think we've covered I think I've covered everything. You've covered everything. I just want to put it out there that you're amazing. Keep doing what you're doing. Keep sharing with us. You know, just keep being you. You're amazing. So thank you for being here. Thank you for taking the time to do the interview and just being here in general. You know, it's always super cool to talk to you, watch your stuff, and keep being you, man. Keep being you. Don't change for anyone.
Thank you. Thank you.
What about you, Detective? You still here?
Yeah, I thought of a question, but then I kind of forgot. But I did want to ask you though. Did you want to keep your hair blue, or are you dyeing it a different color? Are you trying different things?
As of now, it's either blue or the shade of indigo. I'm not sure how it became how it became blue at this point, because I did use an indigo dye in my hair 2 weeks ago.
Are you trying to get it to go back indigo, or?
I probably would have it bleached first. Yeah,
I like it. I like
Are
it.
definitely showing.
I've been wanting to do the same, something similar to my hair, and I really like that blue in your hair, man.
Thanks.
The other thing I wanted to say is, nope, it slipped my mind again. I definitely did want to say I do enjoy. I did really get to enjoy talking to you. It feels like it's a new boundary broken, so it's good to actually getting to hear from you and like get a more good idea of you as a person, which is these things are good for.
Yeah, I do agree with that.
I think you should check out some of the Fallen stuff too, because there's something that it's really weird when it comes to Fallen. Okay, like, have you seen any of his Yakuza videos?
I have. I do remember. I do remember the Yakuza 0 videos wherein he's playing as Majima there, like hosting a club or some shit.
Yeah, and this is a fighting game, okay, and he's doing dance-offs. Now, tell me, out of everybody on Home Away from YouTube who would frickin' play Yakuza and then just do frickin' 2 hours of a dance-off, who else other than Detective Fallen would do that?
Who else aside from him?
Yeah,
Sounds like a good
I'm not
time.
sure.
I would say this guy Maxi
RPG.
Maxi RPG would do a frickin' dance off on frickin' Yakuza. I would almost bet.
I could definitely see it.
I haven't really played much of the Yakuza games. I've yet to go back to Like a Dragon. Yeah, I've tried playing it, but I haven't been able to go back to it for quite some time already.
I would love to see Maxi's reactions on those, though. Just in the middle of like fighting some guys, and then he goes down a back alley. This dude pops out of nowhere, talking about some random nonsense. I would just die to see Maxi's reactions to those.
Every time I see you playing that, I think of Maxi. To be honest with you, like when you do that, and then the tournaments and like he just did a cage match, and before that he was like flirting with a chick, trying to get her frickin', you know, and everything on the game. Like you go into the game and you flirt with this girl on the phone. You have to answer the right question.
You gotta keep doing it multiple times, and if you don't answer it right, then you have to go back and do it over again. And then every time you do it, you eventually end up with a different girl, and hopefully it's the right one, because you getting catfished in there too.
This is on Yakuza.
But no, I think about Maxi a lot too when I play Yakuza, because like every time I go to like say something, I'm like, oh man, you know, Maxi would know how to say that.
Yeah. They just,
I'm just like, man, I'm pronunciating the shit out of this. It's awful. It's garbage. I need someone to tell me how to actually say this.
but yeah, it's just a thought, man. Just putting it out there. That's all I'm doing, Maxie. That's it.
So I think your next game suggestion is Yakuza Maxi.
Speaking of the next game, unfortunately, Detective, that's not really the next game that I have in mind on the channel. But it's a real famous one, and this game, it's something that I've been trying and dying to get into the channel for over a year now, I guess. Because I bought it on Steam last December 2022. And I haven't really been able to get onto it that much. It's just so hard to run in the PC. It's like every time I run it on my laptop, it's been stuttering quite a lot.
That's the worst.
Yeah, it's not really the best of ports, and that's putting it mildly. Yeah.
Yeah, that sucks. It's always hard, isn't it, when like the games don't run properly and you really want to play it. It's like, oh, it's the worst.
Yeah.
You're like, oh, fuck.
So now we're talking about Yakuza.
No,
The game that
I don't think he ever mentioned the name.
He's not going to mention the name of the game. See, he's
Gonna keep us in
mystic-
suspense.
Yeah, I know.
When should we expect it? Tell us.
next
Tell us your
game-
friends.
Wait, let me check the calendar. When will I be releasing the first video for that game? Wait. I think I'll be releasing that on the 19th.
Awesome.
It's got a
The
calendar.
video for that.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well-
I release every Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays.
Right.
And yeah, I'll be releasing that one on the 19th.
Okay, so with that being said, now that we've got to have all your socials, give yourself a plug, every place you're on.
Sure.
That way everybody knows how to get in contact with you and
Sure. So I do have my channel, which is at Maxi Plays RPGs as well. Well, at least that's my username on YouTube. And pretty much I use the same handle for Twitter, for Instagram, for Facebook as well. I also use Maxi Plays RPGs. Wait, what? Did I mention Instagram? Even though I don't really use Instagram, I
it's
think I
fine.
did.
It's fine. At least you give them the socials. That way they can reach out to you there. So that's the important.
Yeah, but I'm mostly active on Twitter. Mostly active on Twitter. I've also post my, what do you call it? My weekly schedule there. Yep, I think I just posted my schedule on Twitter earlier this day, and yeah, I think that's pretty much it. If you see the black dress Tifa with the blue sky background, it's probably my it's probably my it's probably mine.
Yes.
That account's mine.
Just look
yeah.
for Tifa.
Yeah. I was gonna say that's how you find Maxie, man. You look for
Yeah.
that avatar, and she's hot too, by the way. I wasn't bad mouthing her. She's hot.
Agreed.
You know?
Kind of hard to miss.
When he put the thumbnail up, I probably was the first person to make a comment about it. To be honest with you, like he topped himself right there. That was it. So, with that being said, I'd like to say thank you to Zachy Boy for being here. I'd also like to say thank you to Fallen and the Darker Things and Jen for being here. I'd like to thank you for being here, Maxie. This was a great interview, and you're always welcome back anytime. It's just like if you just want to be on the panel like us, you know what I'm saying, and ask questions to somebody. Come in. I mean, everybody from home away from YouTube is always welcome here. That's what what this is set up for. You know what I mean? Where we can get to know each other and have a good time. You know. So
Yeah, for real, for real.
I've absolutely enjoyed it. Just want to say.
I actually want to thank all of you for inviting me here and being with me during this stream over here.
Did you enjoy it? That's the one thing.
I definitely do.
Okay.
I definitely did enjoy it.
Okay, good. That's what I always try to ask everybody, as long as I don't forget to. Because for me that's important. As long as as long as you enjoy.
I definitely agree.
You know, as long as you enjoyed it, then something good has been done here. So, let me end it now, and maybe we can have you back later to do another episode. Okay? It's like I say with everybody too. Everybody who's been on here, I'm gonna send a copy of this to you, so you will be getting a copy of the interview. Okay?
All right.
And the same will go with Zachy Boy and Detective Fallen and Darker Things. I'll send one to each of them. That way we can be able to put this stuff out and
Perfect.
let everybody know that Home Away from YouTube's here, and we're damn good. We got some of the best freaking gamers on the internet right here on Discord. So that's we're basically doing that for ourselves, you know what I'm saying? Because you guys are awesome. I mean, I love Home Away from YouTube, so.
Hey, much love to you guys.
I'll end it here, and thanks for being here, guys.
Hi, my name is Summer Todd. I'm doing an interview with Roger Hanson. I'm from Southwest Ohio. I grew up outside of Oxford, Miami University, second oldest college town in Ohio, which I just found out today. And I'm retired from there, and we'll be discussing some of the mysterious things that have happened on that campus and some unsolved mysteries today.
All right. This is actually like your show. It's not a interview.
Well, okay.
So just
sorry, never mind.
I'm your guest.
And Roger's my guest. I'm sorry because I got distracted. We were having some issues, so this is my show. So yeah, I'll be leading into everything. So, but that's a little background on me right now. So.
Now I'll help with trying to get Austin in the background. So like whenever you need me to talk and everything, I'll be available. But like,
okay.
I'd really like to have him in here too and stuff, and that's cool. So.
Okay.
But with Bob Dub, do you want to say hi, Bob Dub?
Yeah, that'd be good.
I think she's gone. She got. Yeah, it's an interesting day.
Okay.
So the topic today, what is it? Do you want to get into? Because we had the interview and we were talking about the university and stuff. Now, where do you want to start out when it comes to that university? Because I did the research that you sent me, and I think it's really interesting. So I just want to know where you want to start with it.
When I was talking to you, I think a lot of people were interested about the unsolved mystery with Ron Taman. So, I mean, if you've done some research, I've seen some stuff. There's some stuff I know about it. I watched it on Unsolved Mysteries, and of course, I worked in Miami for 20 years, so I've heard all kinds of stuff. Mm-hmm. So we can kind of lead into that. The student that disappeared there.
Tom's, yeah. wasn't that his name? It was
Ron Taman was his name.
Ron Taman.
And the year, God, I know the year. He disappeared.
I actually got that.
Yeah, I should have brought that in my notes because I'm not real good with dates. But
I brought notes for you, so I like I told you, I've got everything back, or I'm backing you up here. I got
right.
it. So I just have to scroll down and find it because there is a lot of good stuff on here. I mean, this is probably one of the most interesting untold stories there is out there, to be honest with you. Like, you could create an entire freaking movie off this stuff.
Yeah, well, like I said, it was on Unsolved Mysteries. And what was the year? 1940?
It was in the 50s, I believe. Ronald Taman, he was a 19-year-old who went missing April 19th, 1953.
Okay, 1953. Okay, and so the story was it was spring break, and so there's no one around. There's not very many students around, of course. And I've been there at spring break, and it's desolate. And I guess he was still on campus, and he was studying in his room. And I don't know what kind of weird stuff they did back then for fun, but. I guess somebody tried to play a prank on Ron Taman, so he found this fish in his bed supposedly, and then he went and got housekeeping, and he wanted new sheets, which I always thought was kind of strange, because first off, there's hardly anyone around, and he ended up disappearing, and I mean, if somebody played a prank on him, you'd think that they would want to see his reaction. But that didn't seem to be the case. So that was how it all started. I think that was, the housekeeper might have been the last person to see him, from what I'm reading, from what I've read. So he has this fish in his bed. He gets the sheets, and then I think his roommate came back, maybe the next day or early in the morning or something, and Ron Taman was gone. And nobody really ever saw him after that. And the police were called, and they started a search, and I think they drug. It was called Acton Lake at the time. Now it's Houston Woods Lake. There was even rumors that Rowdebush Hall. It was when it was being remodeled. People said, well. I think it was being remodeled around that time. People said, well, maybe the cement was wet and somebody killed him and put his body in the cement. So when Rowdebush Hall was remodeled many years later, maybe in the 90s or something, they said they were always trying to see if there were any bones or anything. Of course, cement's, pretty acidic.
Yeah.
So I don't think it would be in there. There was a cistern behind Fisher Hall they looked in. There's also a report, there's a little town about 30 minutes from Oxford, 7 Mile. Mm-hmm. A woman said Ron Taman showed up at her door, and he was distraught and kind of looked bad, and he seemed confused and was asking where there was a bus, I think, or how to get a bus.
Yeah.
But that was, they kind of seemed to dismiss the story. I mean, it was a woman and her daughter who both said it was him, which really doesn't make any sense. I don't even know how he would have gotten there. I mean, I think his car was left on campus. So, he was never found. And there was also a weird thing. The coroner at the time said that he'd never had a request like this, but 2 weeks before Ron Taman disappeared, Ron Taman came to his office and wanted his blood type. And he said he's never had anybody ask him that, and he didn't know why. So that was always something kind of odd about that too. I don't know if he joined the CIA or something, but I think he knew he was going to disappear because of the blood type, getting the blood. That was strange, very strange.
I kind of read into the whole thing about the CIA thing, and it all depends on how far you're willing to believe. You know what I mean when it comes to this, because like one of the biggest one of the biggest blogs they got out there about this topic when it comes to him is when he left to go to the CIA. They said that he was associated with the MK Ultra program and stuff like that, and they were also trying to make implications to the woman who was running the campus at the time. I guess she was the one who founded the school or some stuff. That she was supposed to be associated with, I believe it was her uncle or somebody who was supposed to be a real bigwig in the government and everything. But I was
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't hear that. Okay.
I skimmed through it to check it out, but I do want to mention that, you know, I mean, there's a lot of strange stories coming out of all that with Tim and that whole thing. Like they've gone as far as to say like he ran off to the CIA and that he was a part of the MK Ultra mind control experiments and stuff, and
Right.
that
It just doesn't. I just don't know how a person just walks off that campus and disappears. I mean, it doesn't make any sense. I would think he had to go. Somebody had to pick him up, and he went somewhere. I do know his car was left on campus. Yeah, they said his car was still there. So, yeah, it's still unsolved. And his parents, I think, you know, his father's probably dead now, but back in maybe it was the 70s, his dad was still looking for him. And yeah, it was just very strange.
Yeah. Yeah, what it was is it was initially built as an independent college building on September the 3rd, 1856, and then Oxford Female College occupied the remoter location northeast of the developing town of Oxford, Ohio, as well as Miami University. They were talking about a Reverend or Dr. John Witherspoon Scott, and he was father-in-law of President Benjamin Harrison. And,
Oh, okay.
The founder of Fisher Hall is who they're talking about, and it's Ebenezer Lane. And
Yeah.
Ebenezer Lane and Reverend Dr. John Witherspoon Scott were the ones involved with it. And the woman who ran the place was supposed to be affiliated somehow with somebody in the government, basically. And
Oh, see, I had never heard that. Yeah.
and
I just know that there was stories on campus about the Fisher Hall being haunted. Of course, it was torn down in 1979, I believe, and it sat on campus for years, and it was deserted, and it was scary looking, and people would go in there, and you know, around Halloween, and just in general, they'd go in there and you know, try to scare themselves, probably.
Yeah.
But yeah, and then with Ron Taman disappearing from that building, that's it was a big deal at the time. Yeah, and it still is today. There's, you know, it's never been solved. So
well, I even heard, is it true that like when they tore the hall down, they even searched for his bones and remains then when they did it too? Because
oh yeah, I think so. Yeah, and this cistern I said behind there, I think they looked in that again, and like I said, that the lake, it's Houston Woods lake, they drug that lake when they were looking for him.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's not a big lake, but it's big enough, you know, trying to find him, but nobody ever found him. So That
No.
was one of the big mysteries up there, and it still is. So
The one thing that really stuck out to me when it come to him though, and it kind of goes into the other stuff that later on we can talk about, but like with his disappearance, it's more of how the police dealt with it. You know what I mean? Like that right there is probably the most suspicious part about it. You know, I mean, for me it is. They had three ideas, I guess, that they said that it could have possibly been. It could have been foul play,
yeah,
and amnesia. They said that most likely he had amnesia and walked away from the incident. You know what I'm saying? Like, where do you come up with that kind of stuff? Like, okay,
well, especially since he was coherent. It sounds like when he talked to the housekeeper about the sheets, and that's another thing. What I think he wanted to use the sheets for something. I think there's something with that. Well, I have no idea what it would be. But there's something up with that.
yeah, it just even the story that comes from the police officers is just really outlandish. And you know, don't get me wrong, I understand it was a smaller town and everything,
Yeah.
and people. That's another thing too. Like the thing about it being, you know, it very seldomly happens there. I mean, just from the stuff I've researched here, I've found like 4 freaking murders that happened in that town in the last 70 years.
Yeah, I mean, there's a good amount, you know. I was doing some history on it the other day, and I thought, well, gee, you know, I guess there has been quite a few. Like I remember, it hasn't been that long ago, maybe it was 2014 or something, that a girl's boyfriend killed her in level 27 apartments. They're brand new apartments. Well, they're fairly new now. Her boyfriend, and she broke up with him. I think he was from around Columbus or something, and she broke up with him in the morning, came back home, and then I guess he drove all the way here, and he had a gun in his backpack, but she didn't know it, and he'd never been violent with her. But that morning when she broke up with him, he was pretty upset. So she called the Oxford police, and they came out, and she said she was kind of scared, and they came out, and they were talking to him and her, and then she said, well, you can go, it's fine, I think everything's fine now. And they were like, okay. Well, he had the backpack, and he went into the apartment with her. She had roommates, but they went into her, him and her went into her room, and he killed her. He shot her and shot himself in that apartment. And, you know, a lot of people were criticizing the police quite heavily about that, but the police were like, well, first off, you know, she told us he'd never been violent. She said he was scared of him, but we can't just search him for no reason. And she said we could leave, and we had no reason to think, oh, you know, that he had a gun or he was going to be violent. We just thought, hey, you know, they'd work it out and maybe he'd leave again. But so, yeah, that's been pretty recent, really.
Yeah. Now, were they associated in any way with the college, like students or anything like that?
Becca, yeah, her name was Becca. I forget her last name, but yeah, she was a student there. She worked at King Library, and yeah, she was a student there. He was not. He wasn't going to college. I don't think. He was up in Columbus around his parents, but I think he lived alone. And yeah, she was a real good student, and I think that was part of the problem, is she was starting to kind of grow apart from him, and he just couldn't handle it. And it was really sad, because when I read the stories about it, you know, his parents loved her, and her parents loved him, and the families were pretty close, and nobody ever thought anything like that would happen between the two of them. So
Yeah.
yeah, that's a pretty sad story. But yeah, back to the campus, there's all kinds of haunted stories about the campus, and I'm trying to think. Peabody Hall's one that a lot of people have talked about.
Yeah.
I had a student worker tell me that he was a guy, and it used to be a woman's dorm, and it was Helen Peabody. I guess she was in charge of it, and now they say she doesn't like the men there, so she is particularly haunting them. She's particularly mean to them. So the student said he was in his room, and I think his phone was ringing. It would keep ringing, and like just weird random times at night, and wake him up. And this was like before cell phones, I think, or right as we were getting into them. But he said he unplugged the phone, and the phone still rang. So I think he asked to get out of that hall. And he said there was all kinds of stuff like that happening there. And then, this is good. I was when you go, like, I was looking for a different job on campus. And so you just go to different departments and interview, you put your name in and they interview you. So I went to Peabody Hall to interview for a job, and there was an older gentleman there and interviewed me, and he was talking, and I was getting ready. We were wrapping up the interview, and he said, "Oh, and by the way, I know you've heard that this place is haunted." And he said, "I'll tell you the truth, it is. Every bit of that stuff you've heard is true." And I was like, "This is crazy." And it was pretty spooky because he was so businesslike, and he just seemed so, what do you call it? Just like somebody that wouldn't make up a story like that. So, but he said it's not. He said it's just something we deal with. We kind of, we deal with her. It's Helen Peabody.
Helen.
So yeah, that's was the major building on campus that was haunted, they said.
No, I've actually found out something too. It was that, do you know much about Wilson Hall?
I don't, I think they just tore it down not too long ago.
Yeah, they called it the Pines.
Yeah, it was part of Fisher Hall at one time, I think, right? Yeah.
It was pretty close.
I heard it was very haunted, though. I think there was an administrative assistant. I don't know. When you work in the university, you deal with a lot of people in different departments, and I had called her about something, and she said, I don't know how we got talking about Wilson. They were going to tear it down. And she said, well, it's a lovely place, and it really isn't in bad shape. She said, the only problem is it's haunted. She said, I worked over there, it was haunted.
That'd be a big reason for not wanting to work there, ain't like,
right. I don't know. But, yeah. So that was kind of odd. I worked in Schreiber, and I never really had ever heard it was haunted, but then I was talking to one of the building managers, and he told me that they set up the dining area. It's called the Heritage Room. They set it up for events and stuff. So that's what a lot of our student workers would do there, or his student workers. And he said one of the students was going in there. It was early in the morning, and she was setting up the tables, and she looked over in the corner, and there was a woman standing there, and she was like, oh my God, how'd the person get in here? Mm-hmm. And then she said they just disappeared. So she was always afraid to go in there by herself and set up the tables and stuff for the events.
Yeah.
And yeah.
And that kind of goes back to what you were talking about in your interview with me and with your mom, where she had the same kind of experience too on campus, didn't she?
Well, yeah, and now that place it's a community center. It's still there, and it's clear across town, and I think that's why Miami University rented it out as a community center, because it was kind of maybe away from the main campus. And it's I've heard so many stories about it, and it's so weird. I tried to look up some information for you, and I couldn't find anything. I really couldn't. And so it's really strange. But yeah, when she worked there, though, it was still part of Miami University. It was a dining hall, residence hall. So, like I said, she saw this lady over in the dish line, a girl, all dressed in black. And so, you know, it scared her half to death. And she was there by herself in the morning setting up salads. But and she said the girl just disappeared. And what was weird is the other day I was looking up stuff to send you, and I saw some of the girls, how they used to dress back in the 1900s, wore the black dresses and skirts and stuff. So yeah, that was pretty interesting.
Now, Austin said he got his audio finally, so.
Oh, are you on? Can you hear us, Austin?
Yeah, I can hear you guys.
Oh, okay. Yeah, feel free to talk now. So
I had to turn my phone off and back on.
Oh, wow.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I knew it had to do something with turning something on and off, because that's the way it always works. It always works that way.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's always the first thing I try if I'm having technical issues.
Right.
No.
And so, you know, Austin grew up too outside of Oxford, but he didn't work at Miami University, but he's heard a lot of the stories about the university. And then the Bikers Light, you know, all the students go to see on Oxford Milford Road. I don't know if you heard much about that, Roger, but
You told me a little bit about it in your interview. I remember the light and everything. So
I mean, and we've actually went out there and we've seen it. I mean, I can't figure out what it is. Like, you know, you'll go out to this old road and there's a curve and you turn around and then you can. I've seen it without flashing my lights 3 times, but you'll sit there and you won't always see it. But when you do, it's pretty scary. And it's like all of a sudden you'll see a light and you think it's a car coming up this road. Mm-hmm. But then it comes right at your car and then kind of just disappears. And I can't figure it out. So, and it's pretty national. That a story is, I've seen it on some ghost, stories on TV and everything else. So it's pretty national. And a lot of the students go out there at Halloween to see it, and Austin's seen it. So yeah.
I've seen it many times.
It's pretty scary.
Me and you and my wife went out to see it last week, I think it was.
Yeah. So we did.
Yeah.
We did see it.
And we actually saw it.
Right. It's not as bright as I've seen it before, but that was it. And it's weird. So of course, you know, his wife April got scared. So she was like, "Let's go." Yeah. So yeah.
It's a little creepy out there too, because.
Yeah, it's kind of on.
Even that aside.
Old back road there. Yeah. So. That's pretty crazy.
What kind of stories, have you heard or seen anything when it comes to the university at Austin? Like, do you have your own personal stories about anything when it comes to that at the college? At Oxford?
No, nothing really that I can think of, because I haven't spent enough time up there.
Like,
back to the Ox College where my mother saw that the lady. I forgot about this, but my brother-in-law, of course, he liked to sit around and drink, and he'd always tell big stories. But he worked at Miami University as a maintenance man, and I think he was telling the truth about this. He said that none of the maintenance men wanted to go in that building. They'd be there like one time, and they would never want to go over there. Nobody wanted to go over there. He said if it was just to change a light bulb, he said nobody wanted to go over there. And then he said this, now I don't know if it's true. He said, I saw something, but I will never talk about it. So I don't know if he was just blowing smoke. I mean, he did seem like he was kind of scared. So that was a story I heard. Oh, and then also it was, right now they do plays and stuff in there, but I think I don't know if that's just when it was with the university. Do you know, Austin? I don't know. They had plays and they did plays in there and stuff. But
plays?
Yeah, they had plays. Like for art.
Which hall was it?
Ox College.
Are you I don't know about.
Community center now.
Oh, okay.
I don't know about
It
that
was
for
part
sure,
of-
but
it was part of the theater at one time or something. So
No, you talking about the whenever I was checking it out, it was talking about the Markham Hotel and Conference area.
no, this was like the community center now that they're renting it from the university. That was Old Ox College. I think it was there was some performing arts stuff going on there at one time. I don't know if it was a dorm for that, but I know that the performing arts students were over there. And somebody said that like they would be getting ready for plays and stuff, and weird things would happen, and just things in the dressing rooms, or just strange things. So I've heard that too about that. Yeah, you're talking about, Markham Hall is Fisher Hall. When they tore down Fisher Hall, they put the steeple of Fisher Hall on top of Markham because they just kind of wanted part of the old building on there.
Mm-hmm.
And it's on the same site, basically. And they say Markham's haunted too because people it's an event center. And it's beautiful, and you can have all these fancy receptions and stuff there. But my building manager, again, he said I was over there working, and he said one of the students went downstairs and the elevator. He said the elevator just was supposed to come back down, but it went back up, and she just got scared. She just said she felt weird. She was getting some wine or something, and so that building is supposed to be haunted too. Most of the buildings on Western Campus are, it seems like, up there.
You want to hear what I found out when it came to Markham Hotel?
Yeah, I'd be interested.
Okay, the name of the hotel was named after somebody, right?
Yeah, I think so.
It was opened in September of 1982 on the former site of Fisher Hall, which Okay, but the building was named after Joseph T. Markham, a Miami alumnus killed in a car accident in 1973.
Oh, was he? Yeah, now I do vaguely remember that.
Now, see, that goes into what I'm saying. These are like weird coincidences that just seem to be related to death that anybody could just, mark off as insignificant and everything. But it just seems odd that everything related to this freaking college has something to do with death in some way. You know what I mean?
There was a lot. And, I don't know how he was killed, but we had this was weird too, and it's just creepy. I don't know that there's anything spooky about it, but there was physical facilities director, I believe. He was in a car, and this was like, I think in the 90s maybe. I can't, I'm not for sure, but it wasn't a long time ago. He was in a car coming to work, but he was a passenger. And there's like these riding stables you go by, and you're coming on like up the highway, and you come right into Miami University. Well, there's a lot of deer and stuff come through there because there's some woods there. And somebody was coming out of Oxford as they were coming in Oxford, and they hit the deer. It flipped up over the hood of the car and went through the windshield, and it killed this poor man that was over in physical facilities. He was a director. Everybody loved him and stuff. It might have even been like in 2000. I think I was working there then. And it was right before Thanksgiving. So there's these creepy things like that happen too, and then I think I did see that car accident. I don't know the particulars on that, but yeah, that's a little weird.
The weird part about it was it's his father who was the one who built the hotel, and then he dedicated the name in his son's, in his son's dedication, who died from a freaking car accident. And I'm like, that's just kind of weird, you know what I mean? So I mean,
Right.
and it's like an entire list of all these strange occurrences that happened to that Timmons disappearance all the way up, you know. And
Yeah, there's some strange things that have happened on that campus. Yeah, yeah. I was thinking about a man. He's in prison now. They were building the new Farmer School of Business, and there was a man named Tom Petters. And in fact, if you look him up, you'll find him because he's in prison right now. But they were building a new school of business, and the president at the time got to know this guy named Tom Petters, and he was donating bunches of money to the university for this new school of business. And he was pretty good friends with the guy that was in charge of the school business over there. And his name was Tom Petters, so everybody loved him. Just thought he was the greatest thing. And they investigate people. Like, you know, they'll do research. I mean, you can't just say, "Oh, I can give you some money. I'm going to give you a bunch of money." They research that. You know, they do some background checks and stuff.
mm-hmm.
So Tom Petters was going to give all this money to the university, to the School of Business. I think he was into like sun cameras and all kinds of entrepreneurial stuff, supposedly. But anyway, they investigated him. Everything was great. So they were going to name one of the rooms after his son, because his son was going to the university at that time, and another one after his daughter. So the School of Business has got, you know, they got these two rooms they're going to name after him. They're getting all this money from Tom Petters, and they're all happy. So they're building away and everything. So then things get really weird. Tom Petters' son went to, I think it was Italy or something, but he didn't know the language, and he was on somebody's property, and he thought it was a park, and he was with his girlfriend, and I guess the man that lived there came out and was telling them to get off of the property. And Tom Petters' son started fighting with this man. Well, the man had a knife, and he stabbed Tom Petters' son, and he bled to death, and he died.
Wow.
So, and so poor Tom Petters' son died, but they're still going to, you know, that's another reason, well, we're going to name this room, you know, we're going to name some stuff in this Farmer School of Business after his son. So, that happened. Then... I think it was about a year later, maybe. There was some stuff going around about Tom Petters maybe having some fraudulent activities and things like that. And he was on the cover of Forbes magazine. So he was supposed to be this brilliant business person. And then I think it was a couple weeks after he was on Forbes, he was arrested. Tom Petters was arrested at the Bellagio for, what do you call it? Stealing people's money. You know, he was investing.
He was embezzling.
Embezzling people, yeah.
He was like...
he was embezzling from those alumni.
And he was like a Bernie Madoff, and he was embezzling money from people that he grew up with in Wisconsin, I think, at their church, and I don't know that he would have ever been caught, but the economy, you know, it was starting to kind of get weird, and people wanted their money back from, you know, their investments, and that's how they caught him. So this guy goes to prison. The Farmer School of Business has to, you know, they had to get the money. They had to give the money back because there wasn't any money. So it was a mess. But there's, you know, it's weird. And then, his daughter, they didn't name anything after his daughter, and of course his son had died. So the whole thing was just kind of creepy and weird and bad.
It's like the whole thing's kind of as cursed.
That's exactly what I was thinking the whole time reading the stuff that your mom gave me to read. Okay, all I'm thinking of is you. I told her, I was like, you tell your daughter she needs to go to another college out of state. I was
Well,
like,
she did to UC. She didn't.
Yeah,
go-
she went. Yeah, she went to UC, so
Um,
nothing bad wound up happening there.
that was horrible. I mean, and this is one thing after another, and then it goes back to what I was telling your mom about the police. Okay, the police come up with this crazy stuff like that they turn around and say, well, you know, the citizens here in freaking Oxford, they're not used to this kind of stuff, and I'm like, where do you come up with that crap at? I mean, people are dying all the freaking time here. Yeah,
I used to hang out up in Oxford. There's a lot of pretty rough corners of that town. so people
there's a lot going
people were pretty used to some pretty messed up things up there.
Yeah.
More so than you would think for it being a really small town in Ohio.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think, and Austin, I think this story's kind of yours. Is the girl? There was a student that was hit by a train, right? So you can tell everybody that story.
Oh yeah. There was a girl. I want to say it was around 2005. I'm not sure what year it was, but she was found mauled by a freight train ran over her. The engineer said she was just laying out on the tracks when he was coming down the line, and he sounded his horn, and obviously that didn't make her get up, and he couldn't stop, so he ran over her, and it took him a few weeks to identify her, and I guess her body was so mauled from having been ran over by the train that they couldn't figure out much, but they suspected that this bouncer at a bar uptown had murdered her and dumped her body on the railroad tracks.
Mm-hmm.
And a few months after she died, this guy walked out on the railroad tracks in the middle of the night out in front of a train, and the engineer that was driving that train said the guy was just standing out there in his headlights, and so he sounded his horn to scare him off the tracks, and that didn't do it, and the guy just kept standing there, and as his train got closer, he started waving at the engineer, and well, the engineer couldn't stop. You can't stop that much weight that quickly, so he ran over him, but that was that bouncer who was suspected of having murdered that girl.
Oh wow!
And then dumped her. Yeah, he was a bouncer at that club uptown. I don't know if he went to the university, but she was a student there.
Yeah, she did. Yeah.
You notice it all rotates around women. So like that crazy. Well, I think it's kind of crazy with the MK Ultra thing that I was telling you about when I was reading through what you said about Timmons. This woman, she believes that he ran off and joined the CIA.
Yeah.
And then she, if you read closer and farther down to it, it starts saying that he was like a part of the MK Ultra program, which
that was where they tried to use LSD as like a mind control substance,
right? And
wow.
to brainwash people and like turn them into Manchurian candidates and stuff.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, it was.
Well, see, your mom told me about that and gave me the references to it, so I checked it out, and that's when it started doing that, and I was like, hold on, that's just first of all, I know John, he doesn't really get into the whole conspiracy theory thing, you know, so I was like going to be quiet about it. But then I kept reading, and I'm like, hold on, man, these women are freaking dying, you know what I mean, and they're college students at this college, you know what I mean?
Yeah, they're dying in droves up there.
It's
and that's weird. And then I read that story about gosh, what's her name? I just read it today. About the woman in Candlewood.
Oh, yeah, the one that was the cold case that's going on up there, right?
Yeah.
I have her name too. It's Elizabeth Andres.
Yeah.
Andres. Or
You know,
Andres.
when you mentioned it, I don't know. At that time, I think it was like what 1979 or something. My husband and I lived in Candlewood, but we were so busy. Like he was working almost a job and a half. He was playing music. I was working full time, and we were trying to get money together for a house. And you know, the media wasn't like it was. You know, back then it wasn't like it is now. So I heard the story. And I heard a little bit about it, but I never really paid much attention to it, even though I lived in Candlewood. And because, you know, he moved away, the boyfriend moved back out west, and I think she had graduated. She was getting ready to leave. But I investigated it today, and it's it's pretty terrible how the police treated her boyfriend. I don't know if you saw that, Roger.
Yeah,
if you
I
got
did.
Look at it.
I did.
Oh my God. How they interrogated him, and finally he just said he did it. But I don't believe he did it now. You know, I used to hear it and I think, oh yeah, it was a boyfriend. And
They probably just intimidated him until he broke.
Like they questioned him for like 30 some hours, and then they had him take a lie detectors test, and the guy that was giving it kept saying, you know, you're going to fry in an electric chair, and I don't know, but anyway, so finally he confessed, but it seems to me like she was killed by, there was somebody that was friends with one of the police officers, either him or the maintenance man at Candlewood. But that was a bunch of bull crap too, what the police did, and they also got rid of a lot of evidence in that case. So now they really can't go back and try to figure out who did it. Her boyfriend's still alive, I think. He's you know, he's had a hard time with it.
No.
From what I heard.
I actually checked it out and got some names for it. There's, I don't know if you guys ever heard the story from Amber Hunt and Amanda Rossman up there. They were, they're a journalist.
Not sure.
They're journalists, but they thought the story behind that was so important. They actually did their own podcast for it, a whole series on it. And what they said from their investigation was that the police did an improper investigation, and it just wasn't done properly. They accused Robert Young, who was the boyfriend, of murdering him, and he did confess, but he recanted his confession afterwards.
And he passed the lie detectors test too, I think. Yeah.
No, the juries, in two separate juries, both criminal and civil, found him not guilty. And even though both of those juries found him not guilty, the police refused to do an investigation.
Yeah, and didn't some evidence mysteriously just disappear? Now they'll never really know, I don't think. There was like the bloody sweater she had, and yeah, a lot of the evidence that had DNA, it just accidentally got destroyed, they said.
Mm-hmm. Well, see, with
I'm sure it was an accident.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
With what Amber and Amanda said, they got absolutely no cooperation whatsoever from the police, and like their story was the same as the other murder you was talking to me about earlier, where they said, well, this was a small community, people aren't used to this kind of stuff, and blah blah blah. You know, I mean, come on, just the stuff I've read and found.
There's a lot of very hardened criminals living in in Oxford, more so in some of those really rougher areas than you would think. They act like it's such a quaint college town.
Yeah.
That's how Miami tries to market it, but it's pretty rough in some spots.
Yeah.
Yeah. But the one thing that was interesting to me is, and I think his name was Statham, wasn't it? Or no, not Statham. I know the other guy too. He was a police officer at the time, and his good friend was her manager at the Red Ox, I think. And her manager said, well, I've been to her house, you know, she invited me over, but her friends were saying she would never do that. And that's weird because it's like he thought, well, maybe there was some DNA evidence or a fingerprint there from him, but they never investigated it anyway. So, it was like he was making up an alibi just in case.
Yeah.
But they never ever checked it out anyway, and people were saying it was because he was friends with, I think his name was Baird, Pat Baird at the time. They were real good buddies, so, that's weird that he was good friends with a police officer, and but then the maintenance man too, that was weird. He left the country. He left the city of Oxford and left the area.
Yeah, I never knew. They never said anything in any of the articles, so I didn't know that.
Yeah, he left. What happened? Well, see, and I think it might have been him too, because she got mad that night because he left her door unlocked the night before, and she wrote this nasty letter, a note. They had a copy of the note to the manager of the apartments, and she said, he needs to stay out of here, and I don't want him in here. He left my door unlocked, and until I get my stuff packed and gone, I don't want him in here. And so then this maintenance man ends up right during the trial or something. They never even questioned him, and they never ever looked for any DNA evidence from anybody else but the boyfriend. And this maintenance man just leaves the area. I thought that
was probably him that did it.
Yeah.
he saw a easy way out, and he slipped out.
Yeah.
But another weird thing about this too is I think her murder was around. It was on break too. I think it was right after graduation. So, you get these crimes up there around graduation or when it's spring break, like Taman disappeared in spring break. There's nobody around up there. It's like that right now. They're still kind of on break, and you just go up there. There's nobody around. You could probably commit a crime, and nobody would know any better. So
yeah.
So that's something interesting about that university too. Yeah.
Bob Dub, she's quiet.
Huh?
Bob Dub's been quiet. I think she's over there just taking it all in.
Yeah, I haven't heard nothing from her since the last message she sent me.
Are you there, Bob Dub?
There.
She's like,
her microphone's off.
Yeah, she stepped away. She's like,
yeah.
She did.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, she said she's gonna listen in on and off. Another thing, and this is so weird that I remember it as I talked to about things. Things come up. I used to work, and it was on Western Campus in Denison Hall, in the dining halls when I first started there. And there was a man. His name was Houston Wiseman. And speaking about breaks, this is how it ties into that. He was a flirty, gross guy. He just was always like talking about the women and all that stuff. And I was pretty young.
Sorry, I'm here.
Oh, you there? You can say something.
Hey, Bob Dub.
Hi. So anyway, this creepy man I'm working with, he was kind of creepy. And I found out I had went to school with his son. And his son liked me back then. His son was kind of, into drugs, and I didn't know his son real well, but his son would kind of follow me around some. So I talked to him one day, and I said, yeah, I kind of knew your son. And he was like, yeah. And he said he's into drugs real bad now. So his son, this guy's son, Houston's son, was like in a rehab center. And then, this is weird, and he came home, and it was over, going into Christmas break. Supposedly, he killed himself in Houston, his dad's house. He shot himself.
Mm-hmm.
And so, my mother knew, like, Houston's wife. that was, this boy's, I forget the boy's name, but that was her son. So, and she told my mother, she actually told my mother, she said, I think Houston killed our son because she was getting divorced from him and stuff, and he was so mean. And she said, I swear to God, he killed him. And I got to thinking about it, and I was talking to my mother, and I said, well, it's possible, because when we worked in the dining halls and it was getting towards break, we'd just do cleaning and stuff like that, and it was so easy back then. We had the old time clocks where you just punch out and back in or whatever. It was so easy to slip out of there then. So Houston could have easily, just left there during the day and came back. So that would have been his alibi, because he wouldn't have clocked out and nobody would have known. Because, the students were mostly gone, his student workers and everything. So nobody would have known.
Yeah.
And so, and this gets even weirder because, okay, so this Houston guy, he's just crazy and, everything. All of a sudden, right after his son died, and I know people do this, but he got religion. And if you know this guy, he was into all kinds of stuff. My husband bought a car from him. We found a gun underneath the seat. He was kind of shady. So
yeah,
so his son dies, and right after that, this Houston guy starts drinking. He's got God. He's got this and that, and all, and that lasted for about a year. But so there's that story too, but a lot of people don't know it. And I never really said a lot about it because you don't want to go around. Well, I was actually scared to say it when Houston was alive. I think he's dead now, but I wasn't going to say anything about it. But my mom and I discussed it some, and she said, his wife she told me she thinks he killed our son because he was so upset that his son was on drugs, and he was just really hard on him. So she ended up divorcing him, his wife. But so that's another odd thing. It just seems like there was a lot of crime and stuff going on up there now that I think about it.
Yeah, it could be a breeding ground. Really, like a cursed area, like your son said.
That's what I was just about to say. I was just about to say, I wonder if it's like the town was like cursed or something, because that old Walmart, the first Walmart they had up there, because they had a small Walmart, and then they moved it to a big super center on the other side of town. But back in the 90s, very early 2000s, there was a Walmart there that I think was built on an old Indian burial ground.
See,
so
that could be a possibility too, because all this stuff is happening up there, and if what I remember from my notes, wasn't this college built off a little bit of ways off away from the town, up north of it, off in a remote area?
Yeah, it was kind of away from the town area there, and more of the wooded, what was, I guess then back in the early 1800s, just forest.
Mm-hmm.
What's weird is,
and we're not too far. That's not too horribly far from. There's a road called Wayne's Trace that I grew up not too far from. That was where General Anthony Wayne went through 1790, I think it was, and there was actually some wars with the Indian tribes in this area.
Yeah.
So they may have cursed a lot of the land. Now, I don't know about Oxford's history as far as that goes. I would need to do a lot more research into that. But if it's a cursed area, it could have something to do with that, possibly.
Well, and wasn't there the Talawanda Indians? Because our school was named Talawanda. That was after the.
Yeah, and that was, I think, the Talawanda and maybe the Shawnee tribes lived there.
Though it ties into this Walmart, it's kind of weird because I don't know if you listened to my first interview with John talking about my sister in this haunted house she lived in.
It was right next right,
was
right
on the
at
same
caddy
land.
corner to where it was.
Yeah, it was on the same land as that Walmart. Eventually, they tore the house down, and then they built a Walmart there. And her house was just creepy and really haunted. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then they said that the Walmart was haunted too. They said they had all kinds of issues with the electric doors, like, the automatic doors would do weird stuff, and they just said that some odd stuff was happening there too. So
Cursed.
yeah.
Cursed areas like that would because like hauntings, everybody thinks hauntings are all the same, but they aren't. There's a lot of them, like down in the South, like in Louisiana, that they have the kind of hauntings that make you nauseous or your nose bleed and stuff like that. Like, you're not seeing ghosts, you're feeling a nauseous feeling and getting really, really sick. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I've heard a lot of that, especially in New Orleans and stuff.
Yeah, especially in New Orleans, it has a lot to do with like the atmosphere. So like when you're in an area that's a cursed area, you start feeling nauseous and start having, issues like that. So it could influence you to the point where, hey, you never know. Maybe these guys said, I'm gonna kill somebody, and they just, that was it. I mean, you never
Evil.
know. Yeah.
Evil negative energy or evil spirits kind of took them over, maybe.
I don't know,
And they were already dealing with inner demons, and it kind of fed into that, and those darker aspects of their personality maybe just got out of control.
Right.
You never know.
Well, and like Houston, I know he was kind of crazy, but I never thought that he'd actually kill his son. But if I look at it, I do think that there was something odd about that whole thing. And it did happen during that break. So, but they never really looked at it as a murder because his son was on drugs so bad. They just figured he killed himself. But,
yeah, but we've already covered the police officers there, so
yeah.
we know what's going on with that. Like, these guys are like, oh, screw it.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
I mean,
And then, there's just a lot up there now that and I never really put that together until just recently. I mean, I just figured me being a little older and it being a college town, there's a lot that goes on. Now, I worked on Western Campus a lot, though. When I first started there, I worked over in a building called Hoyt Hall. And I loved it, but it still always was creepy. Like, it wasn't a building that you'd want to stay in, by yourself after everybody left the office. It was always creepy.
Yeah. That's a
and
sign.
it was right by Peabody Hall, which was the one that's supposed to be so haunted.
But that's a sign right there. When you're in a building where you don't want to be alone, something's telling you get out. You know what I mean? It doesn't have to be a spooky voice, you know what I mean? It could be a feeling going, hey, you don't
Just like a feeling that you need to get the hell out of there now.
Yeah, so, I used to, like, sometimes I would be the last one out of that building, and I didn't like it. And I always felt like it was kind of back in the woods. But then, another thing that ties into that, like, right as you go out of the driveway out of there, there's that musical place called Presser Hall, the music department. And then I heard that was haunted. I couldn't find any stories on that either, but a lot of people on campus said, yeah, Presser Hall is terrible. It's haunted. You don't want to work there. So, and it's an older building. But it seems like a lot of it's on Western. But then, like I said, Shriver isn't. It's right across the street from Western. And when I started working there, I never thought Shriver was haunted. But after I worked there a little bit, I did. I didn't like I said, I didn't like being there alone. And it just had a vibe to it. But yeah, so
maybe I need to do some more research into the history of the area prior to when the university was founded.
Yeah.
Like when the Indian tribes were in there, and see if there were wars between the Indian tribes and maybe there were wars between the incoming settlers and the Indian tribes. that may have led to, if Oxford is indeed a cursed area, that may have led to it being such.
Yeah. Well,
But-
it seems like they're always in the news too, because you know they're in the news right now, don't you? Because the student leaving the bar, and then the police officer like decked him 3 times with his fist, and so it seems like they're always in the news about something with the students, but
And they're always trying to cover it up.
Yeah. That's Ohio for you, though. I mean,
Right.
like Ohio, they've got a standard. You know, everybody like has the Ohio voting thing going on there, so like they have to do that all over the state. It seems like they don't want people to know all the bad stuff happening in Ohio for some reason. Or Iowa. I'm sorry, I got it mixed up, didn't I?
what'd you say, Iowa or Ohio?
Yeah, I mixed Ohio with Iowa.
Well, Ohio's
I don't know
got a
why I
lot of
did
stuff
that.
going on too.
Yeah. Ohio is actually a pretty cool state. Whenever freaking I went through there, man, me and my buddy Noble, I used to drive with him when he was a truck driver, and he'd always want me to go up into that area when we were heading towards West Virginia.
Yeah.
So, like, he didn't like.
Okay, you were down on the southeast side there,
Yeah.
going into West Virginia. Yeah, we're over in the north or the southwest corner of it.
Yeah.
I tell you what, that area, you don't want to be in a semi truck driving down that area. That's some strange highway.
Yeah.
That
Yeah.
really is.
Now, I was watching a story about Hocking Hills not too long ago, and I've been there, and that place is creepy. I went there with my husband, and it's Hocking Hills. Where's that at, Austin? I always forget. Like,
Talking, I think it's in Akron, I believe, but I wouldn't quote me on that.
you go off into the woods into these cabins, and it's like desolate. You know, it's out in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, it's like got hiking trails and cabins you can rent for a weekend or something.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of like a getaway. It's out in the middle of nowhere.
And I'm not scared because, like, I'm a country girl, so we go. Me and my husband go up there, and I'm like, I don't know, because it was out there. It was scary. So you're in this cabin, and there's nobody around, and we were out, just having a little wine, sitting out on this deck area, and everything you hear in frogs, and you hear all the night stuff, and it's noisy because it was in the summertime or early spring, and just all kinds of noise, and all of a sudden, it just got quiet, like nothing. All of a sudden, and I told my husband, I said, what is going on? I said, it's real creepy. And it was like that probably for maybe 15 minutes. And then all of a sudden the frogs and stuff started back again. But I told him, I said, that just creeped me out. So anyway, last week I was watching some scary stuff. I mean, it was like Terror in the Woods or something. And usually that's about Bigfoot. And they had a story about Hocking Hills. And what caught me was these people, there was a group of them that a lot of times groups go up there and have, camp out or just stay in the cabins because they're expensive. So several people will go. And this girl was celebrating her birthday and all of her friends. And I think her mom was with them. And they heard something out in the woods in the middle of the night. There was one of the guys was still up. Everybody else was asleep. And he came running in. He thought somebody was playing games with him, but no, everybody was asleep. And he woke them all up. They went out there. And they swear it was like they saw this Bigfoot out there in Hocking Hills. and then it like ran off, and they couldn't go back to sleep. So the next day, him and his friends went into the woods, and they saw this footprint, and they did have a picture of it. And this guy had a size 12 shoe, and he put his shoe next to it, and it was twice that size. And you could see it. It was an actual cell phone picture.
It's possible. It's possible there could be a undiscovered species of primate, but
right.
I don't rule it out at all. It's just how you think by now they would have captured one or
I would think
That's one of the things that's always puzzled me about it.
And what got me about it, though, is the guy that was sitting out there, everybody else had went to bed, he was sitting out there. And he said, I was sitting there listening to the night sounds and all the frogs and stuff, so just like my husband and I were doing. And he said, everything stopped. And he said, that scared me. And he said, then he heard the rustling and all that stuff. Now, my husband and I didn't hear nothing like that, but it was weird, and I just remember that, and I know what he's talking about. So I don't know what's out there.
Well, see, in the woods, especially if you've run in the woods, like I grew up in the woods, and like when you're in the woods and everything stops, there's no noise and stuff. There's usually something passing through that those animals don't want knowing they're there. You know what I mean? Predators. So. That's the one thing I've always been watchful for whenever I'm in the woods. Like, you gotta listen to the sounds. When the sounds stop, you need to be aware. You need to freaking know something's wrong. So
and I grew up in the country too, and I used to ride horses, so I'm very aware of that, because you don't want to be riding a horse. If something's going off, they can throw you. They'll get scared or spooked. So and that's why when I was at Hocking Hills, I was like, oh. It just really got me when everything just stopped like that. And that was exactly what this kid, he was a younger guy, what he said. He said, I'm just sitting out there having a beer, and all of a sudden, and he said, it's the spookiest, weirdest thing,
See, now you're getting me scared.
Yeah.
I'm going to have a hard time sleeping now because of that.
You get scared easy, Roger.
I wish. I'm wondering how Bob Dub is being. She's been real quiet, and now we're talking about.
I don't know if she's still there.
Like they call.
Yeah, we're talking.
They call them.
Was that stuff she's really interested in?
I don't know.
Oh.
She probably mute.
In and out. Oh.
She said she was here a second ago, but.
Okay.
I
don't see her. Is that little green lady? I don't see it on, but
Yeah, her microphone's still off. It says.
Yeah.
She came in earlier and said she's still here, but it was like but yeah.
So another thing I don't know if you want to discuss it, it's kind of off topic a little, but it's not a lot, but since Austin's here, I might discuss it, is the slider phenomena. I know when I told you about it, Roger, that you had never heard about it. And I really hadn't until I experienced it with my daughter. Like when she would get upset, I think we first noticed it. Was it when who was driving the car? Was it her or you? You were doing your hours? You were driving?
Oh, I was back when I had like my temps and I had to do my hours or whatever.
So you were driving, right? I think you were driving.
I think so. Yeah.
So when she would get like upset, maybe with a boyfriend, or she'd get maybe tense or nervous, it would happen. So anyway, Austin's driving a car, and we're going around this corner, and there's this big light on the barn, on the side of this barn. And we go around the corner, and Chantel was like saying something about Austin was driving too fast, or she was scared or something. And then we go around the corner, and this big light just went out. And I was like, well, maybe it's an automatic light or something. But back then, we didn't have as much of them, did we, Austin, out there? I think it was just a security light. But it didn't come back on, and it was really dark. So there was that. Or like in her room, if she'd get mad at her boyfriends, the light bulbs would just like go out. It just like pop, kind of.
I think we had one explode.
Yeah. And then, we were walking down the street. We went to get ice cream somewhere, and it was getting dark, and we were walking down the street. And this has really made me think she had it, because it's the street light phenomena. And if you read up on it, a lot of people talk about how they take street lights out. So
yeah, I know what you're talking about now.
Yeah, so we were walking under the street light, and it kind of popped, didn't it, Austin? And
yeah.
I know street lights get a little And they're like any other light bulb, it could just be a coincidence. But she was upset, about one of her boyfriends that night.
Those teenage girls, they always are.
Yeah, and it's that high teenage energy. It's that energy,
It could be related to like the poltergeist phenomenon, where you got a lot of pent up energy, mental and emotional energy, and it has to go somewhere. And of course, it's tied into, it's intertwined with physical reality.
Yeah.
So it can have major effects on it.
See, I didn't recognize it with the terms that you guys were saying with Slider, but then I have heard stories of that. I never realized that was what the term was, because I've heard of people knocking power or lights out when you're walking down the road.
Right.
I've heard of refrigerators getting knocked out because somebody was in the kitchen and it would knock the refrigerators out.
Computers.
Yeah.
This was weird too. Again, she was kind of high energy. It didn't happen as much once she got past puberty and she was, in college. But she was moving out of an apartment, and I was helping her. Her dad and I were helping her, and I was in her room, and she had one of those, stereo systems with the 5 CD changers and stuff. And it was unplugged. We were getting ready. We were going to take it on out to the car. And so her and I were sitting on a bed. She was kind of getting stressed. You know how moving does. It stresses you out. So, and she's kind of getting stressed. And this stereo came on. And it was playing a CD. And I was like, Chantal, I thought you said it was unplugged. And she's like, it is. And it was playing. And I don't know. It was just this energy she has of something. I mean, and she's one that kind of blocks it. I think if she...
when you block it, it's like you create a dam.
Yeah.
And that energy has to go somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
Right. But if she was open to it, I don't know if she'd be a full-on psychic or what. But she's very... she's very high energy or something. She's got a lot of stuff going on. Yeah. But
I tell you,
it kind of scares her. So
I'll tell you what. It's like at 1 hour and 15 minutes. So why don't we make the next episode just about that, so we can talk about it and we can really get into it, because like I know we were planning on doing that and having it set up because
it's a good point to start from the next in the next time around.
We kind of give everybody an idea. Like this actually leads into the next good topic right there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We started having the conversation, and we'll do the next one next week about that with your daughter and everything, because I'd like to hear about that.
Yeah. And there was also a professor I talked to about it, which I was kind of surprised he was very open to it, because I had never heard of it until I never ever thought about it, and I looked it up and I was like, well, this kind of seems to fit what's going on.
You remember that show that was on TV back in the 90s called Sliders?
Yeah. See, that's what
I know you.
That's
what she was.
I don't remember.
Yeah, that show was kind of about that phenomenon.
Was it? Okay.
Yeah. And
that show was about that stuff.
I was thinking about it whenever you were saying that with Sliders, because it's kind of about it. You slip in and out of freaking let's do it at another time.
Yeah.
Because I didn't realize.
Oh yeah.
I didn't realize it was getting that time. So.
Well, and my phone battery's only like at 8%, so.
I'm glad that.
So yeah, it's getting ready to die on me.
I'm glad that you does that though, because I'll be I'll be on a computer or my phone, and it's like all of a sudden if I get real upset, everything goes haywire.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think I'm really like her, but it seems like we all kind of have that energy. I've seen other people do it too, and they'll be like, "What is going on?" And the madder they get, the worse it gets. So yeah.
Yeah, I've done that a little bit too. So.
if you guys want, we can stop it here and we can start back up next week. And like I said, I'll put the description in the video for you the way you wanted it, with the college and then the state both in the introduction with your episode.
Okay.
So that it'll be all that. And I'll check with you and see if you like how I set it up, because we can do the college and then Ohio, to where people know it's at the college and then at Ohio.
Yeah. And dude, Austin, did you know there's the second oldest university in Ohio? I didn't know that. I thought
What, Miami?
Yeah, Ohio University.
No, I didn't know that.
I didn't know that. I asked Alexa. I was like, how old is Miami University? And she said it is the second oldest university in Ohio, and I didn't know that. That's kind of
I knew it was old, but I didn't know it was the second oldest.
I didn't either.
That's
So
something
that's
else.
a fact.
Friend
Yeah.
of mine, Mark, he's over in England. He mentioned something else too. He's like, it's strange that your guys' college is still referring to the girls' school as a university, because they used to do that a long time ago with these schools. They would classify them as universities for like girls' schools, girls' universities.
Oh,
And
okay.
he pointed that out to me too. So I think that's kind of unusual as well. You know what I mean? Because not too many girls' schools do that these days. They don't call them universities and things of that nature.
Yeah, it's kind of an older term.
Yeah. So
At least in England.
it goes back.
You know what I've noticed, and
Oh,
I
yeah.
don't know if it's like this in a lot of towns, but Miami University and Oxford has basically renamed everything in that town.
Yeah.
And I'm like, it's so hard to go back in history and figure out what's going on because they changed the names of everything.
Well, they're destroying their history.
I think
I don't
after.
know.
I think after we're done with this, we're gonna find out there's a reason why they're destroying it. You know what I mean? Like there's definitely something there, and I don't think anybody's really gonna know what the full story is behind it. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Well, why do you rename the names of buildings that are already there? They just rename buildings.
Old stories and old folklore, man. You know.
Yep.
You want to get rid of those old stories and those old folklores, you change the name.
Well, you know what?
Damage control.
Mm-hmm.
You know what's interesting? There was well, we can wrap it up after this, but there was a president there. His name was President Schreiber, Philip Schreiber. Actually, they named Schreiber Center after him. And he had this thing on the website at Miami. It was called Mysteries and Ghost Stories. And he was really into ghost stories, and he would meet with the students and they'd tell ghost stories and stuff. Well, I was looking for that the other day because I was going to share it with you, Roger, and I can't find it anymore. So I think the new president has decided that he just doesn't want it on the Miami University website and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I think it just makes him uncomfortable, or I don't know, but it's been there forever, and now it's gone.
They wanna clear it up, get rid of it.
all
Yep.
he had on there was a few, like the light, and he had Fisher Hall, of course, and Ron Taman, and Reed Hall, I think, was on there. Just a few things. It wasn't like it was a big bunch of stuff, So yeah.
So you're gonna end it for us?
Yeah, well, yeah. Okay, so we'll end this, and next time I'll kind of talk about the slider phenomena, and that will lead into that. Yeah. So
It was good. It's good talking to you, Roger Hanson, for the first time.
Yeah, it's great talking
wanna
to
do
you
this-
too, man.
well, and thanks.
Yeah, I want to do this again real soon, and
Well, we're doing this every week, right, Summer?
Yeah, if you want. I don't know if I can do it on Saturday, but I can discuss with you when I can do it, because I think
Yeah, we
next-
can schedule around.
yeah, next
yeah.
Saturday I might not be able to do it, so maybe
Yeah.
I might be able to join in if you guys do it Sunday, maybe.
That'd be cool. We
But
can
we'll
run
see.
It, we can run it by each other and see and stuff like that.
Okay.
Do it.
Yeah, if that's okay, yeah, we can kind of just take it as it comes, and it'll work.
Yeah, that'll work out.
And
Been good talking to you guys. My phone's on 3%, so I gotta go.
Okay, well, thanks.
Guys,
Take it easy.
thanks, guys. Thank you so much. It was
Thank
an
you.
awesome-
Nice meeting you. Nice meeting you, Bob Dub. Take
Yeah,
it easy.
Awesome. So glad you got here.
And so, how do you pronounce your name? What do you call yourself? Bob Dub? Is that what it is?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, I hope that you enjoyed it, and that you felt free to comment. I didn't know if you were like in and out or what, but.
I was just busy playing with the AI image generator and listening to you, and absolutely fascinated with what you were saying. Gosh, what a place to live!
Okay, well, it's been great.
Well,
and,
Good talking to all you guys. Take it easy.
You too.
Okay.
And
Till next time.
later.
See you guys
Later.
Bye.
Bye.
Okay, the recording's done, so we got that taken care of. That was that was
Nice.
pretty excellent, man. You guys freaking and Maxie, I don't even know what else to say, dude. Like you know, and I thought I would be able to like bring it out the way I wanted to on asking you the questions, but it still wasn't enough. You know what I mean? With
What do you mean? I want to know what you mean.
like your games, you know what I'm saying? When you do your games, dude, it is freaking off the wall. It's off the chain. Like you'll get freaking really, really emotional about them, you know. And that's the one thing I was trying to remember to bring up and stuff, but I kept forgetting. Is because there's so many other good things that was being discussed in that conversation. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like you do realize, like when you're playing the game, you literally freak out, don't you?
At times.
Yeah, I mean, like
Oh, he
It
realizes
does,
it.
yeah.
That's why he puts the gifts in between to really express how
Yeah.
he's really feeling.
yeah.
Especially if I don't have the words for it, I just put the gifs. Is it gifs or gifs?
I'm not sure. I'm probably saying it wrong.
I don't know.
No,
Something wrong
I
with the
probably-
name,
know.
I call it a gift.
I think.
Hey, keep saying what you're saying to this day because I'm wrong.
Everybody.
I'm not really sure if it's gif or gifs.
But yeah, that was excellent, and freaking, it's like I said, I'll have that ready and sent out. What I usually do is I put it on Google Drive and I'll send a link to you through a direct message. So all you gotta do is click on the link and then download it if you want the copy and stuff. I'll still send it to you, so it'll be
Alright.
in there. If you don't want it now and later on, you want to get it like in a day or two, you can do it. So just let me know when you guys get it, because I have to take it off Google Drive eventually because of space. So
Yeah.
and I didn't want to get into Zelda. Okay, I just finished Zelda with Rapid, and Rapid is driving me freaking nuts.
Speaking of Zelda, and I didn't really have the chance to talk about this earlier. I've only played 2 Zelda games. One of those is Oracle of Ages. Yeah, I think that's the one that I played on my channel. And I remember that there's this character there called Tingle.
Oh, fucking Ting.
Yeah,
He's-
Tingle. And I think I've also been mentioning on my videos that English is not my native language. I do speak English quite good, I'd say, but not perfect, but it's good, I guess.
It's pretty good.
Yeah, and tingle in my native tongue means the clitoris.
Oh my goodness.
What a name.
Yes! Yes! That's why I'm not even sure if I
Max,
I
at
don't
least
think
you found it. Us guys can't usually
Yeah.
find it.
Yeah. At least we know where we know where it is now.
And where did you
Yeah.
find this character?
It's Zelda.
It's Zelda.
Yeah, in Zelda.
Oracle
but, like,
of
the
Ages.
environment. I think you explained a little bit, like in the environment, like where they show up.
He's somewhere in the game. I forgot already, but I think he appears early on. Tingle appears early on in Oracle of Ages.
That's
Relatively early. Yeah. I think about 4 episodes in my playthrough, he appears over there.
You won't guess what freaking Rapid forced me to play.
You know what?
Oh,
Yoshi's Story, dude.
Oh, what?
Why?
Yes. It's his challenge, okay? I freaking sent him a message saying that I had his challenge done, and I go, dude, freaking. He mentioned a game that he wanted me to play called Metal Slugs. I was like, dude, I do not want to play Metal Slugs. I
What
was
a
like,
metal slug, that's... Oh, no.
I was like, you just made me freaking play freaking
Isn't-
Yoshi's Story, dude.
Metal-
isn't Metal Slug the military one?
I
Yeah,
believe
yeah, it's
so,
like
yeah.
Contra.
Yeah. Kind
That
of like
one's
Contra.
really cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, see, he just had me play Yoshi's Story, dude, and I was like, what the heck is wrong with you, dude? I sat there and I played that game, and I felt like I was 5 years old, man. Like, little, little baby singing songs and shit, and I was like, oh my god.
But how well did you do in the game?
Oh, I did well, but I've had to play that game with my nephews and stuff when they were little, so...
I was gonna say, if you're falling off cliffs, I mean, you still gotta admit you're not 5 years old.
But it was just weird doing it, you know what I mean? I haven't had to play the game for anybody else other than my nephews and nieces, so they're like, oh my god, dude.
And then now you have to play it for Rapid.
Yeah.
Big Boss Rapid says you gotta play it.
Well,
Boss Rapids.
he keeps making me play these weird freaking games, and they're always related to clowns and freaking circuses and freaking balloons and all this crazy freaking shit. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Like, he's complaining, but I've got some banger games when I'm doing Team Retro stuff. Like, I've got fucking...
Saves all the good games for Zach.
I've got all the good games, man. Like, I've got some good challenges. I've got some good games going up, man. We're in the middle of making a series for like in the middle of the year. So I'm like, yeah, I'm looking forward to that. It sounds well good.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. He's giving you all the good shit. He's like, fuck that with rap or with Infamous. Here, go over and do freaking Pokemon Yellow.
Hey, that's a good one. Come on.
Pokemon Yellow's fun.
Right.
I did actually like Pokemon Yellow. That surprised me because I was adamantly against Pokemon. And whenever I freaking started doing it with Rapid, I was really impressed by it. So.
Yep.
Wait, you never played Pokemon before?
No, I've never even played
Okay.
the card games. And the messed up part is, like, on the videos I've got, like, Rapid is telling me that I'm doing really good at them. And I've never played it a day in my life, ever. I got on there, I freaking... What happened was I started learning about all the glitches. See, like, Pokemon has the Gen 1s, they have like the best glitches out of all the freaking games, dude.
The glitchiest of all the games.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And like you can go in there, man, and I had to explain it to my nephew that it's the color version, not the black and white ones that came first. But you got to get the Game Boy Color to freaking do the glitches. And once you do them, man, there's tons of them. I mean, shitloads of glitches. So,
I think even the red and blue ones, they're also filled with glitches.
yeah. Well, these glitches, you got to understand that. Something like back when I was younger, like when I was in my teens, like you played these games for the glitches. You know what I'm saying? Like they were put in there on purpose. There was no accident about it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like today, people don't like glitches. Don't get me wrong. I understand that. But like back then, they did it on purpose. Like you went in to play Pokemon for the glitches whenever you played the first gen.
Well, nowadays it is fun to
Yeah.
still find glitches. It's just
True.
the problem with it is when people are being competitive and they're like, "Oh yeah, I finished the game this fast," and it's like, "Yeah, but how did you do it?"
Yeah, you cheated.
Yeah.
Like, it's okay to say you finished it with glitches in a fast time. Like, that's awesome, great. But you're like sitting here claiming that you beat the game on the hardest mode and didn't have no advantages, no glitch.
I didn't glitch, by the way, on there now. What?
I mean, do what you gotta do. If you're having fun,
mean,
you're having fun.
I didn't
True.
glitch. He gave me
That's
the
true.
option to do it, but what I found out on those Nuzlocke is like it takes more time to freaking do the glitches than it does to actually just play the game.
Yeah, I was probably just too dumb when I was a kid. I knew nothing about glitches. I played the game straight.
Yes.
I didn't have access to internet or a computer for real, so whatever console was handed to me was what I had.
Now,
The only time
oh,
I don't even use glitches, but cheats though, man. The only cheats.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
cheats.
cheats.
Especially when you're playing with an emulator. I think it's easier to play them with the cheats. It's also easier to exploit the glitches.
you see, I keep
Yeah.
trying to remember the exploits because like the exploits are just as fun. You know what I mean? And I always keep forgetting to remember what the word was, like exploits, because there's a difference between a glitch and an exploit. I know that.
Exploit would be something given to you in game that they kind of foreseen you taking advantage of.
Yeah.
I would think. And the glitches are just something that the game developer didn't intend for you to do off the bat.
Yeah.
It's kind of like in Smash Bros. They have the dash ability.
Mhm.
It's like a slight little dash you can do to the left or the right, so you can dodge like every attack basically.
Yeah.
Like
They said they intended for it to be there, but I don't know.
you know about
Over
the
the years,
escape
you've
rope,
just said,
right?
yeah, fuck it, we'll just say that.
Sorry, Infamous. Go ahead.
You know about the escape rope, don't you? In Pokemon.
Oh yeah. Well, no, I don't know the glitch or what you're about to tell me, but I do know about the object itself.
The exploit is right there when you're going in. Well, I'm not. It's the forest area right there on the third area, I believe. It's the forest area. You go in there, and there's the trainers, and what you do is you walk up to one of them, and before he recognizes you, you have to freaking have it ready with the escape rope, so that when you turn towards him and he tries to come to you to fight you, you hit the freaking inventory, you go in and you use an escape rope, and you freaking you transport out to the nearest Poke Shop.
So I'm guessing the exploit there is you don't have to battle him anymore.
That's the beginning. But what happens is he's still activated in battle mode, so when you go back to him, you can freaking actually get a freaking a monster. Instead of a Pokemon, it's a monster. It's an evolved freaking Pokemon. Or there's another one that's all bubbly and shit, and it's pink and purple.
The heck?
What?
Yeah, just like crazy ass freaking Pokemon that are deformed and really powerful, like level 24 to 45 levels. You can get a level 100. So
Oh,
I feel like I need to go back and try this.
I only need to see that one. Wait, just a
Right.
moment.
I can make a video of it later on. I'll just share it with you guys. So.
Oh yes, please.
And
I would love to see that.
it's pretty cool. It's a really good exploit. Well, I'm gonna get off here and try to freaking wake up. I just barely got up in enough time to
Oh, bless you.
get all this stuff straight. And I think I am still. Oh wow, I'm still streaming on Twitch. That's cool as hell. We got all that on Twitter.